Hello everyone, today I'm going to be taking you guys through how you can implement this SaaS landing page in HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React. If you plan on following along with today's tutorial, I recommend that you go in the description below and check out the repository. It's going to have the fonts and assets that you are going to need to get started with the project. Today's design is provided for free by a gentleman that is going to be linked in the description below. It's obviously very gracious of him to allow us to use this design, so make sure to check out his Twitter and his Figma page, give him a follow, and show him some support. We're going to be breaking up this tutorial into a series of sections as we go down the web page, starting from the header into the hero section, logo section, testimonial section, feature section, video section, pricing section, FAQ section, CTA section, and lastly, the footer section. This tutorial is designed to help anyone who is trying to sharpen their HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and React skills. This is going to be quite a long tutorial, but I urge you guys to stick around to the end because I'm going to be showing you guys how to implement fun things like smooth accordion animations for FAQ sections and how to use React State effectively for things like toggling your pricing if you have a pricing section on your website. And always, if you guys enjoyed today's video, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and stay tuned for future tutorials. All right, so in this first section, we're going to be setting up the project, getting rid of the boilerplate that's in the project, making sure that we have our font set up, and all that good stuff. So let's get right into it. First things first is you're gonna wanna go to Google and go to Google Fonts because we're gonna be using two fonts from Google Fonts. One is Vietnam Pro. Here it is. Or you could get the fonts from the repository in the description, right? So you don't have to do this necessarily. And a second one is going to be DM Sans here, right? So go here, hit Get Font. When you go over here, you can save both of them, DM Sans and B Vietnam Pro. Hit Download All, and once you download it, you're going to get a series of font files that within those folders that we're going to want to put in our projects. Now, keep those on standby because first, we're going to have to initialize our project. And what you're going to want to do is go down to your integrated terminal. So within your VS Code editor or whatever editor you're using, there might be a built-in terminal, there might not be. I recommend using VS Code because you can open up the integrated terminal here. Right now you can see that we're in our SmartNotes folder. This is the folder I'm using called SmartNotes tutorial. And I'm going to say npm create at Vite, or npm create Vite at latest, right? So we're going to be using Vite to essentially put together our entire project. It has a bunch of boilerplate code that helps us essentially spin up our projects. So npm create Vite at latest, and we're going to put dot. Now what dot is going to do is going to initialize the project in the current directory, right? So if we hit enter, you can see package name SmartNotes tutorial, right? So that's the name of it. We can just hit enter, go down. You're going to want to click on React. Go down. We're going to be using JavaScript. And now you can see we have all of these folders here. Now don't get overwhelmed. One is a linter, so essentially checking our code. Get ignore, make sure to avoid putting certain files within our repository. There are certain things you don't want to push to the repository. So this simply says, please ignore these if I attach this to a repository. Index.html, package.json has all the packages that we're going to be using for the project. Now what you want to do is run npm I or npm install, either one. Now what this is going to do is going to install all of the dependencies for the project. So for this Vite project to run, there's certain dependencies that it has that need to be utilized for the project to actually run. And that's true if you add other packages. Certain things, if you want to add, a payment system or whatever, you typically add a node module. So we're essentially downloading all these node modules. Now we have our node modules folder. So we have all these modules. And we have that all set up nicely. Now what we need to do is go into our source folder. Or actually, first things first, we're going to get rid of public. This just has a SVG in here. And real quick, I'm going to show you. If you run npm run dev, so this is going to launch our site here. And actually, before I do that, let's jump into package.json here, where we're going to run the dev script. So when we run npm run and we say dev, it's going to run this script here, this dev script. And what we can do is we can add the -- open flag. And what that's going to do is now, if I run npm run dev down here, our site opens up automatically in the browser, which is nice. And you can see there's this boilerplate code here. We have a couple logos, a counter. We're going to get rid of all this, right? Because we want to make our app look like this. This is going to be our final product, right? So let's start getting rid of those items. First things first, let's get rid of public. We are going to get rid of, let's see. So main.js and index.js, that's going to be fine as it is. We are going to get rid of the boilerplate inside index.css here, or not index.js, I think I said index.js. Index.css, get rid of the boilerplate. Main.jsx, this should be okay. Let me check to make sure that I didn't alter it in any way. Looks like I didn't. All right. And then we have app, right? And this is where our entire application is essentially going to be built here. So within app, and before we get into this, before we start destroying all this, actually we can get rid of all the boilerplate here. We might as well while we're at it. The logo no longer exists. The React logo no longer exists as well. So as you can see, we have nothing here. We're also going to get rid of this set state here, or use state. We don't need that variable. So our app has nothing within it, right? That's fine. Now, the next thing that we're going to have to do is get our fonts, as we talked about. So what you're going to want to do here is within your source folder, create a fonts directory. Now, within that fonts directory, you're going to want to drag in your fonts. So remember, they're in the repository in the description, or you can download them from Google Fonts if you want to go through that step. And we're going to drag them in. So here's all the fonts, right? We have some DM Sans, thin, semi-bold, regular. We're going to be using all these. I don't think we're going to be using the lights. I mean, I've actually accidentally not deleted them. And that extra bold, I'm not sure if we're going to use. Either way, most of these are going to be in use, and they'll be in the repository, or they'll be in the repository below. I'll make sure to get rid of the ones that you don't need before I post this here. And then also within fonts, we're going to be creating a fonts.css file. And what we're going to do here is we're going to initialize all of our fonts so they can be used within our index or our CSS sheets, right? So we have to essentially import these into this font sheet and use global declaration so that they can be used in any CSS sheet throughout our application. So let's start off by doing that. Or actually, again, this is for the project setup, so I don't want to get ahead of myself. I keep trying to get ahead of myself, but I don't want to here. We have assets, right? So within assets, we're going to clear out React SVG. We don't need this. But we are going to add the assets. So again, these are going to be in the description below. I recommend that you grab them there because there's a lot of images, right? So you definitely don't want to go through the process of downloading them from the design template. But here they all are. So we have all these different, some of them are SVGs, so you won't be able to see them. Some of them are PNGs, but now we have all of our images. And with that, I think we have most of the setup out of the way. Let's just make sure. Let's go into app.js, app.css. So this we're going to get rid of. You can see that with Vite projects, there is a little bit of boilerplate that we have to get rid of. It's not necessarily super easy to get it all going, but it doesn't take too long. Within our index.html, we're actually going to add a class to our body here, and we're going to be applying styles to this. So we're just going to put class body so we can actually target the body here by using a class name. For the CSS naming convention that I use, it is such that you don't want to use the tag itself. So we don't want to refer to body within our CSS sheet. We want to refer to the actual class name. And then everything else here is fine. We're just importing our one script and our root, which is going to inject all of our application code here. All of our JSX is going to be essentially injected between this root. That's what happens here in main, or where is it? Yeah, main right here. All right, so that should be good. Now that I think about it, we can add the favicon here. So let's check that. All right, I lied. I actually didn't add a favicon for this application. You can make a favicon. There wasn't one with the design, but you can make one if you want. So within the browser up here, if you want to have an icon for the application, I do recommend making one. I don't know if you're going to put this on your portfolio or something. I think it's worthwhile, but there isn't one that we have. And so let me just check. I think that's everything we need to do. Now we're going to create a utils folder because we will add constants. And while we're at it, we might as well add the constants.js file here. We're not going to get into it just yet, but we'll add it. And we're also going to need to add a components folder for all of our React components. And with that, we should be good to go. We have all of our assets, components, fonts, all that. So now the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to create all of our components. Now this is going to be quite the process. So you might want to just look at the repository and then copy, essentially make those directories, all the directories for each component. That might be a better option. I'm probably going to fast forward through this just so you guys are not bored to death, but I'm going to essentially show you the way I do this. And I think this is a great way to do it if you're not used to using the command line. But essentially what you can do is type ls here. You can see that we have source. So we're going to change directories into source. We can type ls again. You can see we have our components folder. Let's cd into components. And now we're in components. There's nothing in here. So if we list files, we see there's nothing in here. Now what we want to do is we want to say make dir, and we're going to start off with an app folder to hold our app.js and app.css files here. So essentially what we do is we say make dir app, then you type a space and cd into app, and then you're going to do touch app.js and index, or my bad, app.css. So now if we go into components, you see we have these two folders, or these two files here. It should be JSX, my bad, not JS. And obviously we already have these here, so we actually don't need to create them, but that's going to be the workflow that you do for each application. So let's see if we can just drag these in here real quick. We'll replace them. So these are what we actually want here, but we're going to do that. You're going to do that for every single component here. So now we can add another component, and this one it's going to be make directory, and this one will be we'll do Accordion, because that's going to be one of the things we make for our FAQ section, and on. So I'll get back to you guys once I get done making all of these component files. All right, so we should be good to go now. I have all the components here. Now I want to show you guys before you make these components, I want to show you guys a quick tip. Go to your extensions and enable or install this ES7 plus React / Redux / something native snippets. Now, the reason that this is important is because when you create a component here, let's say we go into our Accordion component, delete all this. If you type in RAFCE and hit tab, you can see it creates a component, puts a return statement, puts the title of the component equivalent to the file name, and then it also returns a div with the name of the component as well. It also gives the import statement and export defaults the item, that the component itself. So very valuable. And now for each of these components, right, I went through and I did this, but for each of these components, you're going to want to do that. And then you're also going to want to import the CSS sheet that corresponds to that component. So let me just show you real quick. Accordion.css. And this also goes back to the folder structure. So the way we're structuring it is that each of our components is a folder, and within that folder, there's a component, JSX, the JSX file, and then a CSS file, a corresponding CSS file. So any styles that we want to apply to our video component are going to be saved in video.css. So hopefully that makes sense. That's how we're going to structure it. And that's going to be very helpful in terms of when you scale your project up. It's going to give you an easy way to navigate through your components, because it can get very squirrely. If you just have a bunch of style sheets and components all over the place, it gets very, very squirrely fast. So you want to have a good folder structure. This isn't the best one for massive projects, but for something like this, it will do just fine. So the next thing that we're going to do is we are going to hop into index.css, or fonts.css rather. And we're going to do that because we have to set up all of our fonts. Now, again, you can sit through this, or you can simply skip past this and just copy the file that's in the repository. But essentially, this is what we're doing. Just to give you a quick rundown, we're doing @font face declarations. And what we can do here is set our font family. So as an example, DM Sans. We can set our font weight, say 400, which is regular. And we give a URL of /DM Sans, and in this case, it's going to be regular. Now, what this does is now, if we had a class, like let's say we had body, which we do have this class, say body, we can simply say our font family is DM Sans, and our font weight is 400. And what this is going to do is it's going to be able to utilize this font face declaration, because this is a global declaration. So in any of your CSS files, this is going to be accessible, this declaration, and we will have access to the font that we downloaded here, these fonts that we downloaded. So we gain access to them through these font face declarations. So I'm going to do a series of these. And again, I'm not going to make you guys sit through them just because that would be absolutely a painful experience. And it's not really worth your time. the educational impact was probably just me explaining them right there, but essentially here we have them. So we have B Vietnam Pro, a couple of declarations, font weight 700, you can see bold, font weight 400 regular, and here they all are. So you're just going to copy these down from the repository, and now we have access to all of these fonts. And so now that we have access to these, what we don't want to do is simply add all the fonts within each declaration. So let's say we had like our heading, right? And let's say that was a class. We don't want to say font family DM Sans. What we could do instead is say we could make a .h1 class, and let's say all of our h1s are font size 36, and the font family is DM Sans. Now all we have to do is apply the h1 class to any heading. Then we don't have to constantly redeclare these font family, font size, font weight, things like that. So it's much easier if we just create classes that we can apply to elements, and that will save us a lot of redundancy. And that's actually what we're going to do here. So make sure that you have all these font face declarations. And then we can move on to index.css. Now this is going to be where we actually declare some of our variables for our colors and stuff, as well as those font or text classes, if you will. So first things first, we're going to go like this, and we're going to target our root. Now, the reason we want to do this is because within our root, we can actually assign variables. So we can do primary 400, and we're going to set it to this color. Now, this is all within the Figma Design, so if you want to know how did I come up with these or where these coming from, they're all in the Figma Design. They're part of the design spec, right? So all of these are listed as these colors are listed by these names here: primary 400, primary 300, etc. And again, I don't recommend that you actually type all these with me because it's just going to waste your guys' time. So I'm just going to copy these over, but again, these can be found in the file. This is just setting up our style. So now what we can do is if we had a class, like let's say heading, and we want to make its color primary 400, all we have to do is say color and then var -- primary 400. And we'll have access to these in our other CSS sheets, right? When we make this declaration here, we're going to have access to these across all of our CSS sheets. And so here we're making the color of our heading primary 400. And that is very helpful again, because then we don't have to toggle. Like let's say we went in here and we changed this to red as an example, red. Anything that uses this variable, primary 400, is going to switch. So we wouldn't have to go through all of our CSS sheets and change every single instance that we use red, because all we need to do is change it here. Any variable that references primary 400 is going to automatically update. So very, very valuable, very, very helpful. If you're trying to implement a design, make sure to go through, get all of the colors, set up variables for them. That's going to save you a lot of time down the road. So we have all these set up: our primary color, secondary color, and our accent. And we're also going to add a gradient. So this gradient is going to be very important. Right here, gradient. Here's our gradient. And again, this is going to be in the repository. This gradient is simply a linear gradient. It goes from a dark green to a lighter green. And if we look at our finished application, you can see that it is used throughout. So we have, let's open this up. This is actually supposed to, this website is designed for 1440. So it's supposed to be on a little bit of a bigger screen here. You could see that their gradient is everywhere. It's on these buttons here. It's in these, not in the icons, it's in this text here. If we scroll down, you could see that it's in this heading here. Throughout the application, we're going to need this gradient. So definitely very important. So now we can move on. Now what we're going to do is we're going to target our body. So first things first, if you guys remember in our main.jsx, where's it at? My bad, our index.html rather, we have our body here, our body tag, and we are going to be targeting this class here. So let's go to index.css and let's target the body. Now what we're going to do is we're going to set margin 0. So we're just getting rid of some default styling here. Padding 0 pixels. And our background color is going to be dark color. It's going to be var primary 400. All right, so interesting. It's not showing up, which is probably a reflection of the fact that I don't have the application actually running here. So we can do npm run dev here. And as you can see, it's launched. So again, remember, you have to be running it in development mode here so that we can actually see the application live. So here it is. You can see that the color has been applied. If we comment that out, boom. All right, and you can see app here. App has this text. So let me try and do that and then that. Awesome. So now they're set up next to each other here. All right, so now our body's set up. We got our background color. And we are going to go on to our text classes. So now here, we're going to do text large. So whenever we have a large text, if you look at the design, all right, so here is the design. You can see that within each of these text components here, so let's see like this one here. If we look at this text here, you can see that it says, or let's use something else here. So you can see, let's try click this one. You can see that it says heading 5. And if we click heading 5 here, you can see that it has styles associated with it, right? And if we go to the style guide, we can scroll in here or zoom in, and you can see that it has all the different sizes and the line heights specified, right? So heading 1, heading 2, heading 3, heading 4, text regular, large, or text large regular, text medium normal, text regular normal, all those things. And it also has the colors here. So if we scroll down, we can see the colors, primary 400, 300, 200. And so essentially what we're going to do is now on the left here, you can see I have text large. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the styles in. Again, this is just our setup code, so I'm not going to allocate too much time to it. Whoops. I'm not going to take you guys, I'm not going to make you go through the tedious task of watching me assign all these styles, but essentially here, text large, you can see if we go down here to text large, we have font size 20 pixels. Our line height is 150%. The font is B Vietnam Pro. And let's click here. Text large normal. You can see B Vietnam Pro, right? So here, this is what we're going to do. We're going to apply this class to any CSS or any HTML element that we want these styles to be applied to. So hopefully that makes sense. And so we're going to go through, here's text large. And again, I recommend that you just copy this from the file, or you can, obviously pause the video here and type this out. We're going to have text regular. Our text regular is going to use font family of DM Sans, font size 16, line height 150, margin 0. We're going to have text medium, text small, text tiny. So I'm going to copy those over. Again, I don't want to bore you guys to death here. There they are. And you'll see how we apply these once we get to it. Just type these in for now, and I promise it'll all make sense in a second here. And then lastly, we have our headings here. So we use an H1, H2, H3, and H5 here. So you can see DM Sans. This one's bold. We have font size 24, line height 140. All of these different things. We have our letter spacing set up correctly, whatever we need here. So just copy these down from the design spec, or you can type them in yourself, right? You can go to the design sheet, look at the styles, and figure this out yourself. If you want to go through that, maybe you think it'd be educational in some way or helpful. But otherwise, I think we're good to go. So now that we have that, I think we might be good in terms of setting up the project. As you can see, our background is good. We certainly are far from this here, but our background is set up. We have our fonts in place, all of our font styles, or our font folder, or our font files, and we also have our font face declaration set up. We have our index.css set up. We have all the colors that we're going to need. We have all of the text that we're going to need, all the text, font family, font sizes, all that's set up. Our utils, we're going to fill out constants. That's going to be something that we do as we go along here. We have index.css, which is, we just went over that setup. Main is fine. And yeah, we're going to be good to go. Actually, one last thing that we have to do is actually import all of our components here, because we have to figure out, we have to set up the structure of the application itself. So let's go into app.jsx here. And remember, all of these components here need to import the CSS sheet. I think I stated that, but either way, you want to make sure that you do, you want to do RAFCE, so it creates a component here. And you also want to make sure you import the CSS sheet. So all these components will automatically have access to their corresponding CSS sheet. But within app, we're going to be setting up the application structure, almost like a wireframe here. And this is how it's going to go. We're going to have page. So we want to wrap our JSX in parentheses. That's best practice. We're going to have a page component. Now within the page component, we are going to have a header. And within the header component, we're going to have two components. We're going to have navigation, which this one isn't going to be taking in any information. So we can just go like this here. Whoops. And we're going to have a hero section. And briefly, just to give you guys a rundown of what's going on there, Within our header, so within our website, you're going to see that we have a header section here. And within the top here, we have a navigation bar, right? Get started. It has our links. And then below we have this text. We have a input field that takes in your email. We also have this graphic here. So this represents the hero section below, and then the navigation is above. And both of these are going to be considered within the header. So that's why we're nesting them within the header itself. So then we have our page. We have our header. The items within the header, we can go down now. We're going to have a logo section. So logos. And that is going to be right here. So you can see our logo banner slowly rotating to the left. We're going to have next a testimonial. So testimonial. Whoops. And as you can see, there's a testimonial here. Now, for the sake of the design, we're just implementing a design. So these testimonials, you're going to see one here. You're going to see one here. You're going to see one here and one here. These are they're all the same text. These are just testimonial components. We're actually going to have a bunch of these. Now, in a real project, you're going to want to add different text each time you render a testimonial, right? You're going to have different testimonials. So this testimonial component, we're actually not going to put a closing tag, an opening, and a closing tag in one, if you are. It's not going to be a self-closing tag. We're going to be putting information between this tag. We're going to get into how we actually render elements that are placed between tags in a second here, if you do not know. But just know that we're going to be putting information between these testimonial tags, because in a real project, you would be adding different text for each testimonial. So hopefully that makes sense. Even though in this project, as I stated, they're all the same. So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to add our feature section. Now this is not going to take in any information. And that is going to be right here. Where's it at? Our feature section will be right here. You can see these tiles here, the headings, the descriptions of all the features. And our next section is going to be a testimonial again. So I'm just going to copy this down here. Whoops. Whoops, I'm having a hard time copying it. For some reason, my keyboard is having a hard time registering keystrokes. There we go. And the next thing that we're going to do after our testimonial, our next testimonial, is we're going to have a video. Video. This is going to be a self-closing tag. Then we're going to have another testimonial. So let's copy that. And I'll show you guys on the page where we're at here. So you can see we have a video. Then we have another testimonial. Below the testimonial, we're going to have our pricing component. And this is a very interesting component. This is where it really starts to get interesting. I'd say this is one of the most interesting sections of the project. I'll scroll down to it. Here's our pricing. You can see, let's actually make it bigger. So you can see we have monthly and yearly. This toggle actually works here. So yeah, very neat. It's going to be fun to put that together. So let's shrink that back. We are going to have another testimonial. This might be the last one. I think it might be. There might be one other one here. So pricing, then testimonial, then FAQ. Now within our FAQ, there's going to be a component. So this one's not going to be a self-closing tag here. And what we're going to have within our FAQ is an accordion. Now I'm going to show you that as well real quick, just so that makes sense. If you don't know exactly what an accordion is, I'll show you here. So if we scroll down to our FAQ, this is the accordion. So our frequently asked questions, within the frequently asked questions, we're going to have this text, but then we're going to render the child element, and the child element of our FAQ tag is this accordion. And you can see we're going to set up a nice smooth animation with no JavaScript, just with HTML and CSS. And below the FAQ, we're going to have another testimonial. So let's copy that. We're going to have our CTA. And what this means is it's just a CTA section, a call to action section. Now let me go down. You can see right here, the unlock the full potential of SmartNotes. This is going to be considered the CTA section. It's the call to action. It's the final attempt to essentially get the customer to convert. So you call it the call to action, and that will be that section. And then the last thing that we're going to have is our footer. So we're going to say footer. Oops. Footer. And with that, we have the entire application structure set up. Let me make sure. Oh yeah, the one last thing we need to do, and I'm not going to bore you guys again with this. It's not something that you're going to want to watch me do, but it's very straightforward. All you have to do is go up here and import all of these components. Right. So import page from /page/page. This is going to automatically resolve, so you don't have to put JSX here. It's going to automatically resolve that we want the component. And their default exports, so they're named like this. So you can just import them by their name. And then we're going to have access to them here. So now if we go into our dev tools, we shouldn't have any errors. Let's check. We might. Please no. Check one more time. All right, let's save that. All right, awesome. So now we have access to all of our imports. There's actually one other one that I'm seeing here. And it is navigation. Again, this is all going to be in the repository if you want to copy it, or you can just import them. But now we have access to all of our components within our app.jsx. And I think that might be everything. I just want to check real quick. I think that this actually might be everything this time. We imported our CSS sheet to app. We have all of our components imported. We have our entire page structure. So we have our header, our logo section, testimonials, features, video pricing, everything we need there. We have all of our components. All of our components are arrow functions, essentially, that just return the name of the component itself. We have imported CSS sheets for each of our components. They're all structured within their own folders with a JSX file and a CSS file. And we should be good to go. So with that out of the way, assuming that there's nothing else that I'm not thinking of, we should be done with this introductory setup of the project. And now we can actually move into the fun stuff of writing the JSX and styles. So yeah, let's get right into it. All right, so the first thing that we're going to get working on is the navigation bar, which you can see at the top here. And we're going to be working on the hero section, which has this text here, this graphic, the subheading, and this input field. And these are both going to be components that are within our header. And so we can jump right into it. I'm pretty sure the header code is actually quite simple, but obviously the components within it are going to be a little more sophisticated. So here's our live instance of the app right here. Here's a finished copy. So yeah, let's jump right into it. We can look at the template as well, just to show what we're basing this off. Here it is. And yeah, let's jump right into it. So first things first, we're going to set up our header component. Now our header is going to return a header tag, a header HTML tag. And my bad, it's going to have a class of header. So header.header, it's going to give a class of header. And within here, we're going to render our children. Now, this might not make sense what we're doing here with children, but I'm going to explain it briefly here. Essentially, what we can do is we're going to get an object of properties that this component is going to receive here. And we can destructure the children property. So as an example, we could do something like this. We could say props. And then we could say props.children, right? And we can access the children, or we could simply destructure children right from the props object here. And we can do that with the syntax, right? So now we have access to children. And what children is simply whatever elements are within our header tag. So let's go back to app. You'll see that within our header, we have navigation, and we also have hero right below that. So what it's going to do is header is going to render first navigation, the first child, and then the second child, hero. And that's going to give us this effect where we have the navigation up top and then the hero below. And this full section here, all the way down here to this input field, is going to be our header section, right? That's why we're nesting them like that. So the header component is actually really simple. The reason we set it up that way is just because logically that's how it should be set up. Even though it is quite simple, you might think that's kind of redundant or unnecessary, but it is good practice to set it up that way, especially with the header tag, which is semantic. So we're good to go there. And now we can move into our navigation component, which is going to be the first thing that renders within our header. So let's go to our navigation. And actually, let me make sure that there's no styles for header here. Header.jsx. Let's check. So header does not have any styles, so we actually don't have to worry about that. All the styles are going to be within navigation and the hero. So let's go there. First, we're going to set up the navigation. So again, we have our navigation component, imported our CSS sheet, and now we can set this up. So our nav is going to be a nav tag here. And I should probably jump over to our app here. I'm going to try and make this smaller. We designed the website on 1440. That's what it's designed for. So I want to try and get as much space as we can here. That'll be okay. So here we're going to have a nav tag, and we're going to call this navigation. And maybe we don't need this much space. I wonder if I can zoom out. Will that have the effect of giving more space here? I guess so. And all right, so we can set this to 1440 now. 1440, again, is the width that we're going to be designing for here. So we have navigation, and within our navigation, we're going to have our nav logo section. So div navigation logo section. Now, the reason we're making this section is because within our template, you can see that we have an icon, but we also have, or we can go right here. We have an icon, but we also have the name of our website right next to it. So we need to create a div tag that can wrap both of these elements so we can arrange them accordingly. So we create a logo section. The first thing that we're going to do is we're going to set up a image tag, and that's going to be for our logo icon here, or our logo, if you will. And that's going to be a image, and it's going to be .img navigation logo. And I always like to specify the class names first, just because then it's a little bit easier to track down the page, right? You can see the class names all on the left here. It's a little easier to figure out the hierarchy of class names, right? So we have navigation, then this is a child component of navigation, so it's a logo. This is also a child component. It's a logo section. So now we're going to set up the source as logo, and we're going to have to import this here. And our alt will just be, we can set it as logo. Obviously, in a real application, you want to make sure that your alt is informative for things like screen readers and those that are visually impaired. These things are important, so make sure to describe your image correctly within your alt tags. But we're going to import logo, and it's going to be coming from arrow.svg, or not arrow.svg, what am I talking about? Logo.svg. Oops. And let's see. It doesn't look like it's showing up. It might just because there's no dimensions here on our application. Let me just check our, let's see, navigation. Let's make sure that it's actually rendering here. We have page, we have root, we have page, and there's nothing within page. Let me make sure that navigation. Interesting. So it's not showing it yet. That, I wonder why that is. I think it should be working nonetheless. We're going to keep moving on here, and hopefully everything is working fine. But we're going to move on to our second component here, which is our website name. And so let's go over to our code here. We have our H3. Which is going to be a navigation, our navigation name, and this is going to be SmartNotes. Let's see if that renders. Definitely not head. So we're rendering a div called page, but we're not rendering the items in between it. And that makes sense because we didn't make it so that page is actually rendering children elements. So I realized that we actually skip page. So before we go on through navigation and do all that, let's definitely set up page, the page component. So that was a slight oversight, but let's go over there. It shouldn't be too hard because I know that our page component is quite simple. So we're going to exit out of these real quick. Actually, I'll pull up app, but we'll definitely pull up page. Page wraps everything. So page needs to take in the children. That's certainly going to be a thing. Whoops. Children. And let's see. And it's just going to render within a div, or actually you can just put a dot, and we're going to put page. That's going to give us that, and we're going to render our children components right here. There, so now you can see our logo, and next to our logo should be SmartNotes. I'm not sure if we can see the text. There it is. You can't see it because it's in black, but nonetheless it's there, and there's our icon. So now everything is working as it should. We're going to go over to page.css. We do have styles to apply here. So our page is going to be bound. Remember how I said this is a 1440 pixel design that we're designing for here. So we're going to target our page, and we're going to set a max width of 1440 pixels. And margin is auto. And this is semi-common practice. You don't want your web page to continue to expand on ever wider screens, right? People have ultra wide screens and things like that. Your website it would be hard to account for all of those situations. And so what a lot of people end up doing is simply setting a max width so your website doesn't expand forever, right? Because it would, like I said, it would be impossible to account for a screen that's 30 pixels or 30 inches wide, right? So you just set a max width, and that will bound our page. It can shrink, but it cannot go beyond that. And that's going to be our only styles for page here. And we can jump over here and make sure that those are applying. We click page, go down here. You can see our max width is 1440. So now the next step is going to be Going back to our navigation, which we can actually go like this, press Control, click on navigation, click here. It's going to take you back here. So now we're back here, and let's go back to our navigation. So navigation name, navigation logo. So now that we have our logo section, the next thing that we're going to want to do here is set up our list. And this unordered list is going to contain our links. So we're going to say navigation. Navigation link section. So this is our link section of our navigation block here. And within here, we're going to set up a series of links, and these are going to be A tags, so anchor tags. So I'm actually not too sure. I think maybe we can specify with a dot. I don't know about this abbreviation here. Let's see. So it's going to be, we're going to have a text regular. So remember, we made those classes, so we can apply them now. And we're going to have navigation _ link, right? So text regular, again, this is where these come in handy. So we go to index.css, we have text regular here. So now these font styles are going to be applied to this anchor tag, right? So very helpful. And we're going to be applying these types of things throughout. Maybe it could be an H1 and H2, whatever, but it's going to be helpful. And we're going to set our the destination of the anchor tag to a hash symbol, which essentially just means take them to the current page, right, where they're at right now. And now we can go down and we're going to copy these. So Shift Alt A, that's how you do this. Shift Alt and the down arrow. I mean, that's how you copy them down. We're going to have 3 of them. And this first one is going to be features. Oh, yep, that's not going to work. Put it between the anchor tags. The second one is going to be pricing. And the third one is going to be support. All right, awesome. So now we have our 3 link tags here, or our 3 anchor tags that are our links. And now the last thing we need to do, let's go to our final design here, our finished copy. And you can see we have a CTA in the top right that says get started. And that's that last thing that we're going to solve for within our navigation. We can see it in the design here too. If we zoom out, there's our CTA. So let's do that. Under our unordered list, we're going to have button, and this is going to be text regular again. And it's also going to have the class navigation _ CTA, right? Call to action. It's a call to action button. The text is going to be get started. Whoops. And besides this text, or adjacent to this text, is going to be the arrow icon right here. So we're going to add that in. That's going to be our, we'll first import it here. We're going to call it navigation arrow. We'll just call it arrow. And we're going to go into our assets. So .. // Now we have access to our assets folder /arrow.svg. Awesome. And now within here, we're going to add that arrow. So let's go down here and we're going to set an image tag. And the class for this image is going to be navigation arrow. Again, I like to have the class first so it's a little easier to scan the page. So I'd add that there and then put the source and alt at the end here. Let me just shut that a little bit. The alt here is going to be arrow. And the source is going to be arrow. Awesome. So now you can see our CTA button right there. And you can see our text, our 3 links, and then our logos here. You can't see the text for the logo. There it is. I can highlight it. And so now, obviously, we have to add all of our styles because that certainly does not look pretty. So that's what we're going to do now. Let's go into our CSS sheet for navigation. Remember, we're importing it here. So our styles are going to be applied. And let's start going to work here. First things first is our navigation is going to have a padding of 24. 24 pixels on the top and bottom, and 96 pixels on the left and right. Now, if you're ever wondering how I got these values, right? If you look at the design here, if we go to here, and you start to assess it. So like as an example, right here, if you click on the CTA button, you look above and below. Within this navigation section, you can see that there's 24 padding on top, 24 padding on the bottom, or margin, if you will. And the way that you do this is you click on the element and you hold Shift Alt. That's how you do that in Figma. This is Figma. This has the design here. Hold Shift Alt and then click on an element and then hover over adjacent elements. You're going to see these distances. So 24 on top and bottom, and then 96 on the right. And the same is true on the other side of the navigation menu right here. 96. So whenever you see me putting in paddings or margins that may seem arbitrary, or I'm just throwing them in there, just check out the design and you'll see kind of where those numbers came from. So now you can see that we're pushed off the wall here. Again, we can open up DevTools and go like this. We're on 1440. And you can see now we have, where's it at? 24 on top, 96 on left and right. Now it's a little bit taller than it should be because we need to arrange our components, but nonetheless, the padding is set correctly. So let's move this back over. The next thing that we're going to do is set display flex, and we're going to set our box sizing to border box. Border box essentially just makes it so that the element, if you add padding to it, instead of making the element bigger, it's going to push the element inside of it smaller, if you will. It's going to create the padding, but on the inside. It's not going to just expand the element. So we're saying we want it to be a fixed height, and then we want to say 24 from the top and bottom. That'll be pushed inward off the navigation. The navigation isn't going to grow outwards by 24 on the top and bottom. Hopefully that makes sense. And then lastly, we're going to have border bottom. And what we're going to do is 1 pixel solid, and we're actually not going to use the color that is specified in the design. Now, the reason we're not going to do this is because in the design, the border bottom is less than a pixel wide, but in CSS here, you cannot specify a border that is less than 1 pixel. So what you can do is, you see this right here, the border here is less than a pixel. Let's see if we can find it. See how it's right here? It says 0.5. So that's this bottom border right here, this little green line that's below the navigation. Now, how can we emulate a line that's less than a pixel wide? The way that you do that is you just make it so it has a lower alpha value. So as an example, if we put 1 right here, you can see it's very harsh, very, very harsh. And it's a pixel, so it's wider than the half pixel dimension that is on the design. So to approximate that, we can simply set the opacity lower. And that has the effect of making the line thinner. So you can use 0.3 or 0.35. I'm going to use 0.35, I guess. But it makes it so that the line looks a little bit thinner and it's more in accordance with the design. You could even go a little higher. Maybe we could do 4.4. Let's see. 0.4. Let's crank it up to 0.5. And you can play with it. Your goal is to make it so that it looks commensurate with the design, right? Because we can't set it less than half a pixel, right? Or less than a pixel, rather. So there we go. Now the navigation is set up. Obviously not completely set up, but the frame of it is. And now we can start styling each individual element here. So we have the navigation _ logo section. Now remember, this has our logo and the name of our website. And what we're going to do here is we're going to set display flex. And so remember, default flex direction is row. So now you can see that our navigation name, which is SmartNotes, is adjacent to the icon itself because we're displaying them and we're flexing along the horizontal axis. So they're adjacent to one another. And we're going to align items center. Now this is just going to make sure that vertically they are aligned. So if you look across, if you will, they're going to be in perfect alignment. You can see this heading is perfectly centered with this icon now. We're going to have to get rid of that margin though. All right. And so now next, what we're going to do is we are going to set up our navigation logo. So navigation logo, we're going to set margin right of 8 pixels. Oops, 8 pixels, please. 8 pixels. Now, another way that you could address this, now that I'm thinking about it, is to actually set a column gap. So this logo section is actually a flex container. So what we can do is we can just go like this, column gap, and set 8 pixels. And that's going to make it so that our flex items, which is our icon and the name of our website, actually have a gap of 8 pixels, right? So you can see now there's this purple box in between them. That is the column gap for our flex container, right? It's pushing apart our icon and the name of our site. So that's a little bit of a, let's say, more tasteful solution. It's a better way to go about it. Now we're going to set up our navigation name. And here we're going to set the font family to DM Sans. Our font weight is going to be 700, which is bold. Our line height is going to be 140%. Our font size is going to be 24 pixels. Our color is going to be a variable that we initialized. Let's see. Color. And that is going to be primary 100. And so now you can see the name of our site here. And lastly, we're going to have a margin of 0 pixels. Now you might be wondering, why are we applying these styles, this font family, this font weight, line height, when we said that we were going to be using classes, as an example, text regular, to apply them for us, so we don't have these redundant styles or these redundant font declarations. The reason why is if you go into design here and you actually click on the logo itself, you can see that it doesn't specify the corresponding font styles and stuff, right? So we look at it right here, there's nothing here. If we click on something else like this testimonial, the text here, you can see it says it's heading 5. So we can easily know, okay, this is heading 5. We need to apply the H5 class that we initialize within index.css down here. Let's look at it, H5. But for the logo or the name of the site itself, that doesn't exist. So we have to essentially approximate it based on the way it appears. So with that in mind, we now can check. See, so interestingly, you can see that DM Sans is not applying correctly here. Let me check. All right, so the issue is that we need to import our CSS sheet, my apologies, into app here. So let's go up here and we're going to set, just say fonts here. And here we're going to import our import. And we're going to go into fonts and we're going to do /fonts.css. And now you can see our SmartNotes looks way nicer than it did before with Times New Roman. All right, awesome. So now we can go back into our navigation here and get back to styling it up. So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to set our navigation link section. So navigation link section. And again, this has our links here. It's this middle element. So on the left, we have our logo, and this is one block here with our icon and name of our website. Our middle block is going to be 3 links, and our right block is the CTA here. So this wraps our middle section, our 3 links. This one is going to be a margin and padding of 0. Our display is going to be flex, right? It's a flex container. We want our links to be adjacent to one another, but we're going to be using that for, the reason we're making it a flex container, even though they're already horizontally aligned, is because we can use other flex properties. So align items, we're going to do center. So that's going to center them vertically here. So now you can see they're aligned with our website name. And we're also going to set a column gap of 56 pixels. All right. And now the next thing that we're going to do here is, let me just check here. So our navigation logo section. All right. And so I just realized we missed a couple of declarations in our navigation itself. So I was wondering, why are these links here sitting next to our logo? And the reason why is because our navigation, as I stated, has one component here, which is our logo and our name. It has a middle component, which is our 3 links, and then it has the CTA button, which is on the right. Now, what we're going to do here is we're going to set justify content to space between. So what that's going to do is it's going to push the left item all the way to the left, the right item all the way to the left, right, and it's going to distribute all the other items in between evenly. So now you can see it's exactly as we want it. So that's nice, and we are good to move on now. So the next thing that we're going to do is set up our navigation link here. As you can see, they're purple right now, or blue. We do not want that. We want the color to be a variable, and this variable is going to be primary 100. And we want to get rid of our text decoration. Oh, it's not magenta. Text decoration none. That gets rid of the underline. So now you can see they look great. Consistent with our design here. Again, primary 100, that is one of our variables. You can refer back to our index.css sheet to figure out what color that actually is, the hexadecimal color, hexadecimal value. Now we can set up the navigation CTA, which is this button in the top right. You can see right now it doesn't look very nice. Our height is going to be 56 pixels. Our width is going to be 167 pixels. The padding is going to be 0 pixels. Buttons come with a little bit of padding on them. Our border is going to be none. Get rid of the default border here. Again, that just comes on the button. Our border radius is going to be 8 pixels. Our display is going to be flex. Justify content is going to be center. Align items is going to be center. All right, so now you can see our text is centered perfectly within the button as well as the icon. And that's what these properties are for. When we do display flex on the button, we're aligning the elements that are within the button here. Our background color is going to be set to a variable. This variable is going to be gradient. Background rather. Gradient is actually an image, right? So when we do background, it's actually converting it to an image. So it's not a background color. And so we apply our gradient to our background, not our background image property. And the color of our text is going to be primary 400. Our cursor is going to be pointer. So when we hover over the button here, you can see that it turns to a pointer cursor. And our transition is going to be all 0.1 seconds. Now, 1 second here. The navigation CTA itself here, let me just check. Because obviously if it's consistent with the design, there's an outline, right? If we go to our design here, we can scroll over. Where's it at? Hello? So let me just make sure that we imported everything correctly and set up the, oh yeah, because that's the icon itself. That's not the CTA button. For some reason I was like, why is there no border on the icon? But that's because we were setting the border on the button itself, the CTA button. So our transition is going to be 0.1 seconds and we put all, so any properties that are transitioned. And what we want to do is we're going to set our hover state for our navigation CTA. Now here we're going to go with a simple animation. You're free to set this as you want. This was not specified in the design spec, the hover state here, so we're going to essentially freestyle it. 1.01 as our scale. So what that's going to do is if you hover over it, you're going to see that the button grows slightly. Now you could scale it down, scale it up. You could change the background color or change the opacity. But I thought that was nice just to add a little touch to it. It just grows slightly, right? And lastly, we're going to have the navigation arrow. Navigation arrow. Now again, this is what's actually within the CTA button. It's that arrow icon pointing to the top right. And we're going to set the margin left to 8 pixels. Again, I'm seeing that this is a flex container. Our CTA button is actually a flex container, so we can set the column gap here instead, 8 pixels. And we can get rid of the margin left here, right? So now they're separated by the column gap property of the flex container, which is our button itself. Again, the flex items are the text here and the icon itself. And we can set the height to 24 pixels. We can set the width to 24 pixels. And we're going to be setting the border to 1 pixel, solid, primary 300. And then we're going to be setting the border radius to 8 pixels. All right, so now let's just make sure, navigation arrow, we want to make sure that we're actually targeting that correctly here. Looks like we put 3 R's. So now you can see our navigation arrow looks correct. We have the border on it. If we go back to our design, you can see we have the border on it. 24 by 24 pixels. Click on it, 24 by 24. We got the border. We have all that action going now. So now it looks great. Now our navigation is really shaping up. Again, I'm going to look back at the design here. If I zoom out, I still feel that the underline maybe is a little too harsh, the way that we put it. So I'm gonna tone it back a little bit. Let's go down back to 0.4. 0.3 even. I think that looks a lot more consistent with the design, right? If we actually zoom out, So 0.3 I'm going to go with there. But now our navigation is done. So that represents the navigation component. And now we can move on to our next component, which is going to be our hero. Again, this is another component that is within the header itself. All right, so next we are going to get into our hero section. Let's go over there. Here's our hero. We're going to open up our hero.jsx and hero.css. On the right here, you can see our hero is this text here, our input field, as well as our graphic. As you can see, it's not here, but we are going to get to implementing that soon here. And let's dive right into it. So our hero, I'm going to pull up the corresponding files here. Our hero is going to be a section, right? It's going to be a section within our page here. So we're going to use a section tag, and we're going to give it class hero. And I apologize if you can hear the air conditioning. It's running, it's light, but it still might get picked up a little bit. Within here, we're going to have hero column. Now, the reason we're making hero column is because we're actually going to have two hero columns. So I'll actually make the second one right now. Again, Shift Alt down. So now we have two columns. The reason we're going to do that is because in the finished product, you can see we have these elements on our left, the input field, the subheading, and the heading itself. We can open this up a little bit. And we have the right here, which is essentially a graphic with some abstract shapes. You can see that on the right. And we're going to make these into columns. So we have a left column here, and then we have a right column here. The right column has the graphics, left column has all this other information. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to start off by creating two columns. Now, within the first column, we're going to have our hero heading. And so this is going to be H1, and it's going to be, we're going to have the H1 class, and we're also going to have the hero heading class, right? And here it's going to be, I'm going to copy it in so I don't make any typos. This is going to say intelligent. Whoops, not a check mark. Intelligent. And there it is. You can't really see it well. I can highlight it. Intelligent. Now let's go back over to the finished copy, or even the design here. If we go down here, you can see that some of these elements are going to be gradients, and some of them are just going to be plain text here. So we're going to have to wrap these gradient text items in spans so that we can actually target them directly and give them the gradient that we want. So I accidentally put this right here, but what we're actually going to do is keep the intelligent here, but what we're going to do is we're going to wrap this in a span. So span, and the span is going to have a class of hero underscore underscore. So this is going to be hero underscore underscore header, or heading rather, gradient. And we're going to cut the last span tag here. And then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to have cloud-based, right? Because if we go back to our template, you see cloud-based. That's the next thing. And that's going to be right below our span. So we're going to say cloud-based. And we're going to put this right here. We're going to put, so when we want to enter JavaScript, right, in our JSX here, we put brackets, right? And we're going to put a space. Now, the reason we're going to do that is because we want to make sure that between the span elements, right, and the other text that's within our H1, there's actually padding, right? We want to make sure, so like as an example here, you can see that cloud and intelligent are not hugging one another. We want to make sure that that stands within our design here. So it looks like it is hugging here, but I think that the CSS styles are going to account for that. And now let's go down. We're going to set under this. So again, this is all within this H1 tag, right? So the first thing is that we have intelligent. That's going to be one of our gradient elements. Then we have cloud-based. That's not a gradient element. Then we're going to have, I'm going to copy it in. It's the same thing as this. Actually, I'll just copy this down. And in this case, it's going to be note-taking. Note-taking, you see that's also on a gradient here. And then lastly, we're just going to have and collaboration tool. And there's all of our text. I'll highlight it real quick. There it is. And we're good to go. Now we can target the elements as we need so that we can give them the gradients. And obviously the ones that do not have a gradient will not get a gradient. We'll do that in a second here. We're going to continue on with our HTML. So the next thing that we're going to do is just below the heading, we're going to set our p tag. And the p tag is going to be text regular. So we're going to be adding our text regular class. And we're also going to make hero heading. Or we're going to give it hero heading. Hero subheading. That is, we already set hero heading, hero subheading. And this is going to be the small line of text that's right here in our final copy. So let's go here. Let's copy this. It's going to be this text. I'll paste it and you guys can read it. Experience the power of smart note taking and transform the way you work today. Below that is going to be the hero input container. So again, this is in the left column, but it's going to be here. So you can see our input container. Now we need a container around the input because we need to be able to position this button right here on top of the input. And the only way to do that is to make it so that there's a parent container. Then we can arrange this button absolutely with respects to the parent container, which essentially just means we can position it relative to the parent and we can place it right on top of this input field. That would otherwise not really be possible. So let's set that up. This is below, whoops, this is in our first column. Remember, this is in our first left column here, but it's just another element. And this is going to be a div. Hero input container. Now within our input container, we're going to have input, and the input itself is going to be hero input. And I could actually show you. I'm pretty sure this is how this works. You can put type equals email because it's going to be an email input here. And we're going to give it a class name of hero input. So kind of a neat trick there with Emmet abbreviations, but we can set the type and the class name like that. So the type is email because we're going to be entering an email. So we want to specify that. And essentially that's just going to have some checking to make sure that what they type in is consistent with the format of an email. And we're going to give it a class name of hero input. Lastly, we're going to be putting placeholder. So the placeholder is going to be enter your email. Enter your email. Awesome. And below that, we're going to set up our button. Again, our button is right here. You can see it says sign up and it's placed just on top of the input here. And we're placing it adjacent to it because we're going to be positioning all these items relative to the parent container here, which is our input container. So this is a button. The button is going to get the class name text regular, and it's also going to get the class hero submit. First, we're going to put in our sign up text, and next to that, whoops, sign up. We're going to have an image, right? Because next to our sign up, you can see we also have our arrow pointed to the top right. So very similar to what we did within the navigation. So we're going to do image. We're going to set the hero arrow class here. Again, I think it's a good practice to keep all your class names at the start or have some type of consistency nonetheless. And at the top here, we're going to import our arrow. Again, we have to go into the parent directory, go into assets, type in arrow.svg, and now we have access to our arrow. And again, we can put arrow as our alternative text. And so we're good to go there. Now our button is set up. We can go here. You can see our button. Our sign up button is not on top of our input right now. Clearly, there's some styling that needs to be done, but it's not on top of it. We're going to do that after, right? It's going to be positioned relative to the parent container as we discussed. But for now, we can move on to our second hero column, which is just going to be a graphic here. So we open this up. You can see that on the right here, we have our abstract shapes, and that's going to be in our second column here. So here we're going to have an image, and this is going to be hero graphic. I'm also going to cut the source and the alt. I'm going to put them at the end. The source is going to be, let's import it. We're going to import abstract shapes from // assets / abstract-shapes.png. We're getting an error down here because we didn't set the source. And lastly, we need to set our alt, which is going to be abstract shapes. All right, so now let's make sure that actually went through here. Oh, there it is. You can see it's not in the right position. We'll get to that. But nonetheless, we have our second column set up. Now that second column is going to be on the right here, but right now it's below because we're not setting our setting the flex container properties that we need, or the flex properties that we need on the containing parent of these two columns. So now we're done with that. We can jump into the styling and actually make this look pretty. So we'll jump over here because now we can start to get rid of this eyesore as we work through this. So let's jump over to hero.css. And we're going to target our hero first. Now, if I'm correct, I'd have to check here. I think this has our two columns in it. Let me check. They're going to be adjacent to one another. Hero column. Awesome. And so we're going to set display flex. All right, awesome. Now you can see they're already adjacent to one another. We're flexing on the row axis or the horizontal axis because default is row. Our justified content is going to be space between, so we're going to push them apart as much as we can, each column. Our padding is going to be 22 pixels, 188 pixels, 22 pixels, and 152 pixels. There it is. So now you can see them pushed in nicely. Let's set this to 1440. I can tell it's 1440 because the bar on the bottom of the nav there. And so now you can see it's already kind of shaping up here. We have it set up ever so slightly. And the column gap is going to be 101 pixels. Again, in our design here, we can check that right here. Whoops. You can see 101 pixels between our graphic and our text box on the left here, or our left column, our right and left columns. Awesome. So now we're going to target the .h1 .hero heading. And you might be wondering, why are we targeting .h1 .hero heading? Can't we just target .hero heading? Well, what we need to do is the more CSS classes that you specify, the higher the CSS specificity, which is important if you're trying to override other styles. So if we go to h1 here and we actually look within our index.css, our h1, we have margin of 0. Now, if we were to just target hero heading without h1 here, it's not going to allow us to override that style. It's just going to apply margin 0, and then this one's going to get ignored. But if we go do h1.hero heading, it's going to add specificity because we're using two classes. And so this one is going to be of higher precedence, higher specificity than the other one. And that is going to allow us to essentially override the default margin, which we're going to need to do in this context. So our margin top is going to be 74 pixels. Our margin bottom is going to be 16 pixels. Our color is going to be primary 100, so that looks a lot better now. And our letter spacing is going to be negative 2.5 pixels. All right, and now we are going to go to our hero heading gradient. This is going to have a background of var gradient, right? Remember, it's essentially an image. So there you go. You can see our text now has a gradient behind it. Now, there's a couple of weird styles we have to use here. It's not actually straightforward to add a gradient to text in CSS. You kind of have to, use a couple different properties here. We have background clip, which is going to be text. We're going to have WebKit background clip. Where's it at? Background clip. And this is going to be set to text as well. We're going to have WebKit text fill color. Whoops. Fill color. And this is going to be set to transparent. Now you can see our color coming through. And lastly, we're going to set our margin to 8 pixels. Margin right, that is. You could just see that it pushed off the left side of the screen, margin right. And now you'll notice when we added this clip here, it almost made the text look a little skinnier. So if we get rid of this real quick, the text actually looks a little thicker without it. right? And so we want to make sure that intelligent and note-taking have the same type of boldness as the other text within our heading. And so I overrode the default style. It did font size, or font weight rather, 900. So you can see now it's more consistent with this other text. Before it kind of looked a little skinnier. If we comment it out, it looked skinnier than the other text. Doesn't look right. So set it to 900. That makes it so that it looks consistent again with the design. Now we're going to set the, now again, we're going to be over, we need to add specificity. So we're going to do .text at regular, but we're also then going to target hero subheading. Again, this is because we need to set margin. We need to override the default margin that's set on the text regular class here. So we're going to set color, primary 100. And we're going to set the margin bottom to 50 pixels. So now you can see our design is really shaping up here, right? We have our heading, we have our subheading. It has a margin on the bottom of it so that it pushed the input off of it. And now it's looking quite nice. Our graphic is on the right side. And you can see right now it's pretty much consistent with this design, our finished design. Obviously, we have a scroll bar on over here. Right now we're in mobile, which is helpful for the sake of design here. Or we're not in mobile, but we don't even have enough content to scroll yet. You can see here with the bar, it looks a little different, but it's pretty much the same thing. So now let's set up the input, and now then it's going to start really shaping up here. And not being such an eyesore. Right now the input is certainly an eyesore. So let's target the hero input container. Remember, this wraps the input itself and the button. We're going to be able to, we're going to need to manipulate to position those elements relative to this hero input container that we're setting right now. So the position is going to be relative, right? We want to position the button and the input relative to the parent, or the button at least is going to have to be positioned relative to the parent so we can put it right on top of this input here. Our overflow is going to be hidden. The width is going to be 434 pixels. And the height is going to be 68 pixels. Now you can't see it right here because the container is, let's open up DevTools real quick, please. Let's see if we can hover over it right here. There it is. You can see the container. It's much bigger than the input and the button. And we're going to be positioning the elements relative to this container here. So now we can drop back to our standard view here. Let's shrink this puppy back down. And let's get back to it. So we have, and then lastly, we're going to have our border radius of 8 pixels. This is going to be helpful because it is going to force the rounding of the elements within the container, which is going to be our input. If we go to our final design, you can see that there's a radius here, and we can apply that to the container itself. We can apply it here and then say overflow is hidden, right? Now, we're going to be targeting our hero input itself, which is going to be the input field that we can type in. And here we're going to set the width to 100%. We'll set the height. Oops. The height to 100%. And we can set the margin 0 pixels, getting rid of some of these default button styles, or input styles rather. Padding of 0 pixels. And now we're going to override our padding left here. So first we set the padding to 0, then we can override the padding left here because styles get applied top to bottom. So this will get applied first, but then it'll get overridden here, right? Apply top to bottom. And so now you can see our placeholder text, Chad. You can see it's pushed 24 pixels off the left side, which is, again, consistent with the design. Let's go over here and look. 24 pixels off the side of that container. Our border is going to be none. And our outline is going to be none. Now, the next thing that we have to do is we actually have to target that placeholder. You can see that the placeholder text kind of looks out of place, and that's because it's not styled. So we'll target hero input and then placeholder. We're going to set the font family to DM Sans. Now you can't add a class to the placeholder itself, so we actually have to specify the font styles. We can't use the tricks that we've been using with classes. We're going to have color, var. We're going to set it to primary 300. We're going to set the font size to 16 pixels. And we're going to set the padding top to 30 pixels. I'm actually not sure why the padding top is set to 30 pixels. I'm not sure if that style would actually apply. I'm going to get rid of that. Perhaps I was just toying with it when I was going through there. But as you can see, we have our styles applied nicely here. For some reason, it seems bigger here. I wonder, well, first and foremost, let's see our placeholder. There it is. So enter your email. All right, so now it looks consistent with our design here. We got to open this up a little bit. There we go. Now we can really see. Beautiful. Absolutely wonderful. Now we can move on to our submit button, which is going to be right here at the end of the input. So let's do that. So hero submit. Okay, so now we're going to set the position to absolute, right? Because we're going to position this relative to so there's a parent container around this input, right? And we can position our button in the top right of that parent container, and that's going to allow us to put the button on top of the input itself. Like, it's usually not possible. With the document flow, you're supposed to have elements that are essentially adjacent to one another. And you can emulate putting elements on top of one another, or force it, if you will. It's kind of against the, it's kind of a janky solution. You're not supposed to use absolute positioning often, but we can use it in this context to make it consistent with the design, of course. And we're going to essentially place it on top of it. So we position absolutely relative to the parent element, which is the hero input container, right? This is positioned relative, and we're going to position this relative to that element, right? The button will be relative to the parent. So now our padding is 0 pixels. Our top is going to be 6 pixels. So what that means is I want the top of this element to be 6 pixels off the top of our parent container, right? The parent is just around this input. It's the same size as the input. So you can see 6 pixels off the top. It's right there. It's just off the top there. And we're going to set our right to 6 pixels. So we want it 6 pixels off the top, 6 pixels off the right. And now you can see it's in the top right. It's already kind of shaping up here. Next, we're going to set our height of 56 pixels. And we're going to set our width of 135 pixels. Our border radius is going to be 8 pixels. Our background is going to be our gradient. We're going to set display flex so that we can align the elements within our button itself. You can see they're in the top right now. Let's center them with justify content center. Center them along the horizontal axis. Center them along the vertical axis with align items. Primary 400 is going to be the color that we give to sign up here. We're going to set cursor pointer so that when we hover over the button, we have our pointer cursor. And we're going to set transition all 0.1 seconds. I want to make sure that this is actually the same as the navigation. So let's go back to the navigation real quick and check that. Yeah, all 0.1 seconds. So that's what we're going to use throughout here, right? You could change it, but you want to make sure that they're consistent, right? Because that will make the design much more tasteful. You don't want to just have a bunch of random animations that are a bunch of hovers that are different timing, of course. Hero submit, hover. Scale is going to be 1.01 again. So now you can see if we hover over it, it's got a nice little hover effect. Again, you can change whatever animations you want on the button. I think that looks nice. It's nice and subtle. And now we can move on. The last thing we have to do is set up the hero arrow here. Hero arrow. The height is going to be 24 pixels. Whoops. The border is going to be 1 pixel, solid var, primary 300. The border radius is 8 pixels, and the margin left is 8 pixels as well. So now you can see it's shaped up nicely. If we click between our designs, you can see that they are consistent. Beautiful. So now you can see we have managed to get our button on top of our input with position absolute. And we designed it so it looks nice. We gave it a nice little hover animation, and now we're good to go. We can put in chat at gmail.com. Obviously, we're not handling submissions because we're just building the web page here, the front end here. But nonetheless, it looks nice. So the hero input itself, I just realized we need to make sure that the designs are consistent here. So let's add this here, hero input. Right? So now we have the, not only on the placeholder, but we also have it on the text, right? So we add these here. And that should be good with our hero section. So now we can move on to, let me check. We're going to add our logos, and then we'll move on to our feature section. Right? So now we're going to move over to our logo section. You can see I have our logo component pulled up, our logo.css right next to it. And again, our logo section is going to be here. It's going to be moving from right to left here. And you can see we're going to have some overlay elements that are gradients, and they face inward. So you can see that as the text goes left, it almost looks like it fades off screen. That's because if you look at our design here, you can see that the logos fade when they go off screen here, right? Scroll to the right. And so that's why we implemented that with our design. So we're going to set that up, and we're going to start off by setting up our JSX here. So let's go to our logos component. And let's start setting it up. Now with logos, we're actually going to have to go into our constants file. So now we're going to start building out our constants file. The reason we're going to do that is because we have multiple logos and we don't want to import them all, right? So we could import each individual image up here, but that wouldn't be the most productive way to do it, because if we had to continually import more and more images or get rid of certain images, it'd be a little more difficult to navigate through 10 different image imports. Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to go over to our constants file, and we're going to declare the images here. So let's start here. We're going to have const logos. This is going to be all of our logos images. And what we're going to do is we're going to do new URL. I'm going to show you how to do one of these just so that I can explain the logic behind it. But I am going to copy them over again because I don't want to bore you to death here. Assets/logo banner. That's the directory that we have within our assets directory. And we're going to have logo1.svg. Now to make it consistent with the design, we're using logo 1, then we use logo 2, logo 1, logo 3, logo 4. It alternates. And then lastly, we're going to do import.meta.url. And we're going to get the .href attribute of the URL object. So we're creating a new URL object, right? We're specifying the relative path to the logo from the folder we're in, which is constants. And we're also specifying the path to the location where we are right now, right? That's import.meta.url. So that brings us to where we are, and this brings us to where we want to go to find the image. And lastly, we're going to take the href attribute. Now, again, I'm not going to type all these out, but these are essentially URL objects. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say export, and we're going to export our logos. Now we're going to export other things in here, this file here as we go along here. So we're going to export it like this, where we can export multiple things. So they're named exports. We have logos, exported here. We're going to have other things that we place right here soon. But nonetheless, I'm going to copy them in. Again, I recommend that you just copy these, or you can type them. I will set it here. But again, we're just creating URL objects, and each of these URL objects specifies a path to a logo. It specifies the import.meta.url as the second input, or the second parameter of the constructor for our object here, which brings us to the current location. And then we take the href attribute or property from our object. So now we have a series of logos, right, within this array. We export this array. Now we go into logos, and we can import logos. Import logos in parentheses here, right? Because we're going to destructure, because this object here, where's it at? This object that we're importing has multiple things in it. We want to take logos out of it. So we take logos out of it. Now let's go back into our utils/constants. And now you can see we have access to logos. And what we're going to do is we're going to loop through the logos, and we're going to put them within an HTML tag. We're going to be rendering them. So let's start off by creating our logo section. So section.logo, or logos. We're going to have a section called logo slide. And then within this logo slide section, we're going to have all of our logos. Now what we're going to do here is we're going to do logos.map. So we're mapping over each of our logos. Map is, if you don't know, it's a method that allows you to simply iterate over an array of elements. And we're going to take in two properties. So with the map property, or the map method, rather, what you can do with the first parameter, you're going to get the element that is in the array. So we map over logos. The first thing is the image itself, right, within our image itself. The second is the index. So as we iterate through this array, we want to know, are we at index 0, 1, 2? And the reason why that's important is because when we make these images here, so we're going to do image.logo, that's going to be our class name. Our source, as you'd expect, is image, right? That's our image object right here. Our alt will simply be logo. I'm going to put the class name at the start. But there's one other thing we need to add. And so we can actually check it out real quick. Let's open up our browser. Right here, you can see it says each child in a list should have a unique key property. Now let's bring this back here. Let's close this. The reason that this is important is because React needs a key property for each element in an array. And the reason why is because if there's changes to these elements, like let's say we update the content within one of these logos or something, React uses the key to know what the order is of these elements. And by doing that, it can minimize the amount of changes that it has to make on the DOM when changes are made. And I'm not going to get into it. There's a couple of reasons why there is a key property, but long story short, there's a virtual DOM. It communicates with the real DOM, and React needs this key behind the scenes so that it can manage these image elements. In our case, we're returning image elements, but any list items that you're rendering, you're going to have to specify a key or you're going to get that warning. And there's going to be unforeseen issues or slower performance if you do not add it, right? So we add our key. In this case, we're just using the index. Typically, you'll have like an ID. Like right here, we would probably have objects, and this would have the image itself and then an ID property. And then in here, you would actually just read in like the image.id and then image.url, for instance, for the source. But in this case, we're just going to get away with using the index. In a real project, you probably would use an actual ID. Now we're going to copy this down, right? So Shift-Alt down arrow. And what we're doing is we're actually rendering the list of logos twice here, right? So we're rendering all the logos as image tags. We're returning all of them, right? It's an implicit return here. We're putting it in parentheses here. So it's an implicit return, but this is a function that is returning. And then we do it again. The reason we do it again is because we need, if we just had one banner, the way that we're going to set it up is these logos will be traveling left off screen. And we want to have two of them adjacent to one another. So we have this set of logos, and then we'll have another set that's off to the right. And so together, let's restart this. As these logos move off screen to the left, we're going to have another set of logos right here that will also be following in its tracks, if you will, moving from right to left. And that will give us a long animation where we have tons of logos moving across, but again, it'll be duplicates. So it'll have the effect of circling, if you will. It'll have the effect of endless rotating. And that's why we do both of those. So hopefully that makes sense. But it'll probably make a little bit more sense once we get into the styling. But as you can see, we have a whole slurry of logos here. So, it'll look like, then this is probably halfway through, and then we're going to repeat, right? So now we can go down, and the last two things we're going to add are our div.logos overlay. And it's going to be logos. This one's going to be .logos overlay left and logos overlay right. Now, the reason we do this is because these are going to be, let's look at our design. These are going to be over the left and right side of our logos container, and you can see their gradients. So the logos look like they're fading off screen to the left and coming on screen from the right, and that's because there's actually a gradient that's overlaying this container that's facing in from the left right here, and then it's facing in from the right here. And I'll actually hover over them in our design here. Let me open it up. So right here, if I hover over it, you can see that this gradient right here, it's facing inward, right? And if I hover over here, you can see there's another one facing inward. This one's facing left to right. This one's facing right to left. And that's why these logos look like they're fading off screen here. Okay. So now we can go back over here and actually get our application on its way here, or our logo on its way here. So we have logos overlay left, logos over right. We're going to have to target those separately. And we also have logos overlay because that's going to be for our general logos overlay classes. Let's go in here. We're going to specify, or we're first going to target logos. Our overflow is going to be hidden. Remember, we're going to have a ton of logos. Some are going to be going off to the right of the screen, right? We have a bunch of logos, and some are going to begin in the center of the screen, but some of them are going to begin way off to the right. So we want to make sure that our container does not overflow in any way. Which essentially just means any elements that are not fit within this logos container, if they're off to the right of it, they're not going to show up and cause us to have horizontal scrolling. They're just going to be essentially hidden because they aren't within the bounding rectangle of the logo's rectangle itself. Hopefully that makes sense. And now we are going to set position relative. We're going to be positioning, let's see, our logos overlay, right? So the logos, we had the overlay that's on the left and the overlay that's on the right. Those are going to be positioned on top of the logos itself, or the logo container itself. So we need to position this relative so we can position the logos overlay as absolute. And now we're going to set the logos slide class here so we can target it and add some properties. We're going to have white space, no wrap, right? We don't want our logos to wrap. This is the parent of the logos itself. All right, let's go back. Logo slide is the parent of all the logos. We don't want there any wrap. We don't want there to be any wrapping. We want all the logos on one line here. We want to set our max width. Now this is going to be a little bit of a calculation here, or a little bit more involved. It's going to be 100% minus 87 pixels times 2. Now let me explain this for a second here. It looks like we added all sorts of brackets. We don't need that many. So what's going on here is, and even that, why is there so many brackets there? There does not need to be that many brackets. So let's go back to our design real quick. If we go over here and we zoom in on our design, you can see that the last logo here, see if we can target it, is 87 pixels off the left side of the container, right? And if we go to the right, the same is true. So for this logo here, it's 87 pixels off of the right side of the design here. So what we want to do is we want to get rid of 87 pixels twice over. So that's going to be, the maximum width is going to be 100%, which means 100% of the parent container, right? So the parent container is this 100% here. That's what it's in reference to, minus 87 on the right, 87 on the left, aka 87 pixels times 2. Now, what we need to do is make sure that the container itself is centered within that width, right? So if we set that, you could see it's right here. Let's open it up. You can see it's not centered, right? It's compressed, but it's not centered. Its width is fixed or whatever. Its maximum width is fixed now to a certain width, but it's not centered. So we need to do text align center, margin auto, right? So that pushed it to the center. Text align, I think I was tweaking that. Margin auto is what we actually need. And then our animation is going to be 35 seconds, or you can do 40 seconds. Rotate and infinite. Now infinite linear. So our timing function is linear, so it's going to be smooth, right? So you can see that it's not speeding up or slowing down. It's just a smooth linear animation. It's going to go infinite amount of times. We just want it to continuously run. It's going to be 35 seconds in duration until it restarts. And we're going to be using the rotate animation. Now the rotate animation, I'm just going to do, set it up here. It's going to be keyframes. That's how you set an animation. You do at keyframes, and then the identifier here is going to be rotate. We're going to do from, and we're going to do transform, translate X, and this is going to be 0. And then 2, so this is essentially says from, if you don't know, from means essentially the start, 2 means the end, if you will. And then here we're going to do transform, and we're going to do translate X negative 100%. So what this says is we want at the beginning of our animation for the element to be at 0, to be essentially, where it normally should be. And then at the end, we want it all the way to the left of its width. So if the logos as a section is 100 pixels wide, and then you translate 100% left, it'll be 100 pixels. It'll move 100 pixels left across the screen, if you will, and it would be completely off the screen. So hopefully that makes sense. In this case, it's not relative to the parent, right? Right here, we're talking relative to the parent, but right here, we're not talking relative to the parent. So now we can get back to our logo. And for our logo, we're going to have margin 0 pixels and then 40 pixels. So 0 pixels top and bottom, 40 pixels left and right. Then we're going to set our logos overlay. These are going to be positioned absolutely. Remember, these have to go on top of our logos container. So we're going to position them absolutely. We're going to set the top to 0. So we want it to be in the top of the parent container. And we're going to set the bottom to 0 so that it stretches top to bottom of the parent container, right? Because right here, if we look here, it actually fills the height of the logos container, the gradient, and then it's going to move left to right. We'll set that up in a second. We just have to set that with the specific classes that we outlined for the left and right gradient. We're going to set 100% divided by 2. Now, the reason we do that, again, if we go here, we can look at our animation or our overlays. You can see this one is half the size of the container, and this one's also half the size. Half, right? So let's open this up, see if we can open it up even more. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to here. You can see that this is half, this is half, this is half, this is half, right? So our width is 100% divided by 2 for each overlay. Now we need to target the individual overlays themselves. So the way that we're going to do that is we're going to use our logos overlay, and then we have our left modifier. And that's why we use the 1_. So logos overlay means it's the logos overlay element. _left means it's a modifier of this element here, because we're targeting a specific overlay. We're going to set the left to 0 because we want this one to be on the left side of the container, the parent container. And we're going to set the background to a linear gradient. I'm not going to type it out here just because it would be painful to watch me do that. I'll let you guys look at it for a second just so that you can type it out. Here it is. You can see a linear gradient. You specify 2 left, you specify the first color and the second color. So here you can see that we have the same color here, 888, 888, but we have a different alpha channel or alpha channel value. So here we have 1, which means that it's going to be completely this color, and this is going to be completely transparent, right? And you can see that if we hover over it, right? This, if we move this here, right? Completely transparent, completely not transparent. And that's why we get the effect here. So now you can see our logos here. Whoops. You can see that it's now it looks like the logos are kind of fading off screen here, which is exactly what we want. Now we can copy this down. We don't have to retype these styles in. We can do right. Now with this one, we're going to set right to 0, right? Because we want it on the right side of the parent container. And clearly it needs to be reversed here. So this one is going to be to right. There we go. So now you can see, I mean, this is absolutely wonderful. Now we have our design really shaping up, right? We have our logo section, which looks great. We have and I'm going to set this to 40 seconds. I think it just looks a little better. I think 35 even then is just a little too fast. There we go. Now it looks nice and smooth. Now we have our navigation section, our header, or our hero section rather, and we have our logo section. And next we're going to be moving on to our feature section, if I'm correct. So I will see you guys then. All right, so now we can get into building out our feature section. Now this section is definitely going to be a little bit involved. First, we're going to just add a testimonial, which will be very brief. And then after we do the testimonial, we're going to add the feature section. So that's going to be really the big thing here right now. So let's start off by creating our testimonial. This shouldn't take too long. Let's go into testimonial. Let's pull up our testimonial here. So our testimonial is going to be quite simple because we're going to be adding our content within app.js, the content that's within the testimonial itself. But we're going to make it a section. We're going to set it as testimonial. So here we're passing in children. We're going to be getting this from the props itself here. So if we're going to destructure it, children. And so we have children right here within our testimonial container. So we have testimonial, and then we have a div with testimonial container. We're going to be rendering the children within the testimonial container. And that's all we're going to need. The children we're going to set in app.js. So, and we're going to set the styles in a second here, but first let's set it up in app.js or app.jsx rather. So here's our first testimonial. It's right below our logo section. And let's start crafting this up here. So we're going to set, let's go to app.jsx. First things first, we're going to add a h5. So h5, and it's going to be, we're going to give it the h5 class that we made. And we're also going to give it the testimonial heading class. And I'm going to copy the text in here. You can type it if you want. It might make more sense for you too if you don't want to keep having to jump back to the repository here, but I'll put it down there for a second. So you can see that's the text of real-time synchronization of AI-powered organization have made our workflow more efficient than ever. That's going to be our heading. So let's go back here. You can see we're going to have a heading here. We're going to have the individual who gave the testimonial and then the individual's organization, right? So here's the heading. Below that, we're going to have a div, and this div is going to be class testimonial author section. It's going to hold the author and the company that they work at. Remember, these are going to be JSON elements, and we're going to just set these up with Flexbox. It's going to be a little bit easier. First, we're going to set a p tag. This is going to be our text regular class, and it's also going to have the testimonial author class. In here, we're going to specify Sarah Johnson. Let's copy that down. So Shift-Alt down. And here we're going to set the testimonial organization. And we're going to put Tech Savvy Solutions, right? So now we have all the content within our testimonial. Again, all of the children elements of the testimonial tag, right? So here's the testimonial tag, all the children elements. They're going to get rendered through our children property, and we're going to be placing them within testimonial container. So all of this information will just be within this testimonial container. And again, the reason we're doing it in app is because hypothetically, you'd have different testimonials in a real application, right? So you wouldn't just be using the same text again and again and again. And so you'd be able to specify the specific text you want within the testimonial and then render those with different text as you wish. And that's why we're specifying it this way. It's just best practices. Even though in the context of this project, we don't need to do that, we're going to continue to do that because that is how it really should be done. So let's go into testimonial and open up testimonial.css here. Now we can get into our styles. So testimonial.css and testimonial. First, we're going to target the testimonial container itself. We're going to give it a padding of 64 pixels. I also want to make sure that we have the correct spacing here, or the correct size on our screen so we can just see this design correctly. Again, we're designing for 1440 pixels. Our color is going to be white. And I actually think that we're going to override this color. So I don't think we're going to need this, but so I'll delete it for now. We should be overriding that. I think I might have set that as when I was developing the project just so I could see what was going on. Testimonial container. So the entire testimonial section, then within it we have a container, and this container is going to hold the testimonial itself, the name of the individual, and the company they work at. It's also going to have this double quote here. You see this double quote in the top left? We're going to have to position that absolutely relative to this blue box that's around all of these elements. You can see it's just sitting here right in this top left of this blue box, and we're going to emulate that with our code here, right? Our testimonial container is going to function as the box that this quote will be positioned relative to. So here we're going to set margin auto. We want this box to be in the center of the screen. So within our testimonial section, which is going to span the width of the screen, we want this testimonial container to sit right here in the middle. If we zoom out, you can see it's right in the middle. The next style is going to be a max width, and the max width is going to be 484 pixels. Again, we're not setting the width, right? So we're not making a responsive design today, but we are setting max width instead of width, right? Because you don't want to use fixed properties. So it's better to use max width or max height or min width. Min width and min height obviously may not be the best option if you're trying to make a responsive design, assuming that they're big values. But it just makes more sense for responsive design. You don't want to set fixed values. So width equals this. You want to make stuff dynamic and flexible. And so we're setting max width in this case rather than width itself. And since it's div, it's going to fill that area from left to right. It's gonna, because you set up, even if you set a max width and it's a div is going to, it's a block level element, it's going to fill the container by default. And so position is relative. This is going to be for our double quote that we're going to be putting in the top left of this container, right? That's going to be position absolute once we get to it. And now we can move on to our testimonial heading. Testimonial heading. Again, there's not much to see, but we should jump over here. Testimonial heading. We're going to set margin of 0 pixels. Not that. We don't want to save our testimonial. I don't even know what it was saving right there. Maybe the file. Text align is going to be center. So now you can see it's centered here. Let me just hover over it. See? So our margin is auto on this, so it's pushing it towards the center. And then within our heading here, we're also centering it because we want the text to be centered within the header itself. And now we can set our color. So our color is going to be var, and it's going to be accent. And that's going to be for our testimonial heading, right? And now we're going to move on to our testimonial author section. This is going to be display flex. The column gap is going to be 16 pixels. This is going to separate our, let's hover over it, Sarah Johnson, the name of the individual who gave the testimonial, and the company they work at, right? So that's what the column gap does. Display flex, that's a row. So these elements are adjacent to one another, even though they typically would be stacked on top of one another. The height is going to be 43 pixels. We're going to justify our content center. So that's going to make sure that these elements are in the center of this container. So now you can see these are centered correctly below our heading. And we're going to do align items end. That's going to push them at the bottom of that container. Because if you look at our design, you can see that if we zoom in, you can see that these text elements within their container down here, they're actually at the bottom of it. Right? So we're going to use align items end in this case. And that's going to put them on the bottom of the vertical axis. Because in this case, our cross axis is horizontal. Our main axis is vertical. Or our main axis is horizontal. Our cross axis is vertical. So align items in this context justifies or centers elements along the vertical axis. Now we're going to have testimonial organization. Hopefully I'm not missing any styles here. Let me just check the design real quick. Let's see what this is. This is primary 100. Whoops. And that's because I didn't target the author, I don't think yet. The testimonial author, which is very interesting. I think I might have not targeted that. But here we can just say, right here we can just say var or color. And let's see, this should inherit here. So let's do var. And this will be primary 100. Let's see if that works. So it is working, right? Because if I get rid of this, you can see it's dark. So that's nice because now that's going to cascade down to both of these, even though we actually have to override it for our organization here. So our organization, we're going to have color. Or one sec, let me check the design here. I'm not sure if that is correct. Oh yeah, it is because there's just an opacity on it. Correct. All right, so for this, we're going to have color var, and it's going to be accent, or my bad, primary 100 as well. But in this case, what we're going to do is we are going to set the opacity to 0.7. And that gives it the effect of being a couple shades darker. So you can see here, it looks a little darker. That's the effect we're going for. So now our testimonial is looking quite nice. Now all we have to do is add our double quote, scroll up to it, double quote, so that it is consistent with the design here. So let's go here and let's go testimonial __ quotes. And let me check, did we add the testimonial quote? Let me just check real quick. For some reason, I thought that we missed it. Let me check that we actually added it. We didn't add it. For some reason, I knew we did not add it. All right, so the last thing we have to do is actually add the quote. Now, this is going to be positioned absolutely. So it's not going to be, it doesn't matter where we position it in here because we're going to be taking it out of the normal document flow here. But we're going to set it as, we're in app again. We're setting in the testimonial tags, testimonial. And this is going to be quotes, right? Again, I like to put the class at the start. Our source is going to be double quotes. So let's go up here and import this. This is going to be images. And we're going to say import double quote from // assets / double dash quote .svg. And then you can see React is complaining because we don't have something in our source. Put that in there. And again, we're going to set our alt to double quote. Or we'll just put quote. Hopefully that will make it wrap. It didn't wrap. Awesome. So now we have that. And you can see our quote is at the bottom left of the container, which is obviously not consistent with our design. So let's set that up correctly. We're going to set the testimonial quote as position absolute. We are going to set the height to 24 pixels. We're going to set the width to 37 pixels, the top to 0 pixels, and the left to 0 pixels. Again, this is going to put it in the top left of the parent container. So in our case, the parent container, we can actually jump into DevTools for this one just so it's clear, just to make sure. Please. Let's make sure that there's no errors. Nice. So here you can see the parent container is testimonial container. And this has the quote here. Where's it at? The quote. And it's positioned in the top left of this container. Right? Positioned relative. It's positioned absolutely, which is relative to the parent itself. So looks nice. Looks like everything is working fine. And we can move back to our correct sizing here. Move this back. And now we can move into the feature section. All right, so now we can move into our features section. So let's open up our features.jsx and our features.css here. First things first, we're going to start setting our, actually let's go in and start, let's start with setting up our constants. I think that'll be a little bit better. And I definitely recommend that you guys copy this from the repository. This is not one of those things that you're gonna wanna code along with me. But essentially what we're gonna do here is we're gonna go to constants. And I'm gonna go down here and I'm gonna copy it over just because it's quite long here. And our features, let's copy it. It's just going to be an array of objects. So I'm going to paste it in and then we'll go over what's in here. So here in our features, let's close our file explorer. What we have is we have grid area. And the grid area says, this one says top left. This one says top right. This one says bottom left. This one says bottom left middle, bottom right middle, and then bottom right. Now, why are those there? Let's look at our original design here. Here you can see we have a top left, we have a top right, and then we have a bottom left middle, a bottom right middle, and a bottom right. But what we're going to have here is a grid that is 8 cells. So one cell on the top right, one cell on the top bottom, or one cell on the top left, bottom left middle, or top left middle, bottom left middle, top right middle, bottom right middle, top right, and then bottom right. So it's an 8-cell grid, but the top 2 cells are going to take up a width of 2 cells, right? So this cross-platform accessibility and customizable templates, that spans 2 cells wide here, right? And so grid areas allow you to specify that. We're going to want these to span 2 wide, these to span 2, this other one to span 2 wide, customizable templates right here, see this? And then each of these are just going to be 1 in width. So hopefully that makes sense. And we're going to be using grid area. You guys are going to see how we apply it. Just add these here, copy this into your constants file, and we're going to be exporting it. But long story short, each one of these tiles has a grid area. Now notice, each one of these objects is just going to be a feature, right? It's going to have an icon right here. So image, you can see I have image. That's going to be the icon for the feature right here. This one's a thumbs up. This one's a globe. It's going to have a heading, right? So cross-platform accessibility. And then it's going to have a description as well, right? So there's a description. And that's all it is. So a series of objects, and they have their grid area. And I'll show you how we're going to apply those grid areas. Just give it a moment here. And of course, we need to export it. So let's export features. Now let's jump into the fun stuff, which is actually creating the feature section here. So section.features. And now we're going to have a div, and this is going to be features heading container. And now the reason that we're going to be doing this is creating a features header container is because the feature itself, the feature section is going to be this entire outer box, right? So like if I, for instance, pull this over here, the features box is this entire thing here, right? And then we're going to have a features header container, which is up here, and it's going to hold our header and our subheading, right? And then it's going to have some margin to push down the features themselves. And then here we're going to have our features, our feature container here, features container, and then each individual feature, right? So that's going to be the markup structure. So at the top, we have our feature heading container, which is going to hold these two items here, our heading and our subheading. So we're going to set that up now. Let's make sure our design is at the correct width here. So within our heading container, we're going to have our an H2 here. It's going to have a class H2 from our text classes. And it's going to have the title or class name features heading. Features heading. And here we're going to put SmartNotes. Because right here, we're going to have, so we're going to have, my bad, that's going to be within a span actually. So SmartNotes, you can see it's at the end here. And the reason we're going to wrap this in a span is because it's got the gradient. So what we're going to do is first we're going to go down here and we're going to type span dot, and we're going to say H2. This is also going to be an H2, and it's going to be features __ text gradient. And that's going to give us the ability to target just SmartNotes and give it the gradient here. Now, before this SmartNotes, we're going to have discover the power of. So let's just copy this right here. We can copy it directly from our screen here, our finished copy. And now you can see here it is, discover the power of SmartNotes. And we're going to be able to target SmartNotes directly, again, because we have it within a span. And you can see the styles are already applied. It's already nice and big, set up as our H2 because we have our text classes applied. So now the next thing that we're going to do is set up the subheading. I apologize. There's I think someone on a motorcycle going by. Hopefully you guys couldn't hear that. There's a lot of crazy people driving by my apartment here. But we're going to have features subheading. So again, we're applying the text regular class, and then we're calling this feature subheading. And then within here, or within this tag here, this p tag, whoops, it's copying, or it's highlighting that. I'm going to copy in the text here. I'll just paste it in. You guys will be able to see it here. I just don't want to bore you with my 2 words per minute typing. And we don't need the space here. So SmartNotes is packed with innovative features designed to revolutionize the way you take notes, collaborate with others, and stay organized. So there's that, the heading and the subheading right here. There's the subheading. And so now we have the container. We have our 2 elements, our heading and our subheading within that container. Now let's move down to our feature section, which is going to hold really the interesting content here, right? So features, and then this is going to be feature container, right? So we have, again, the reason, and again, this naming convention is block element modifier. So we have features, which is our parent element, features, and then our child element is feature container, or feature container. And the feature container is going to be, again, this thing that wraps all of these. It's going to be a grid here. And this grid is going to wrap all of our features. Now, this is where our features come into play, right? Instead of having to specify every single feature with HTML, we can simply iterate over our features, and because we have them saved within our features array, right? .. It's going to be utils and then constants, right? So here's our features, and let's start iterating over these puppies. Features.map. We're going to gain access to each feature object. Remember, each of these is an object, so I'm going to call it object. You can call it feature object or whatever, but I think object is sufficient in this context. And what we're going to do is we are going to return, for each of these features, we're going to return a div here. So return a div, and this div is going to have a class name of, well, actually we're going to have to do some, we're going to be using our, why am I forgetting what they're called? Template literal, or template string rather. And what we're going to do here, so what we're doing here is we're entering JavaScript, right? So we're setting our class name equivalent to a JavaScript expression because we're using brackets. That's how you enter JavaScript within React or within JSX. We're going to add the features class, right? But we also have to add the grid area. Remember, so this is going to be relevant to our CSS, which that'll tie it all together. But here we're going to have object grid area, right? So as an example, and so we can actually jump right into, I think the DOM should already reflect these changes here. So let's go here and let's hover over. We didn't set our key property, so you can see we're tossing an error, but let's go here. You'll see, where's it at? Our features container. Each of our features, so you can see this feature, the top left feature, it has a class of top left. This one has top right, bottom left middle, bottom right. Again, we go back here, you can see why we have those grid areas set up. But now because those classes are applied, we can actually target them in CSS. So we're going to be able to set it up to look pretty. I accidentally exit out of our final copy here, which is going to be important. So again, we need to add our key, which we discussed earlier, and we're going to just set it to index in this case. And within this div, we're going to specify our image. So each of our features has an image. Let's go back to our design. It has an image here, you can see. And we have that image saved in our feature object. So we're going to have image. This is going to be a feature icon. Let's start off by specifying the source, which is going to be equivalent to our object's image property. As we discussed earlier, this is actually a URL object, the href property of the URL object. Let's pull that. Let's actually open that up real quick. You can see the images. These are URL objects. We're taking the href property of those objects. That's what we're passing in here. Close our file explorer, and our alt will simply be object.heading. So in this case, we can use our heading to double up as our alt, or you could specify an alt within the objects within our constants file. So there we go. So now we have our images. If we go over here, we might be able to see them. So you can see each of our tiles has an icon. Obviously, they're just all off to the left here. It doesn't look too great. We will address that, of course. Text large, that's going to be the class that we apply to our feature heading here. Feature heading. So again, we have, that's definitely not how you spell heading. Again, we have an icon. Below the icon, we have our heading and then our description. So here we're going to have feature heading. Let's copy that down with Shift-Alt and the down arrow. And we can set these equal to other values of our object. So object.heading, which again is within the object here. You can go back to constants and check it. Each of the objects has a heading, and it also has a description. And then the last thing that we're going to want to add is actually a gradient. So now if you look at our design, you'll see that right here in the middle, there's this kind of green faded circle gradient, right? Zoom in there, you see it? Wonderful. And it adds a cool effect. It makes it so that the design looks a little less flat. And in our finished copy, you can see that we add that here. And so we're going to want to add that as well, of course. And that is going to be right here. It's going to be positioned absolutely, so we can put it wherever we want in this container. It's going to be pulled out of the document flow, right? It's just an overlay. And this is going to be overlay gradient. Feature overlay gradient. And we're going to put nothing in there. So this is going to have, as its background image, it's going to be the circular gradient that we see in our finished copy. Right now, we can't see really anything, but that's okay. Let's jump over there and start getting into the CSS now. So first things first, our features container is going to have a padding of 70 pixels on top and bottom, 0 pixels on left and right. Again, this is the big features container that wraps everything. So if I go into DevTools here, did I not specify? Oh no, okay, it was an old error. You can see that our features container is this whole thing. It has, the heading, the subheading, the features heading container, the heading, the subheading, the features, the whole thing, right? No padding on the sides. The page is set to 1440 maximum on the width here, so we just need padding on top and bottom. Whoops, don't do that. Please go back. Thank you very much. Now we're going to do position relative. Again, we need position relative so we can position our overlay absolutely with respect to the feature container. We're going to have our features heading container. Again, this holds our heading and our subheading. This is going to be margin bottom of 88 pixels. The display is flex. The flex direction is column. And the align items is center. So there you can see we just centered our text here, our heading. So essentially we're displaying them flex. The flex direction is column, right? Because we don't want our header container, which holds our header and subheading, to be adjacent, or I guess they are adjacent, but next to horizontally all of our features. We want them on top of one another, right? The heading is up here. This heading container is up here, holding our heading and subheading. These are below. So we display flex on the horizontal as a column, right? And then a line item center, remember, because our flex direction is not horizontal, it's vertical. In this case, it's column. Our align items is going to work inversely. So now it's going to be applied to the cross axis, which in this case is horizontal alignment, right? So typically it'd be vertical alignment if you had default, but in this case, align items actually centers items horizontally. That's why our text here, you can see, is now in the center. Awesome. Now we can move down to our, so here we're going to be targeting an H2 and then features heading. Again, the reason that we have to specify H2 before features heading is because we want extra specificity with the CSS so we can override the default margin. Primary 100, and we're going to have margin bottom of 14 pixels. There it is. So now you can see our subheading is nice and pushed off of our heading itself. We're also going to have to set a max width on that subheading because we don't want it to be one line. You can see in our finished design, it's 2 lines here, but we'll get to that. So our feature heading is looking nice here. We're going to have to set our feature header gradient, right? Because SmartNotes is supposed to have a gradient, and it's also hugging of right now, which clearly doesn't look as we want it here. So we're going to do H2, and this is going to be features text gradient. And we're going to set the, so again, this is where we have to add a couple properties because we're doing a text gradient on a, or we're doing a gradient on a text, which is a little bit more involved. So the background is going to be a gradient, my bad, it's not the background color. Again, it's just the background because gradients are actually rendered as images. Our background clip is going to be text. Our WebKit background clip, WebKit, background clip is going to be text as well. Oops. Our WebKit text fill color is going to be transparent. Our margin right is going to be 8 pixels. Our letter spacing is going to be negative 1.8 pixels. Again, I actually set this because it looked more consistent with the design. And again, our font weight is going to be set to 800. Now again, I had to do that because I felt as if the text looks skinnier. So if we get rid of this, 1 second. Please, stop. You can see that the, 1 second here. I wonder why it's not targeting it. It could be because I actually didn't specify the style. Let me check real quick. So you can see right here, it looks more bold, right? So you can tell in ours that it looks skinnier. It does not look consistent with what we want here. So let me just make sure that that is applying correctly. I wonder what is causing it to not have that font weight that we want here. And it might be because, let me just check real quick. Letter spacing negative 1.8. H2 features header gradient. Let me set it to 900 and see if that changes anything. 700. Let me make sure that we specified the style real quick. Let's go down to index.css. This is our H2. So it is the font weight. Well, actually, we're not going to, I don't think we want to specify it there necessarily, but the, interesting. So I'm going to figure out why that is. We need SmartNotes to be thicker, right? It does not look consistent with that. So just give me a second here. I just realized what the error was is because I was setting font size, not font weight. Jeez, sorry about that. Sometimes I just have brain farts like that. But now you can see that it's consistent, right? So originally I think it was supposed to be 700. I think that that's what this is here. Font weight of 700 on Discover the Power of. But SmartNotes, again, once you set that gradient on it, for some reason it appears skinnier. Like as an example, if we get rid of that. So just to make it look consistent with the design, we're going to add that. Now, for our feature, or for SmartNotes itself, which is a span element, we're going to have to clearly set a margin there so it's not adjacent to of right there. So now let's do features. One second, let me check the styles here. Let me see. The feature subheading. It's very interesting. I wonder why. I wonder what the property was that I added. It's because margin right. So this right here should have a features text gradient should have a margin right of 8 pixels. Is that not left, is it? Interesting. So that should be left. I wonder why that is right. The way that I set it in my document off to the right here. That's very interesting. But either way, that's how we want to set that. Let me just make sure that I didn't miss any styles here. And now let's continue on. So feature subheading. And actually, you know what? Let me just make sure that I didn't add extra space. So I know exactly what happened here. I know exactly what was going on here. So right here, you can see that it's kissing of. The reason why is because I actually added a space right here. So if you go into, you can go into JSX here, right here, back into our features, and you can see right next to discover the power of, we're just going to add a space character, right? So that is the effect of pushing it off, right? Space right there. And that avoids us having to add that condition there, that margin right, or my bad, margin left, right? So that right there helps us. And now we can move on. We're going to be moving into our feature subheading. And this is going to have a max width of 680 pixels. And so now you can see it's wrapped onto 2 lines, which is how we want it. We're going to set the color to primary 100. We're going to have text align, and it's going to be center there. So now you can see it's centered. And the color is applying. Awesome. So now you can see our heading looks commensurate with what we want here. And now we can move on. The next thing that we're going to do is start working on our feature section. So we are going to set our features feature container. So features. Feature container. Now it's going to be display grid. Remember, this holds all of our features. So each one of our features that we iterated through here, these are all being returned. These divs are all being returned within this container, right? So now we're going to set it as grid. And we're going to be setting grid template areas. So now this is very important because grid is extremely powerful in the context of building out grid layouts like this. And in responsive design with Flexbox, these are very, very important. So grid template areas, not columns, areas. My apologies. We're going to set top left, top right, top right. And you guys will probably be able to pick up on how this works if you don't know about grid template areas. But we're going to have bottom left, bottom left, bottom left middle, bottom left right, bottom right. Now, the reason we're doing this is whatever we specify as top left here is going to go in the top left of our grid. So our grid essentially is structured consistent with how we typed it here. So top left, this says I want 2 cells in the top left to be top left. Top right means I want 2 cells in the top right to be top right. And then here you can see these are all different. So BL, BLM, BLR, BR, these are all different because we want 4 cells that are all different in the bottom here. So if we specify TL on a certain element in HTML, we give it the TL area, then that is going to take up these top 2 sections consistent with how it's actually described right here, right? So I think that makes sense to you guys. I don't want to go into it too long. I imagine that many of you know about grid template areas, but for those of you who don't, I hope that made sense. Now we're going to set up grid template columns, and we're going to have repeat. We're going to set 4, and it's going to be 271 pixels. The reason we're doing that is because each of our columns here is going to be 271 pixels. So 271 here, 271 here, 271 here, and there's going to be a gap between them. If we look at our design here, let's zoom in. You can see we have a 24 pixel gap, or 25 pixels if you round up. So now that we have our 4 column setup here, we need to do place content center. Remember, this is a grid item, right? So this container is actually a child of our features container, and this is a Flexbox if I'm correct, or our features. I forgot. Let's see, features container. Let's go over here. Features container. This is a child of our features container, which actually doesn't seem like it's a flex container itself. Place content, if I'm correct, is a flex property. It might not be though. Place content and place items are good for aligning items, but I'm not sure if you have to be a flex item itself to apply these. Nonetheless, place content in this case allows us to center our items. You can see it's a little bit dark here, but if I highlight them, we can go here. You can see that on the left, now on the right. Again, we have 4 columns. Each are 271 pixels. That's what this does. It says I want 4 columns, grid template columns. So instead of saying 271 pixels, 271 pixels, and so on, we could do that 4 times. We can just say repeat for 271 pixels. We want 4 columns. Our template columns are 4, each at 271. And lastly, our gap is going to be 20 pixels for the rows and 24 pixels for the columns. Right? And if we check here, you can see 24 pixels between the columns, 20 pixels between the rows. Awesome. Now let's keep on moving. So now we have featured. And this is just a class that's applied to every single feature here, right here. This should actually be feature, my apologies. It's not a features, it's a feature, right? Each of these is a feature. And these features are going to have a padding of 32 pixels, 32 pixels, 35 pixels, and 32 pixels. And if you don't know, this is the way that you specify these properties is top, right, bottom, left. Our border is going to be 1 pixel. Solid, not sold. Please, my keyboard is having a hard time registering here. And the RGBA is going to be this color here. Now let me check the design real quick. Let's see. So you can see here our design has a border width of 0.5 pixels. Again, we cannot set a pixel border of less than 1. So we emulate that once again by using the color and then setting the opacity a little bit lower. In this case, our alpha channel is set to 0.5. So the opacity is lower. It gives the effect of making the line look almost like it's a half a pixel wide. If we were to set this to 1, you can see it's very bold. It looks very thick. That is not consistent with the design that says we need a half pixel border, but we can approximate it by doing that. As you can see, it almost gives the illusion of it being thinner. And lastly, the border radius of each of our features is going to be 12 pixels. And that's going to start making them shape up a little bit. So now they look, a little bit better. Not too bad, right? So now let's start adding our sections here of our grid template areas. So feature.topleft. Now remember what happened here. Let's open this up. I know we just went through this, but still it's worthwhile. We have each of these features and we added the class dynamically. Within features here, we added the object.grid area within the list of classes for this div, right? We entered JavaScript and we added it dynamically, right? Each object had this saved. Let's go back. Constants, each object had the grid area, right? Now all these divs have their respective grid area. So now we can target them in HTML, or my bad, in CSS rather. And this one, in this case, we're talking top left, right? So the top left, it needs to take up 2 cells here, right? 2 cells across. And we specified that with our grid template area. Whatever says TL, it's going to take up 2 cells in the top left of our grid template area here. So let's go here and we'll watch this happen in real time here. Grid area, and this one is going to be TL. There it is. So now you can see it takes up 2. And now I'm going to copy these down. We have a couple here. I'll just copy that many down real quick. TR is going to be TR. Now look at that. So now it looks like we're already shaped up. Now these bottom ones, I'm not sure. I think that automatically they're applied. So grid just knows, okay, I'm just going to essentially add an item here, and then it adds the items onto the next row left to right, onto the next row left to right. And I think that's the grid auto flow property that allows that to essentially just happen automatically. But I'm still going to specify them for good measure, just to make sure that it's clear. So we have bottom left, that's going to be down here. Bottom left. We're going to have bottom left middle, bottom right middle, And then, my bad, features.br. Feature, please. Feature. And grid area, whoops. Grid area is going to be bottom right. Whoa. Hello. So that, I have no clue how that just happened. 1 second. Let me just make sure what's going on there. Bottom right. That thing just flew way out of the document flow. Let me check to make sure that we set up our features right here. That thing just flew way out of there. Let me make sure that I set up the targeting of the CSS classes here. So bottom right, let me make sure our grid template area looks normal too. Okay, so that's bottom left middle and then bottom right middle, right? Bottom left middle, bottom right middle. My apologies, guys. Bottom right middle, right? Bottom left middle, bottom right middle, bottom right. Okay, there we go. So now we're targeting those correctly. Bottom left middle, bottom right middle, bottom right. So now we have all those set up, and you can see we have this wonderful grid here. Now, obviously, we still need to add some styles, but nonetheless, it's definitely shaped up here. And so let's get into the feature icon. That's going to be the first thing in each feature is the icon. The height is going to be 32 pixels. The width is going to be 32 pixels. The margin bottom is going to be 24 pixels. The border radius is going to be 5 pixels. And the reason why is because our icons here are going to have borders around them. Or yeah, here you go. You can see each one has a border. So we're going to set border radius of 5 pixels. The margin bottom is going to be 32 pixels. We want to push them off the top of the other text elements here. You can see the heading here. We push it off the icon here. You can see the margin below it. We're going to set our box sizing to border box. Again, that's going to make sure that the padding gets on the inside, if you will. Our padding is going to be 4 pixels. And our border is going to be 1 pixel. 1 pixel, solid, var, secondary 200. There it is. So now you can see our icons are looking consistent with our design here. Now we can move on to our feature heading, right? Each of these feature headings here. And to target the feature heading, we need to override the margin. So we're going to do text large. Text large, that's the first class that's applied to it. And then we're going to call feature heading, or we're going to use the feature heading class. So now we have enough specificity to override the default margin. Our color is going to be set to primary 100. Wonderful. And we can set our margin bottom to 16 pixels. We need to get the heading off of the subheading or the text content that is below it here. See? And now the feature description. In this case, we don't need to add any padding override or margin override, so we can just do feature description directly. This is going to be color, and we're going to set it to accent. Awesome. Now it seems like it's abnormally large. Let me go back to feature here. So this should be, I think, text medium. I put text large actually. This is, or my bad, it's text regular, text reg. So you can see much smaller now. Right, sorry about that. We're not applying the text large class from index.css. We're applying text reg. And here we have the color as var. Now this, or var accent, but this should be feature description. Let's see, feature description, feature heading. I didn't even change it, right? Wonderful. Feature description, right? Not feature heading. I'm sure you guys caught that. feature description. So now we have feature heading, feature description. This one is text large, this one is text regular, right? And that's here. So now we just change the color. On here, we had to change the margin, so we overrode by adding specificity by using 2 CSS classes. Here, we just use feature description. Now we're good to go. You can see our tiles are looking absolutely wonderful. Let's see if it looks perfectly consistent with these ones. It does. That is outside of the gradient that you can see in the background here, which does add some depth to the composition here. So let's add that. We're going to go down here and we're going to set our feature overlay gradient. So remember, this is going to be positioned absolutely relative to the parent container that it's within. Features overlay gradient, overlay gradient. The background is going to be center, no repeat. We're going to go into assets. We're going to go into features, radial gradient dash gradient dash features, right? And that's a circular gradient. So now let's see if we can see it. Doesn't look like we can see it. We're going to have to add some dimensions here. But we set center. So we want it to be the background image. We want it to be centered within the element that it's within, which is a div in this case. So we can go back here and see it's a div here. And we want it to be no repeat. So we don't want it to repeat over and over again. If you get rid of that repeat property and test it out on a couple different images, you'll see how that works. 350 pixels on the width. Our height is going to be 350 pixels as well. Our position, again, it's going to be absolute because we're going to be positioning it relative to the parent element. And now we can set those properties. We're going to set top to 45%. And we're going to be setting our left to 32%. All right, and as you can see, we can't see it right now. So let me just make sure that everything is working accordingly. So we have our URL, assets, we're in features, we have background, center, no repeat. Let me just make sure that I actually spelled this right. So this is going to be features, right? Not feature, features. And there it is. Wonderful. Features, overlay, gradient, targeting it here. And you can see it's right where we want it, just like that. Now we can scroll up. Let's see if we can get it. Oh man, look at that. Absolutely beautiful. So now our feature section is looking great. And now our application is kind of shaping up here. You guys can see we have our navigation, which is looking clean. Our hero section, awesome. The logos are going across smoothly. We have our feature section. So now it's really starting to shape up. And now we can move into, let's look at what's next. We have another testimonial that we'll get through briefly. And then the video section, which will certainly not be that difficult. So I will see you guys then. All right. So now we can jump into our video section. And I think we have a testimonial before it. Let's check. We have a testimonial and then a video. But now that we've already specified our testimonial, and because we're using the same text in this case, we don't even need to set up the styles or anything again. All we have to do is go back to app. Let's go to our app. We don't need app.css. I actually don't think we use app.css at all, but let's go down to our testimonial. And again, because we're using the same text and stuff, we're just going to copy this down. Now, if you want to change these, you can, just to make it, if you want to put this on your resume as like you implemented a landing page or something along those lines, then you might want to customize it a little more. Or if you just want to have some fun with it, I definitely recommend changing it up. You can see I just copied it down and now our testimonial has showed up here and it's already styled as we want it, right? And you can change this text, make it whatever you want, change the person's name, their company, whatever. But thankfully, the styles are already in place. So now we can get into the next section of our project, the real next section of our project, which is going to be the video section, which is right here. We have a video, an overlay that's kind of green. We have a button here that has a nice hover state to it. And there's two absolutely positioned gradients. You can see one up here just to the left of the video and one down here to the right. You can't see it that well, but if we open this up a little more, you can see it over here. Awesome. So we're going to start setting those up. We'll go over here so we can see the things happening in real time. So let's jump into our video component. Now, how you can do this is hold Control, click on video. That's going to take you to the import. Again, hold Control here and click on, hold Control here and click on this right here. And that will open up your video component. So it's a little bit easier way to navigate your React components, especially when you got a big project like this one. You can see, not a big project, but there's enough components to make you work for it when you want to find them. So let's start setting up our video. Let me find our corresponding video component here. So video is going to have a couple imports, and usually I import them as we go here, but we might as well import them at the top here, and then I'll explain why we're importing them as we go. So we're going to have video img from // assets / video.png. And we can copy these down, I guess, even though it might not save too much time. This next one is going to be top left gradient, TL gradient. This one is going to be bottom right gradient. Remember, we have two gradients within the video section. One is in the top left, one is in the bottom right of our video. Let's look at those again. Well, let's go to our design, actually. It's probably better. You can see down here in our video section, we have a top left gradient up here and one down here. So we're going to name them as such. And we can get right into making the video section. So again, this is going to be, once again, a section of our web page. We'll call it video. Within here, we're going to set our video container, right? And the video container is going to have a couple elements. So first and foremost, it's going to have an overlay, and the overlay is going to be this green thing, right? So the image itself here that we're using for this video is going to be normal in terms of its color. And then the overlay is going to be this kind of green hue that we're giving it. So first and foremost, we're going to add a image, and the image is going to be video image. And we're going to be setting our source equal to our play, which I think I set just video image here. Or no, that's actually the background image, right? So that's actually the big image here, see? And our alt will be just video. Obviously, you might want to make it more descriptive in real projects. Again, another keybind that's very helpful. Our shortcut is hold down Control and hit the Enter key. That means you can create a new line below the current line without having to go to the end of the line. So very, very helpful. Again, I'll show you that one more time just in case, because this is super, super helpful. You could be in the middle of a line, hold Control, hit Enter. Right? Very helpful. Button dot video play. And below this, we're going to have video overlay. My bad, that's not a div. That's actually a div, so we don't want to copy that down. This is going to be video overlay. And again, this is going to be the green hue that we add on top of our video. And the play is going to be the actual play button right here. The reason I made it as a button is because you're going to hover on it, and in a real application where this actually is a video, you'd be able to press this. So it would be a button. And that's why I thought it would be more semantic to actually represent it as a button as opposed to an image. So next, we're going to set two overlays. So these are going to be positioned absolutely, so it doesn't matter where we place them within the HTML. We're going to be taking them out of the document flow. This is going to be our first gradient. It's going to be image. This is going to be video-gradient. This is a general class for both gradients. And then we're going to have a specific class, and this is going to be video top left-gradient. So we can target this gradient specifically. Now with our source and our alt, we're going to add our alt as gradient. And we're going to set, or my bad, our alt rather. And our source is going to be top left gradient. Now we can copy this down because it's going to be more or less the same. We need to change this so it's the top, or my bad, bottom right gradient. And we're going to set this to bottom right gradient. And there we go. So now in our app here, you can see, oh, hello. What is going on there? Maybe it's set to repeat or something. Very interesting. Either way, we can fix that. It's not going to be much of an issue. We'll fix that. I think it might be because it's set to repeat. Very interesting how there's three though. Nonetheless, let's jump into our CSS and hopefully that we can address that. So we're going to first target video, which is going to be the parent container, right? This stretches across the page. That is 1440 width maximum. So the padding is going to be 64 pixels top and bottom, and it's going to be 0 pixels left and right. The display is going to be flex. Justified content is going to be center. And the position is going to be relative. There we go. Again, we need to position our gradients relative to this container. So we're setting its position relative. The overlays themselves will be position absolute. Display flex, we want to justify our content center on the horizontal axis in this case. Now the video container is going to have an overflow of none It's going to have a max height of 652 pixels. And its position is going to be relative as well. Now, the reason why we have to do that is because we also have a play button, and this play button has to go on top of this element, and so we will be positioning the play button relative to the parent, which is the video container. Right? If we go back here, you can see video container. We have our play button within the container. Now we're going to have video overlay. The background color is going to be let me just make sure that I'm not crazy and that I'm not messing anything up here. For some reason, I don't remember it repeating like this. I'm sure it probably did, but either way, let's get back to it. So video.css background color is going to be set to RGBA. And this is going to be, again, this is going to be a color that we have used before. But in this case, we have to set an opacity to it. So we're not going to use, any of our variables that we specified within root. We're actually going to have to specify it with an RGBA channel, which means that we can't just use the variable here. Okay, I cannot copy that. I was trying desperately to copy that, but my control key really is not behaving how I want it. 4, 140, 128, 0.6. And so now the video overlay is about to be displayed here. It's going to have a border radius that's consistent with our image here. Its position is going to be absolute. And its top is going to be, top is going to be 0. Bottom is going to 0. We're going to be essentially stretching it across here, right? Bottom is going to be 0. Our left is going to be 0. Our right is going to be 0. And there it is, right? So you can't see it well right now because there's some repeat action going on here. But that is what's going to overlay our image. So now let's go down here. And let me just check something. Okay, I just realized the silly mistake that I was making. I didn't update the import. So I was like, why is there 3 of these images? I just realized that all 3 of these gradients, both the gradients and the video image, refer to this image. That's why we see 3 of them. Of course, this is the one that we actually want on the left here. So my apologies for that. I'm going to copy the names here. It's video top left gradient. Oops. Actually, that depends on if my control key is going to work here. It's not going to work. So we're going to just type them in manually. It's going to be video or vid top left gradient. Nice. So we got rid of one of them. You can see the gradient right there in the middle. So it looks nice. And then I'm going to try and copy this. Please control key work. Nice. Top right gradient. Or it's actually going to be bottom right gradient. And there it is. So that, I'm not sure where that one's at. We'll have to find it in a second here. But either way, we can see that's working. We just got to make sure that these are positioned absolutely so they're not in the DOM. You can see it's kind of pushing our image out of the way here. So let's get back to our video CSS sheet. Now we're going to set video play. Right? So this is going to sit on top of our video here. You can't really see it because it's off the screen. What we actually should do right now real quick is we're going to set our video gradient style so that they are not pushing our video off screen, so we can kind of see what's going on. So let's go down here and do that actually. Video top left gradient. For this, we're going to have width of 600 pixels. Again, this one's up here, right here. A width of 600 pixels, a height of 600 pixels, a top of negative 215 pixels, a left of negative 10 pixels, and a z index of negative 1, right? Because we want it behind our video, right? So we want it off to the top, off to the top, off to the left, and behind our video image itself here. And we're going to set our video gradient styles also. These are going to be styles that apply to both gradients. And the position, the position is going to be absolute. There it is. You can already see that one's in place, which is wonderful. You can see we still need to set some styles here. Our gradient or our overlay is kind of over on the side of our image here. We don't want that. And you can also see our play button is literally just this little line down here. You can still click it though, kind of interesting. And we have video bottom right gradient. Now we're targeting the bottom right gradient, and we're going to set width to 450 pixels. We're going to set the height to 450 pixels as well. We're going to set the top to 325 pixels, and we're going to set the right to 10 pixels. Awesome, so there it is. You can see it off to the right. It'll look a little nicer once we get rid of that overlay error. Again, our z-index is going to be -1 so that it's below our video. You could just see that. If we get rid of that, you can see it was above it. Now it's below it, above it, below it. Cool. And we're going to have transform, and we're going to rotate it 5 degrees. Now the reason we want to do this is just because when I noticed that was more consistent with the design. It's subtle, but it's still more consistent with the design. And obviously we want to respect the design as much as possible. You never want to upset the designer. All right. So now we have that set up, and we can go back to setting the styles for our video itself and setting the play button styles, definitely. That is going to be helpful. So .video play. Again, this is going to be positioned absolutely relative to the parent container. In this case, the parent container is the video container. The border for this button is going to be none. The border radius is going to be 50%. We want it to be a circle, our play button. Our box shadow is going to be 0 pixels, 22 pixels, 64 pixels, and our RGBA is going to be set to 22, 28, 45, and 0.23. Now we can go down. We can set our background to center. We're going to set our URL here. And we're going to target the play button PNG file that we have. And you can't see it yet because we don't have any dimensions on our image here. So let's give it a position of absolute, right? We need to make sure it's positioned absolutely in the center of our video here. We're going to have a width of 114 pixels. We're going to have a height of 114 pixels on that. Whoops, that's not right. 114 pixels. The top is going to be set to 50%. The left is going to be set to 50%. Now you can see that it's not right. You can see that it's 50% top and right is not right. Why is that? Because if the video container is this box that's us hugging the video image itself, and we put the top left of the play button right in the center, that's actually where the center of the video container is, horizontally and vertically. But we don't want the top left of the play button to be centered. We want the center of the play button to be centered. So how do we account for that? If we have the top 50% over, or 50% down and the left 50% over, how do we offset it by half the width and half the height so that this play icon right in the center of the play button is actually centered right here? Well, we can do that by the following. We do transform, and we translate -50% of the width of the element itself, the play button, on both the X and Y axis. There it is. We translated half up, half left of the width of this item, and the width / height, right? It's a circle. And the Z index is going to be 1. We need to get it on top of our video here. Our cursor is going to be pointer, so that when we hover over it, you can see that we have a nice, we wanted to change the cursor or pointer so that it's evident that we can click on it. And our transition is going to be all 0.2 seconds, ease in, out. All right, now that's interesting. There seems to be a border around it. I wonder why that is. It must have to do with our box shadow. So let me just check that real quick. Border none. Border radius 50%. This should be border radius. Border radius. There it is. So now you can see we have our button. It has a nice little shadow to it, but we're actually going to add a transition. So we have transition all, right? It's 0.2 seconds. This should actually be 1. Remember, we said we want to keep our buttons consistent here. So we'll keep our transitions to 0.1. And what we're going to do is when we have a video play hover state, we're going to set the box shadow to 0 pixels, 15 pixels, 35 pixels, and our RGBA is going to be 22, 28, 45, and 0.3. So now if we hover over it, you can see that there's a nice little, it's subtle, right? We want to keep it subtle. We don't want it to be too extreme, but you can see that there's a nice box shadow that kind of comes in. It's a little bit spread right here. It's more spread out. And then we use these two properties here to kind of tighten it up and give it a little more depth there, right? So now we can move on to nothing else. That's all we have to do for our video. So you can see everything looks nice here. We have our gradient in the top left here, gradient in the bottom right. We have our video looking nicely. We have the green overlay on top of it, which makes it match the theme. The play button looks great. We put our testimonial just above it at the beginning of this section. And yeah, look at that. Our design is really shaping up now, really shaping up. We have all sorts of sections going on here. Next, let's see what's in store. We're going to have another testimonial and then our pricing section, which personally is my favorite section. So this is when it actually gets interesting. Look at this. We're going to set the a real select, which is a little bit involved, but it'll be fun to do that. And we're also going to be setting React state. Right, so you can see that we're going to be converting these from monthly to yearly. We're going to be having some light theme and dark theme components. So yeah, I will see you guys there. All right, so now we're ready to tackle the pricing section. So here you can see it again in all its glory. Let's get right into it. So let's open up our pricing class here, or our pricing component, as well as our pricing style sheet. And we're going to start going to work here. So let me pull up my pricing sheet, pricing JSX, and the pricing is going to be composed of subcomponents. So our pricing section, let's go here. You're going to see that we're actually going to have obviously our heading, our subheading, these elements here, but these tiles are going to be called pricing tiles. So our pricing component is going to have 3 subcomponents that are pricing tiles, and we're going to render those within our pricing component itself. And we'll get to that in a second, but this is going to be the exciting one. Like I said, we're going to add some state. We're going to add a couple different interesting conditions. And yeah, it's going to be fun. So let's get right into it. First things first, let's just import what we need to import. So let's import pricing tile. From pricing tile / pricing tile. So now we have our pricing tile component, and now we're going to import something that we do not have set up yet in our project, but I will explain it. It's going to come from our constant file as well, or constant files as well. Pricing data. And now what this is let's go into utils. Util / constants. Now pricing data, what this is each one of these tiles, you're going to see it has an icon, it has the plan name, it has the price, it has a series of bullet points, it has a call to action text, and it also has some text just below the call to action button. And so we're going to make it so that when we render each of our pricing tiles, we can simply pass in the pricing data to each tile, so that if we wanted to add new tiles in the future or add more tiles, change the tiles in any way, we wouldn't have to write a bunch of markup, right? We just want to iterate through a list, pass in the data, and then it'll automatically set up the components how we want them based on the HTML and CSS. And so let's run over quickly to our constants here. And this is going to be, I'm pretty sure, the last big thing that we add to constants. Again, please do yourself a favor and just go to the repository and just copy this over. But I will explain what these objects are and how they work here. So pricing data, let's export that. So let's look at our first one. So first and foremost, we have dark mode set to false. Now the first tile here is light, right? The second tile is dark, and the third one is light. So our first and third tiles here are going to realize that these are objects within an array, right? So this pricing data, it's an array with 3 objects, 1 for each tile. The first one is dark mode false, dark mode true, dark mode false. We're going to be using that Boolean variable to set CSS class style so that our middle button is dark, right? And these ones are not. Second off, we have the plan name, right? So we're going to pass that into, I think, a p tag, p element in HTML, and that's going to be right here. We're going to have our plan icon, which is going to be just next to our plan name right here. So you can see we have a diamond there. We have a kind of abstract looking circle here, and then we have enterprise, the icon there. We have our plan price, which is $9.99, $19.99, and then custom. Here we just don't specify it actually for the third object, which is, we'll check for that. If it's not specified, we know that it's custom. We have our bullets, right? Because each one of our tiles has a series of bullets here. Bullets, bullets, and bullets. And we have our call to action. So you can see we have start free trial, and then contact support. So you can see start free trial, contact support. Hopefully that makes sense. We just need that data so that we can inject it right into our pricing tile components here. So now let's get back into it. We're importing our pricing data, which is, again, an array of objects. And let's start working on our pricing section. So we're going to start off by creating a section with class pricing. Right. And next we're going to have a div, and we're going to call it pricing heading section. And what this is going to be is, you can see right here, let's actually pull this to the side so we can pull open our dev tools here. Oh, something's complaining. But you can see that the heading and our subheading, these exist within a container here. See? And then we're going to have another container that holds our pricing billing section, as you can see. And that allows us to toggle between these two. That'll be our second section. And then our third section is going to be our tiles, our tile section themselves. Right? So 3 sections. One section here for the headings and subheading. One section for this billing section that, as I refer to it as, which has our toggle. And then we have our pricing tiles themselves. So yeah, let's get right into the action. So we're back at our project here. We can't see anything yet because we don't have anything. Let's get rid of our file explorer so we have a little more real estate. So here we're going to have, within our heading section, we're going to first have our heading. That's going to be an H3. It's going to have the H3 class, and it's also going to have our pricing heading. And it's going to have pricing and plans. To avoid typos, I'm going to copy. So you can see there it is. Right? To avoid any typos, I'm just going to copy this P tag, the P, or the subheading, if you will. And this is going to be text regular. So we're going to apply text regular class, and then we're going to do pricing subheading. And I'm going to copy it in. It says, with lots of unique blocks, you can easily build a web page without coding. Build your next landing page. This is probably into reference to some no-code tool. But that forms that. So now we have our headings, right? Our heading and our subheading. There they are. And now we can go about setting up the next section, which is for our toggle here, right? Our toggle and these 4 elements, right? So let's do that. So this is our first section. Now our next section is going to be our div, and it's going to be a pricing billing section. Now within here, we're going to have 4 elements, as I stated. First, we're going to have our P tag, and this is going to be text medium. That's going to be the class that we apply to it. And we're going to have pricing period text. Right. And that's going to be right here, monthly. And now next, we're going to have a div, and we're going to have a div that wraps a couple elements, and I'll get to why that is. Or my bad, it's actually a label, and I'll get to why that is here. So it's a label element, and the label is going to be called toggle, and that's going to be our toggle here. We're going to get rid of the HTML4. We don't need that in this case because we're going to have the elements within the label itself, so that gets rid of the need for those the for attribute there. And what we're going to do is we're going to put our input, and this is going to be our toggle input. And the type is going to be checkbox, right? Because that's actually what it is under the hood. Now, if you guys don't know, there's no such thing as a toggle in HTML. So what you actually have to do is you have to create an input that is a checkbox, right? Just like a standard checkbox. You can see it down here. We just check it. And then we're essentially going to do a bunch of manipulation to this where we get it to look like this, essentially, right? And I'll show you the markup, the way it actually looks in the DOM itself. It's a little crazy, but I'll show you. So here it is. We have a span, which is our toggle circle, which we'll make in a second here. So we have span, toggle, circle. Within the span, we have a before, which is essentially a pseudo element. I don't want to get into what that is exactly just because, you know, it's a little tricky, some of these topics. But either way, I imagine you guys know it's a pseudo element. And you can see that that represents the circle, right? And that circle, when we move it, you can see we can move it. Now it's over there, right? So the pseudo element is actually the circle itself that's within the toggle. And the toggle circle is actually this outer container here, this outer gray container. And so this is what's going to form our actual toggle switch. And then the input is what's just listening for the event here. So as we click on this, the input, the checkbox itself is listening all around here, right? But it's actually not what we are animating, if you will. And so that's the way it's going to be structured. Obviously, you'll be able to get a little more of a better feel for how that's all working once we get into the CSS itself. But nonetheless, that's what we have. We have an input. And then second, we're going to have our span. And this is going to be our toggle circle. We're going to set an on click here. So now this is how you set an event listener in React. You set on click and you set plan period toggle. Now what this is going to be, I'm going to go up in here and set it here. And what we're going to do is we're going to initialize some state. So if you don't know what state is, essentially what we can do is we can just have variables or data that can be manipulated through the lifecycle of our application or our component. And obviously we want to do this when, in this context, we want to be able to hit this toggle and then the prices change, right? And we want other information, other data to render conditionally based on whether this toggle is monthly or yearly, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to use state. And the way that we set this up is we do const plan period and set plan period. Now that's the convention. So you set the name and then set that name. So it could be const data and then it could be set data. That's kind of the idea there, right? And our default data type, so we assign this to use state here. Your default data type has to be consistent with what it's going to be for the duration of this state variable. So as an example, in our case, our default is going to be /monthly. Now the reason I'm saying /monthly is because we want to render /monthly right here and right here. But if it's yearly, we want to render /yearly, right? So not only are we going to use this state variable as a means of rendering this text here, but we're also going to use it as a condition to check whether we should be rendering the yearly or monthly prices. Remember, if we do monthly, this is the monthly price. If we do yearly, we get a 25% discount, and this is what that comes out to, right? And we're going to do that calculation. But this is what we're going to set it to. It's either going to be /monthly or we're going to set it like this. It's going to be /yearly. Yearly. So that's going to be the two values, /monthly or /yearly. And you'll see how that all works. You'll see how it all gets implemented there. Just know that we're going to be updating that value as needed. And what we're going to do here is we're going to set const plan period toggle. It's going to take in the event object. And I just realized we actually don't need that. I was messing with it when I was building out the application, but we don't need it for this. What we're going to do is we're going to say plan period, and we're going to use a ternary operator. So hopefully you guys know what this is, but I can explain it as well. It's going to be /monthly. So if plan period equals, this is just an if-else condition if you don't know what a ternary operator is, right? Ternary as in three things. So plan period equals /monthly. If that is true, question mark, then we want to set the plan period to /yearly. /yearly. Or my bad, /yearly. I just realized that I did actually indeed use lowercase. You can see it's lowercase here, /monthly and /monthly as well as /yearly, right? So I did use lowercase within the app, and that's consistent with the design also. So we're going to set these to the correct values here. Monthly, /monthly, /monthly, and /yearly. So if the plan period equals /monthly, then we want to set it to yearly. So we're going to set plan period to yearly, right? We set this value with this function. When we use state, we say this is our default value, and in return, this use state will return us an array. We can destructure it. First, we have the plan period, which is the value, and this is the state. This is the method that updates the state, or the function rather. So this function we can pass in a value, and now this value here will be equal to whatever we pass in. So if it's monthly, if our plan period is monthly, update plan period to yearly. Otherwise, we're going to set plan period to monthly, because if it's not monthly, then that means it's yearly. And we're only going to be toggling between those two options. So in this case, it's essentially just a way to say, if it's monthly, go to yearly. If it's yearly, go to monthly. Hopefully that makes sense. And it looks like we have a syntax error. So we'll check what that is here. I think it has to do with the function itself. Let me check. Oh no, it's because our on click, right? So plan period toggle. So now when the individual clicks on this toggle circle, which I showed was essentially this gray outline here, it is going to trigger this. And if it's monthly, it'll go to yearly. If it's yearly, it'll go to monthly. And we're going to be using that plan period variable throughout, I'm pretty sure our tiles. Yeah, we're going to be using that variable within our tiles, right? Because we need to update the price and this label next to them, right? Either monthly or yearly, based on this state variable, all right? So now let's move on. We now have our billing section done, which is right here. And we're going to move on to our next section. So that says monthly. We actually need yearly, right? So we actually need to add a couple more things here. We need yearly, and then we also need this little pill that's saved 25%. So let's do that. We're going to have P text medium dot pricing period text, right? And this is going to say yearly. And this is going to be a span. It's going to be toggle circle. And this is going to be this little pill that I talked about, and it's going to say save 25%. Awesome. And so we can see these all here. Obviously, you can see they're on top of one another. We're going to make these adjacent with a flex box here, but it's going to be monthly. It's going to be our nice toggle, and then it's going to be yearly, and then this pill that says save 25%. All right, now we're going to go into our third and final section. Now this section is going to be where we actually render the 3 tiles here, right? And this is going to be a subcomponents, right? So this is going to be pricing tile section. And we're going to be rendering our pricing tile here. So we're iterating through our pricing data. Remember, we can go in here. Our pricing data is 3 tiles here. These are objects. Now, what we do is we render or we return a pricing tile. So we're going to be rendering 3 pricing tiles within this div here. And for each of these pricing tiles, we need to pass in our props here, right? So we're going to first set key. Remember, we have to set key for anytime we're rendering a list of items. For React, it needs that on the back end. And we're going to go like this. We're going to set tile. And now what this is going to do is it's going to get our tile, which is an object. Remember, within our array, it's an object. And it's going to spread all those properties into pricing tile. So now we're going to have access to all of the properties within tile within our pricing tile component, which we'll go to in a second here. And the planned period is going to be set to planned period. Again, we're going to need this state variable within our tiles because we want to be able to change the price and /monthly to /yearly right there. Boom. Awesome. So we need to pass down that state variable. And because we're passing a state variable that's updating here, every time this state variable updates, what's going to happen is it's going to re-render this component. And it's also going to re-render the child components, which are these tiles, which is what we want. Because anytime we toggle this up in the parent component and we call this method, we reset this variable, we need all of these tiles to re-render because the price has changed. Right? So now let's go into pricing tile here. And actually, you know what? We'll start off with setting our styles for our, where's it at? Our pricing tiles here, or our pricing section first. And that's going to get our heading, and that's also going to get our billing section, which is obviously monthly, yearly, and then the save 25% here. So let's do that first. So when we enter our pricing style sheet, we're going to do .pricing. Our padding is going to be 96 pixels and 144 pixels. So again, this is just going to be our pricing container. This is going to be outlining the entire page right here. Let's jump into DevTools so we can see what's going on here. Looks like we got some old errors. Hopefully those are not new errors. Cool. So our pricing section, you can see we are 96 off the left, or 96 off the top and bottom, 144 off the left and right. Again, we can look at our design just to show you where that's motivated from. Here, you can see we're 144 off the sides, and we are 96 off the top and 96 off the bottom. And here's the design in all of its glory. Beautiful. All right, now we can get on with the pricing section. All right, so the next thing that we're going to do is we are going to set our H3. So again, we have to override the default padding in H3. So we're going to target H3 and pricing heading. That adds some specificity to our CSS when we use 2 classes in one. So we can override the default margin on H3. We're going to do color, var, secondary 200. So there it is. Beautiful. Consistent with our design here. Where's it at? Right there. Pricing plan. The margin bottom is going to be 17 pixels. Sorry about that. I keep having to clear my throat for some reason, even though I'm not sick. It's kind of concerning. And we're going to do text align center. So when we apply this, let's see it. Here's text align center. Awesome. So now we pushed our heading to the center here. And we can move into our subheading. So here, we don't need to change any margin, so we can just target pricing subheading. The color is going to be var -- primary 100. And the text align is going to be center. So you can see we set our color accordingly and we centered it. Now it's looking wonderful. That actually might be exactly consistent with our design here. So that's a great start. Now we just need to set up this billing section before we can move into the tile section. So let's set our pricing. Our pricing billing section. It's going to have a margin of 0 pixels. It's going to have, let's see it, it's right here, right? It's going to have a margin of 0 pixels, or my bad, it's going to have a margin of 40 pixels, so that's going to be top and bottom. You can see it just kind of pushed itself off there, right? So now above monthly, right here you can see there's 40 pixels between monthly and this text here. And then also below here, you can see between pricing tile on the bottom here, it's 40 pixels. And we're going to set 0 pixels on the left and right. Our display is going to be flex. Our column gap is going to be 14 pixels. Our justify content is going to be center. And our line items is going to be center as well. So now you can see right there, I can highlight them. We justified our content. We set our column gap so that these items were separated monthly, the select field here, or the checkbox for now. Yearly and save 25%. You can see we gave them a column gap of 14 pixels and push them apart nicely. Again, that's consistent with our design. Let's zoom in and check it out. 14, 14, 14. We have a justify content of center. So we centered them on the horizontal axis. The align items in center, so they're centered on the vertical axis. And now we just need to make sure that they're visible here. And so we're going to do that by targeting pricing. Pricing, period, text. And the color is accent, right? So there it is, looking wonderful. And our pricing savings is going to be color. Whoops. My yellow or my L key is super, it's just not working for some reason. I have to press it a couple times for it to get to respond there. Sorry about that. And our pricing savings is going to be primary 400. All right. And we can't really see what's going on there yet, right? The pricing savings, where's it at? Pricing savings. This is a dark, right? It's a dark text element because it's within this pill here. See? All right. And so now we are going to set our toggle. So one second, let me make sure that for some reason we don't have the pricing savings gradient set. I have it set lower in my file here. I want to put that up here. Pricing savings. So let's set that so we can actually see that magic, or that beautiful pill. Pricing savings. So this is going to be border radius of 40 pixels. It's going to have a width of 92 pixels. It's going to have a height of 26 pixels. The background is going to be set to gradient. The display is flex here. We're going to have a line item center. And pricing savings, I must have spelt it wrong. Let me go to pricing here. Hello, pricing savings, where are you at? Toggle circle, I put save 25%. You got to be kidding me. So that is definitely not what should be going on there. Let me just fix that for you guys. I apologize. That was, I don't know what I was thinking there. What we need to set is text small. That's pricing savings. So that's our toggle circle, that's illogical. That should be text small. Text small. So that's the class that we're applying text small to it. The like font size and font, the font that we're actually applying here, and then pricing savings. And there it is. So you can see it's wonderful looking. We have our color. We have it centered because we have display flex justified in the center. Align it in the center. That's going to center the text and align the text right there perfectly in the center, vertically and horizontally. Our background is set to our gradient. The width and height is set, and our border radius is 40 pixels. So it looks wonderful, just like that, and consistent with the design, right? So now we are going to move on to our toggle, which this is where it gets a little bit tricky, right? There's no default toggle. You can see it's just a checkbox, and we're going to make this checkbox into a toggle, right? So let's get right to that. As I said, this is a little bit tricky, so just try and follow along here. So the position is going to be relative. Position relative. The display is going to be block. And remember to reference pricing, right? So go here and watch what's going on. Right now we're hitting toggle, so that's the label itself, right? We're setting display toggle or display block. We have the position set to relative. The width is going to be 65 pixels. The height is going to be 33 pixels. So right, this is the container that's holding the checkbox. Right? Now let's target the actual input. Remember, this is what actually is listening for the event here. The click event, right? It's the actual input field, the input checkbox. So now the toggle input, we're going to have an opacity 0. We don't want to see it. We're going to have a width of 0. And we're going to have a height of 0. That just makes sure it's out of sight, out of mind, right? It's there because it can listen to events, but we don't need it. Now the toggle circle. So this is the important part. The toggle circle. Before I set these styles, I'm just going to go back again so we can just take a look at what's actually going on here. So for our toggle circle, let's click on this. You can see that the toggle circle is the entire toggle. Within the toggle circle, we have a before pseudo element, right? So toggle circle, : before, that's how you add a pseudo element, which essentially allows you to literally add an element onto an element itself. And we can position that element absolutely. So we can position the before pseudo element of our toggle circle, which is a circle itself, right? So the toggle circle is this little circle down here, this white circle within it right there. We can position that absolutely relative to this bigger select that is the toggle circle, right? Because it's before, you can see before is actually inside the span here. So we can position this absolutely relative to the toggle circle itself, right? So that's the relationship there. Hopefully that makes sense. And hopefully you guys are able to track along with how that whole operation is going down here. We're going to set the toggle circle to display block. We're going to set the position to absolute. Cursor will be set to pointer, right? So if you hover over it, can't do it right now, but it's going to have the pointer indicating that it can be clicked. Top will be 0. Left will be 0. Bottom will be 0. And right will be 0. Again, this has the effect of essentially stretching it. Border radius will be 34 pixels. The background color will be set to primary 100. So there it is. You can see it's already coming to life. And the transition will be 0.4 seconds. Ease in out. All right. Now here we're selecting the pseudo element, right? So this is going to be within the toggle circle itself here. And now this is going to be positioned, as I stated, absolutely relative to the parent element, right? Whoops, this is going to be absolute as well. So the way that this works is when you position an element absolutely, it will be positioned relative to the first element that has a non-static position value. So this has a non-static position value of absolute. So this is positioned relatively to something else, right? In this case, the toggle circle is positioned relative to the toggle, right? But this is going to be positioned relative to toggle circle because toggle circle has position value that is not static. Static is the default position value. So even though this says absolute, this is going to be positioned relative to the toggle circle, right? Because we saw here that the circle is positioned within this outer oval, if you will. So this pseudo element is positioned relative to the parent element. That is the toggle circle. The content is going to be set to nothing. You have to specify that. The height is going to be 21 pixels, so this is going to be the circle, right? The width is going to be 21 pixels. The left is going to be 6 pixels. The bottom is going to be 6 pixels. The background color is going to be white. The border radius is going to be 50%. And the transition is going to be 0.4 seconds. Now, let me just go through. So the width and height of the circle, which is this here, this white circle, is 21 pixels. It's going to initially start 6 pixels off the bottom of the parent element here, right? So remember the pseudo element is within this oval. So it's positioned relative to that oval. It's going to be 6 pixels off the bottom of that oval, 6 pixels off the left of that oval. So you can't see it well right now, but it's there, right? If maybe we can zoom in here. You can see it right there, right? So it's 6 pixels up, 6 pixels to the right. It has a border radius of 50%. You can see it's a circle now. And the transition is 0.4 seconds. That's going to allow it when it moves across to kind of a smooth animation as it goes across. If we look here, see it kind of moving across nice and slowly. So that will be the next bridge that we cross, is getting that to happen. So now here we go. When we hit toggle input, so when the toggle input, remember this is the checkbox that's actually listening for the event. So if the toggle input is checked, if they check it, which means that, you know, when you check a normal checkbox, there's usually an arrow within it. What we want to do is we want to select the toggle circle. Now, how this works here, how this works here is this is an adjacent sibling combinator. So if we go toggle input right here, the sibling that is adjacent to it is toggle circle. So we say when our toggle input is in the checked state, select our adjacent sibling, toggle circle, and set its background color to secondary 200. Look at that. So now when we click on it, we say we check the input. Now make our toggle circle, which is this oval in the background here, to this color, secondary 200, right? Because that's consistent with our design here. Or actually, it's not consistent with our design. The design doesn't have that state, so we actually have to just conceive of how it would look. And I chose secondary 200 in this case. You could choose a different color from the design. Maybe you could make it the gradient. Either way, I think secondary 200 looks nice. And now we're going to set toggle input checked. And now we're going to do toggle circle before. So remember, this is the pseudo element. This is the actual circle that's a circle. It's not the oval. It's the real circle that's within the toggle circle. The naming is a little bit funny, but I think you guys are tracking. Right, so this is the actual circle here. Interesting, so you only use one there. Right, so right here, we need to move this to the right. Right? We want that to move to the right. So when this toggle input is checked, what do we want to do with the toggle circle before pseudo element? Where do we want it to go? Well, we want it to transition over the course of 0.4 seconds, and we're going to transform it by translating it 32 pixels to the right. Wonderful, right? Look at that. Our input is working exactly as we want it to, or our toggle is. So now the last thing that we're going to add in this file is pricing. Tile section. And for our pricing tile section, we're going to have display flex. And we're going to have gap of 20 pixels between our flex container rows here, and 40 pixels between the columns, right? And now we can look at those right here. You can see right here within our design, actually, we might as well. You can see that between each tile, we have 40 pixels. There is no second row, but if there was a second row, they'd be 20 pixels apart. But you can see our columns are 20 or 40 apart. Now we're setting it as a display flex because we want each of our tiles to be adjacent, right? We're flexing along the horizontal axis. And now if we go back to pricing, you can see we're going to be rendering 3 pricing tiles within our pricing tile section right here. So that will be the next thing to tackle. All right, so now we can get into the pricing tile. So where we left off here is we have the heading of our pricing section. We have our pricing title, subheading, our billing section here. You can see that we can toggle between monthly and yearly. I put a log statement here so we can just check that out. Let's open this up a little bit here just to see. So you guys can see here when we toggle this monthly and yearly switch here, our toggle switch, you can see monthly and yearly updating here in the top right. So now we have access to the planned period. We're setting it accordingly based on the value that's inputted for the toggle. And now we can move into actually rendering the tiles themselves. So let's go back over here and we'll see. Here are our tiles. Again, we have 3, and we can get into populating these the data and setting these up. Now this tile is a little bit more involved than, or this section is a little bit involved, probably the most involved section, but we'll get through it. So let's start chipping away at it. First things first, let's jump into our pricing tile. Now our pricing tile is going to take in a series of properties, and these properties are going to be coming from, remember our pricing section here, we have our pricing tile. The key is for React, and then we're spreading all of our tile values. Now, the tile values are coming from this, they're spreading all of what's in tile. Now, tile is an object that is within pricing data. Pricing data, again, it comes from constants. So if we go here, you can see that we have 3 objects for 3 tiles. Again, these have a series of properties that are going to be valuable: dark mode, the plan name, the icon next to the plan name, bullets, and call to action. Here we also have a planned price for these top 2, because you can see our first 2 do have a price. The third one is custom, so it does not have a price. And we will check for that when we render our tiles. So let's jump right into it. Our pricing tile. First things first, remember, all these values are coming through from tile. We're spreading all the properties in. So let's start destructuring those properties here. We're going to have plan. We're going to have plan. We're going to have plan icon, right? Remember, that's right here. There's an icon next to our plan. We're going to have plan price. Whoops, there we go. We are going to have plan period. That's going to be monthly or yearly. So plan period, if we go back to pricing tile, pricing, you can see plan period is actually a state variable that we're passing down. Remember, that's what we're setting here. So it's not from the object itself here, the pricing tile data objects. We're going to be taking in the bullets, and the bullets are the 5 bullets that list the benefits of the package, right? Individual plan, team plan, enterprise plan. We're going to be passing in the call to action, Remember, that's the text that goes in the button here. And dark mode, right? So this is going to be a Boolean value that we check to see if the tile that we're rendering is going to be in dark mode. Because if it is, we're going to have to add special classes to it. All right, so now we can get into some of the logic here. Now, the first thing that we're going to do before we return anything from our component here, we're going to create a dark variable. And this is going to make it so that we have a little less logic that's actually baked right into the HTML itself or the JSX. So we're going to do const dark. And we're going to say dark equals dark mode question mark dark else an empty string. Now, why we're doing this is if we have dark mode here, we're saying if there's dark mode, then we want the string dark. Otherwise, we want an empty string. So this value dark here, this variable, this constant dark, if you will, we can use this within our classes, right? So if we do class name here, say class name, we could add right here the dark variable, right? Now, if this dark was this value dark, then we could target it within our CSS and say this is a dark component, right? Otherwise, it will be an empty string. In that case, it won't come up in our CSS class list for this div here, and we will know that it's not a dark component. Hopefully that makes sense, but we're essentially going to be using this to understand conditionally whether the component we're rendering is in dark mode. Remember, dark mode is set here. If we go on constants, you can see dark mode is false for our first tile, true for our second tile, and false for our third tile, which is consistent with our design here on the right. And obviously, we don't have it here yet, but in our finished product, you can see it. So let's go back over there, pricing tile. Hopefully that makes sense why we're going to be doing that. This div here is not even going to exist, but it's a good demonstration. And now we're also going to set one more thing here, and this is going to be price. Now remember, the price is conditionally rendered based on whether we're on the monthly or yearly plan, right? Custom, of course, enterprise, there's no price there, so we're going to ignore that. But essentially what we're going to do is we're going to say price equals plan period equals slash monthly. So if our plan period is slash monthly, remember plan period right here, that's this value here. It can be slash monthly or slash yearly, right? Slash monthly or slash yearly. If it's slash monthly, then what we want to do is we want to return a $sign, right? Because there's a $sign before our price here. We're going to return, whoops, there's a question mark there, a $sign plus our plan price. Otherwise, if there's not a $sign, or my bad, if it's not slash monthly, we know that it's slash yearly, right? It's either one or the other. And so in that case, we can simply return a $sign, not an S, a $sign, plus the plan price, we're not out of space here, let's just save it. Oh, that didn't do anything, times 12 times 0.75. Now, what does this number come from? Well, our plan price monthly, in this case for individual, is $9.99. How do we make it yearly? Well, we see here that the yearly plan is 25% off. So we get the plan price, which will be monthly in this case. If the plan period is not monthly, then we go to the second condition here after the semicolon. That means we're going to have the plan price, which is currently monthly, multiply it by 12 to annualize it, and then we're going to multiply it by 75% to give it a 25% discount. So the monthly price times 12 months times 75% for a 25% discount. And that is how we're going to get the price that we're actually going to render within the tile here. And so now anytime plan period updates, again, which is updated here in pricing, and we're passing down, it's either monthly or yearly, slash monthly or slash yearly, we are going to have updated prices. And you can see them updating here. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. Those are the only two variables we're going to have to declare. So now we can move on. We're going to be returning a div here, and this div is going to be a pricing tile. Now we're going to be using template literal strings, and the reason that we're going to be doing that is because we need to go into JavaScript here. So we're using a template literal, and the reason why is we're going to make sure that every tile has pricing tile as a class, but some of these tiles are going to have dark as a class. And again, this is either going to be dark or it's going to be an empty string. If it is the word dark, then we know it's actually a dark tile. Remember, dark mode is true for our second tile, so it's going to return this here. So this is going to have pricing tile dark for this middle tile. Otherwise, it's just going to have pricing tile, right? Because this will be an empty string. So hopefully that makes sense. That's how we're going to conditionally understand whether the current tile is in dark mode. Now we're going to have plan section. The plan section is going to be for our icon here, as well as the plan name. So icon individual plan, icon team plan, icon enterprise plan. So this is going to wrap those two items. We need to wrap them so we can set them horizontal to one another efficiently. We're going to have the plan section __ icon. Let's put our classes at the front. The source here is going to be our plan icon. Remember, this is part of the object that we're passing down from our pricing component here, plan icon. And the alt is going to be plan. So we're just going to give it the name that is associated with the plan that is next to the icon, the alt. And we're going to have text small. So we're going to give this the text small class here. And this text element is going to be our plan section __ plan. Right? And this is actually going to be the plan itself. Right? So this is going to say individual plan, team plan, or enterprise plan. Again, this is coming from the object that we're passing down. Where is it at? Plan right here. Plan. All right, so now that we've got our icon as well as our plan name, we need to move down to our price here and our /monthly/yearly. And that is going to be called the pricing section. So we have the plan section. Now we have the pricing section. And here we're going to have an H2. We're going to give it the class H2. And we're also going to give it the class pricing section price. All right. And right here, we are going to, right here, we're going to, I put two I's right there. Right here, we're going to put in first and foremost, let's set up our template literal. So again, this is going to be one of the cases where we need to apply a dark class conditionally here. So here it is, a template literal. And what we're going to do is put dark. Again, because if you look at our tiles here, you can see that our price, if it's on a dark tile, is white, or a close shade of white. If it's on a light tile, then the price is black here, or a shade of black. So essentially, we want to conditionally render dark, the dark class within our price here. And what we're going to do here is we're going to say plan price $price else custom. Now I want to explain what's going on here. Just one second. So here we have plan price ? So if there's a plan price, if this returns true here, then render the price. If this does not return true, then render custom. In our object here, you can see that our plan price exists for the first one, the second one, but not the third one, right? Because there's no price for custom here. So assuming that our plan price is undefined, which is going to be the case when we render our third tile here, we are going to return the second condition, which is custom. For the other two, when plan price is actually available, this is going to return true because it actually exists, and it will simply return the price itself. So hopefully that makes sense. The pricing is either going to be $9.99, or it's either going to be a value here as defined by the tile itself, or it's going to be custom, assuming that there is no value for price. Next, we are going to be doing something similar for the, let's see what I called it, the price here, or the, obviously /monthly, you can see /monthly and /yearly. Here it's in essentially black, and on the dark tile, you can see that it's in a green color. And so again, we're going to have to do the same conditional rendering with the dark class here. So it's going to be a p tag, and it's going to be text regular. And we're going to call it pricing section period, right? And here I'm going to do the value first. We're going to have to make this a template literal. Actually, we might as well now. We'll make it a template literal. We're going to do the same thing that we did above, essentially. Again, this might have to have a dark class associated with it, depending on our condition here. And so we can go like this, and we can do question mark, or my bad, $sign, which allows us to enter JavaScript values within these brackets here. And we'll put dark. Again, so if it's dark, then we're going to render dark within the class list. We'll be able to target that directly in our CSS. Now here, what we're going to do is we're going to set plan price question mark. So if there's a plan price again, which is going to be true in the case of the first two tiles, then we're going to render the plan period. Plan period. And again, that's either going to be slash yearly or slash monthly. That's from our pricing class here, right? Otherwise, if there is no plan price, we know it's the custom tile. And in that case, we can render nothing because you can see next to custom, there's nothing, right? So here there's slash yearly. We can toggle this slash monthly. Custom has nothing next to it. So we'll just render nothing there. So we're good to go there. Now we can move on to, I think, our next section. So our pricing is done. We have the top section with our icon and individual plan. We have the pricing with the slash monthly or slash yearly next to it. Now the next thing is going to be our bullet point section. So let's scroll down. And we're going to be setting up that. Here's our bullet section. It's going to be a div here. And now the bullets, we're going to be mapping over them. Remember, this is an array, right? So each object has a bullets property, which refers to an array, right? So let's go over to our pricing tile here. And we are going to be iterating through the bullets array. So bullets.map. And here we're going to have bullet. And we're also going to have our index, which is the second value that the map method gives us here. We're going to be using that as our key, right? Remember, we have to have add a key to any list items that we render within React here. Now, what we're going to return is a pricing bullet, right? Pricing bullet. We're going to give it a key. The key will be I. We're first going to have an image. You can see our bullet. Each of our bullets has a check mark before it, so that's going to be an image here. We're going to make this. I have text regular on that. That's kind of funny. It should be pricing bullet check, right? Because it's going to be a check mark. Again, put the classes at the start here. Our source is going to be check. Now, this is not going to be something that we pass through. We don't want to continue. We didn't want to make a bunch of image objects for each bullet point. We only need to import it one time, right? So we can do that at the top here. Import check from .. assets, and we can go check.png. All right. So that gives us access to our check. We should be able to see them. There they are. All right, awesome. So now we can see there's some stuff going on. You can even see the tile kind of structured right here. Right, so we have the icon, the price, the name of the plan, the price, and then all these checks. The same one here, the same here. So you can obviously see our tiles shaping up, which is wonderful. And for our alt here, we're going to be putting, let's check. Our alt is going to have check. Check. Whoops, please go back. Okay. All right. That's not right. And now below our image, we're going to have the bullet text itself, right? So it's going to be a p tag, and that's going to be, we're going to give it the text regular class, and we're also going to give it the pricing bullet text class. And here we're going to be putting in bullet. Oops, bullet. Again, that's going to be the text here, right? Each array element we're iterating over, referring to each bullet as a bullet here. So now you can see each bullet rendering on the page. And this is also going to be something that has to be modified with the dark class conditionally, right? Because you can see our bullets, they are different colors for our light and dark tiles. So let's go here. Let's turn this into a template literal. We need to wrap this in a set of brackets. And we're going to put dark here, dark, right? So our bullet is set up. We have our text here. And we now can move on to our another section here. You can see that below our bullets, we have our call to action button down here, as well as a little bit of text below it. And that's going to be our last section here, right? So let's go down here. We're going to have button for our CTA button. And it's going to have a class name of pricing call to action. And we're going to modify it with dark here, right? So it's going to be a template literal. We'll modify it with dark because our call to action, you can see obviously in our dark tile, it's a different color. It has actually a gradient as the background. And you can also see that the arrow icon is black in this case and not green. It's like inverted almost. Now within our button, we're going to have a span. And we're going to call this, we're going to give this span the text medium class for the font styling. And we're going to call it pricing CTA __ text. Now within here, we're going to put call to action. Now that's the call to action text. So let's start free trial, and then contact support. We have that in our objects here. And that one we don't have to modify. So that one we don't have to modify with the dark string here. Now we're going to create an image here, and this is going to be for the icon. You can see the icon next to our call to action. So within each of our buttons, we have a text, which is going to be kept in the span, and then we have an image here. So we have img dot, and this is going to be pricing CTA __ icon. Our source is going to be, or actually before we do that, let's change our class here. So again, this is going to be one of those elements where we have to modify it based on whether it is dark or light themed. Remember, our icon here is black or green, the arrow icon based on dark mode or not. So let's add dark. And our source is going to be, so this is going to be interesting. Our alt is going to be arrow, but our source is going to be conditional here. So we're going to have dark mode question mark. So if dark mode is true, then we're going to have arrow dark. Otherwise, we're going to have arrow light, right? So we're going to be rendering, we're going to be passing in a certain image source based on the dark mode variable, which is either true or false, right? True or false. So let's import our arrows here, right? Or our arrow icons that are pointing to the right, top right. One is dark, one is light. Import arrow. Import arrow dark from // assets / arrow. So our arrow is just the dark one, and then we have a special name for the light one. All right, so there we go. We have arrow dark and arrow light. So now these should be rendering correctly. Let's see. So now you can see we have our light green arrow here. We have our dark arrow in the middle and our light green arrow on the right here, right? And our middle tile is our dark one. So we know that's correct. And so now we can actually add the CSS styles that are going to make these tiles shape up. Obviously, there's not much going on here yet, even though you can kind of see the structure of the tiles. So let's see, is that the last thing we have to add? So there's one more thing. And that is the text below the call to action button. So below this button here, we're going to have one more item, and it's just going to be a small paragraph. And it's going to have a class name of text tiny. So that's one of the text classes that we initialized. And it's going to be called pricing tile no dash card, right? Because the text at the bottom there, you can see it says no credit card or card. So no card. Now again, if you look here, you'll see that the we're going to be rendering, or actually, in this case, we don't actually have to target dark. I have it in my the example code that I'm looking at here, but I don't think we actually have to target dark because this text to me appears to be the same color on both the light and dark tiles. So we should be able to skip that for now. We'll see if it becomes an issue down the line. But either way, we're going to be rendering in here. If there is a planned price, which is true for the first two tiles, then we're going to be rendering no credit card required. Otherwise, we're going to be rendering an empty string, right? So here it's going to be no credit card required or an empty string. And the reason why we're going to do that is because if there's no planned price, we know it's our custom tile. And in our custom tile, there is no text under the call to action button, right? Because there's no card needed. We don't need to have that language there if we aren't actually offering them some type of service immediately, right? It just says contact support. So it's an empty string, right? But it still takes up space in the DOM. You can see that each of the CTA buttons are up at the same height, even if there's no text there, right? But there it is. So that's everything. Now our tiles are ready to be worked on. So let's jump over there and start doing just that. First things first, let's target our pricing tile itself. The flex basis is going to be 357 pixels. If you don't know what flex basis is, means that the pricing tiles themselves are part of a flex container, right? So the pricing tile container that is wrapping these three tiles is a flex container that is horizontal. And when you set the flex basis, you're essentially saying by default, I want my child flex items, which in our case are tiles, to be this width by default, right? Or the main axis. So in our case, when we're flexing horizontally, that means our main axis is horizontal, and therefore the flex basis is going to be applied to the width in this case. So we're saying please default them to 357. Now it's a flex container, so they will grow and shrink if you allow those things to happen. But we're pretty much just saying please default to that. If there is room, then try and sit at this. Now we're going to set display flex. The reason we're going to do that is because we want our items to flex vertically in our tile here. You can see like we have individual plan in the icon, then the pricing, then the bullets and the CTA, and it's kind of a vertical alignment. So that means we're going to do flex direction column, right? Flexing them vertically down the tile here. You see flexing, we're flexing it vertically. Originally it would be horizontal. So if we go like this, you can see it'll look sideways, vertical. All right. Now we're going to set padding, and this is going to be on the inside of the tile itself. It's going to be 40 pixels and 32 pixels. So that gives each tile a little bit of room, right? Because you can see each tile, the text and everything is pushed off the walls a decent bit here. Our outline is going to be 2 pixels solid, and we're going to be using our secondary 200. So you can see the outline there. All three tiles have the same outline. Our border radius is going to be 10 pixels. Our background color is going to be primary 100. So now you can see our tiles really shaping up here. You can have a visual of what's actually going on. And that's what we'll leave that right there, right? So now we can move on to our pricing tile dark. Now again, this is where those dark classes come into play here. So we can do pricing tile, and then we can do .dark, right? So it's more specific because we're using 2 CSS classes. This is higher specificity, and it's lower in the CSS style sheet, so it'll override properties that we defined in pricing tile without this class here. And we're going to set the background color to transparent. Right? Now it's consistent with our design, right? So we overrode, when we had the dark class, we could override the default settings for pricing tile. Okay. Now we have plan section, display flex. Again, this makes it so that the icon and the plan name, in this case, individual plan, you can see I'm highlighting it, they are adjacent to one another instead of on top of one another. We're going to justify the content start. We are going to align item center. So that's going to make sure that the icon and the text are center aligned on the vertical axis. The gap is going to be 0 pixels for the row because we only have one row, and 8 pixels for the column. That pushes our plan name off of our icon here. Our margin bottom is going to be 32 pixels. There we go. So now you can see the plan is nice and pushed off of the pricing section. And that'll be all the styles for that. Now let's target the icon itself. Plan icon, or plan section icon rather. Plan section icon. The width is going to be 25 pixels. You're going to see our icon grow here. And the height is 25 pixels. All right. Our padding will be 2 pixels. Our box sizing is going to be border box, right? So we don't want the icon to grow. We want the image to shrink when we add padding. Our border is going to be 1 pixel solid, and it's going to be secondary 200. So there you can see our outline on our icons. And lastly, we're going to add our border radius of 4 pixels here. All right, awesome. So now our icons are looking great here. And I think our plan section is good to go. You can see it's consistent with our design here. Please go back to the top. All right, now we're going to target the plan section plan. And that's going to be secondary 200. And so essentially what's going on there is, you can check here. So our plan is green, right? Without it, with it, awesome. And it's nice because for both our light and dark tiles, we're using that color. So we don't have to target dark there. Plan section icon, plan section plan, pricing section. So now this is going to go down to our section where we have our $9.99, our $19.99, as well as the /monthly or /yearly. So that's our pricing section. We're going to set display flex. That's going to put our price next to our /monthly, /yearly. We're going to align items end. The reason we're going to do that is because you can see here that our monthly is actually at the base of our price here. It's not hovering in the middle here, right? It's at the bottom. It's flat with this. We are going to have a column gap of 6 pixels. And we're going to have a margin bottom of 32 pixels. So that'll push our pricing section off of our bullet section, right? Now we're going to have to target the H2. We're going to override the default padding on our default margin that's set on H2, and we're going to be doing that specifically on our pricing section price. And what we're going to be doing here is setting the color to primary 300. And we're also going to be setting the line height to 0.8. Now notice what that did there, right? So you can see our /monthly. Our /monthly right now is below our price. We don't want that, right? We want /monthly to be in alignment with our price. And what we can do is we can lower the line height. Right now the line height is a little bit too big on our pricing, and that's what's making it so that this cannot be aligned correctly with /monthly or /yearly, right? And look at that, actually. You can see our logic is actually working. If you toggle between monthly and yearly, I just realized that we already had it set up to the point where it'll actually work. So you can see our pricing is actually working here. You can already see it working its magic. Yearly is switching, right? That's the planned period. And our price is being updated accordingly based on that variable value, right? All right, so now we can move on. We have our pricing session price dark, right? So you know what? We can actually just take this. Whoops. So here we're going to be targeting pricing section price, and we're going to target .dark here. Dark. Now you can notice for our dark tile, we need to have a different color here for our price, and our price is going, or our color here is going to be primary 50. So now you can see it's white, a white price on our dark tile here. The line height we shouldn't need. And now we're going to go down to our pricing section period. This is going to have a color of primary 300. Our pricing section period. Interesting. Right, so you can see here that it's /monthly. This is our period /monthly or /yearly. You can see by default it's primary 300, which is actually a dark color. But then if we copy this down real quick, when we have our dark class set, so .dark here, our dark modifier, what we're going to do is we're going to set this to secondary 200. Right? And you can see on our dark tile, it's a green color, right? So now our green, our dark tile is accounted for, and our light tile in terms of our /monthly /yearly. Now we can move on to the bullet section, and you can see our tile is really shaping up now. Now our bullets look a little janky, but once we fix this, you're gonna really start coming to life. This is actually the bullets section. And this is going to be display flex here. We're going to be doing flex direction column. That's going to put the bullets on top of one another. And remember, each bullet is comprised of an icon and then the text to the right of it. And I'll tell you why we're going to make this a flex column or a flex container in a second, even though these bullets would sit on top of each other by default. I'll tell you why. We're going to set 8 pixels between each row and 0 pixels between each column. And we're going to set a margin bottom of 32 pixels. And that's going to push away our CTA. Now, the reason that we're doing a flex column here is because, let's open this up here. Let's go here. Let's actually open up this one. So here, if you look at our flex container that holds our buttons here, or our bullets, you can see that each item is 8 pixels apart from one another. But notice that we don't have to set 0 pixels. We could put 8 pixels on the bottom, 8 pixels of margin on the bottom of each bullet point, but then the bottom bullet point would have 8 pixels below it. And we'd have to target that last element, that last bullet in each tile and say, wait, we don't want 8 pixels of margin on the bottom of that last element. When you make it a flex container, you can set a gap and it will only add the 8 pixel gap between the items, not on the edge of the items. So that's why we make it a flex container, and then we simply have those purple lines between each bullet point, which are 8 pixels in height in this case. So very helpful, very helpful. It's great when you don't want to have to target random elements in a list and say, oh, well, I want these all to have 8 pixels on the bottom, but the last one I have to target directly and say I want it to have 0 pixels. A lot of times that can be frustrating, and so flex containers and using the gap property are very powerful in that context. So now let's target the pricing bullet so we can make our bullets look normal. We're going to set display flex. So now you can see they are adjacent to one another. We're going to align our item center so that our text and our icon are in alignment. And we're going to set a column gap of 8 pixels. Right, so that pushes our icon and the text next to the icon 8 pixels apart, which looks wonderful. And now you can see our tile is really shaping up here. Obviously, the call to action doesn't look too good, but otherwise, we're really putting it together here. Now we can do our pricing bullet check here. So pricing bullet underscore check. This is going to have a width of 17 pixels and a height of 12 pixels. All right, so you can see our check is now sized correctly. We're going to have our pricing bullet underscore check dot dark, right? Because you got to remember that There's our text here. You can see it's dark in the dark tile. We can't actually see it. We need to make it a lighter color. So we're going to go to dark here, and we're going to make the color var accent. And it looks like we are not targeting that correctly. Let me just check real quick. Where is our pricing bullet? So the pricing bullet text is, so it should be right here, pricing bullet text dot dark. This should work here. It's the text, my bad, not the check. I don't know why I was thinking check there. But it's the text, right? So the text needs to have accent right here. Now you can see our text is nice and light for our dark tile, and it looks great. So we can now move on. We're going to have our pricing call to action. And again, this is going to be the button itself. The button has two elements within it, pricing -CTA. It has two elements within it, a text element, and it also has a icon. Now the text should be inside it. Let me just check real quick. That's a little bit odd that we don't see it. Let me check. Call to action, right? So we're using call to action here. I wonder why we don't see the text itself. Very interesting. Call to action. Let's make sure that we actually pass that through here. Call to action. Call to action. Interesting. So we actually put a capital. That's why. So go back to your pricing tile and make this a capital C. Oh, hello. That's definitely not going to work. Now, if we go down, let's see. There it is. You can see start free trial, contact support. So make sure that's a capital C. Call to action. Or I guess you could go into constants and make this a lowercase c, so it's camel case like the rest of these. That's also probably the correct option. So you can make this a lowercase c and then reflect that throughout. Either way, we're going to have our pricing call to action here. Its height is going to be 59 pixels. Its display is going to be flex. We are going to align the item center. Justify the content center, so that centers our text and our icon. We're going to have a column gap of 8 pixels, a margin top of auto. Now, the reason we want to set our margin top of auto, again, is when we crunch our screen here, so let's shrink it, you'll see that our buttons are in alignment, right? So you can see that right here, this on our left tile here, we actually have more space below the button, the bullet section above the CTA than in our middle tile or in our right tile, right? Or it's actually equal to our right tile. But the CTAs stay in alignment with one another, horizontally or vertically rather. You can see all of our CTAs are in perfect alignment. And so essentially we're saying, irrespective of how tall our tiles get, you can see our tiles are always going to be the same height in terms of like the box around the tile. We want our call to action button to be as low as can go on the card. And that's going to keep those CTAs in alignment. Otherwise, our CTAs would be up just below the bullet section and they wouldn't be in vertical alignment, which would make it look a little less good here, right? So you can see as we shrink it, our CTAs stay in alignment, which looks great. So that is why we do margin top auto. Again, margin top auto says, please push me as far as you can on the top. Make the margin on the top as large as it can be, which is going to have the effect of forcing it down, right? Which is essentially what we're seeing. Our margin bottom is going to be 8 pixels. Now we need to do that because you can see we have text just below our button here. No credit card required. Our padding is going to be 0 pixels. I think there's some default padding on the buttons. Our border is going to be 1 pixel solid, and it's going to be secondary 200 var. Secondary 200. There's the border. Our border radius is going to be 8 pixels. Our transition is going to be all 0.25 seconds. And our cursor is going to be pointer. Now our button states, I think we set them to 0.1 for all of the other animations. So we're going to set it to 0.1 here, just for consistency's sake. So our design looks more consistent. So on pricing CTA hover, we're going to have transform, and we're going to scale 1.01. So now if we hover over our buttons, you can see they grow a little bit. It's nice. And you're going to see that our CTAs are not in alignment right now, right? So that doesn't seem correct, but I'll tell you why that is happening in a second here. Now we're going to have our pricing CTA pricing CTA dot dark. And now here our background is going to be our gradient. So var gradient, not background color. Geez, it's an image, right? A gradient is actually an image, so we set it as the background. Now you can see our middle CTA is in fact a gradient as a background. Now we're going to have our pricing CTA text. Which is primary 400. And that's the start free trial or contact support. And we're going to have our pricing CTA icon. This is going to be a width of 27 pixels. It's going to be a height of 27 pixels. An outline of 1 pixel. Solid. And it's going to be secondary 200. So you can see our icon now has a border around it here. And our border radius is going to be 6 pixels. Right, now that looks good, but you can see our middle icon here on our Teams plan within our call to action button is green. We need to override that, right? The border of that is not supposed to be green. So we're just going to copy these styles down here. And what we need to change is the color here, which is going to be primary 300. And this is going to be dark here. Pricing CTA icon dot dark. Now let me check here. Pricing CTA icon dark. Interesting. So this should be getting targeted. Let me just make sure I actually spelt this correct and everything. It doesn't seem like it is though. It looks like it's green. If we look at our finished copy, you can see it's black, the outline. So let me just check here. Perhaps I set this wrong color. It's primary 300, right? So it's primary 300. My apologies. There it is. So now our icon has a nice black outline to it. And so now all of our CTAs are looking dandy. And the last thing that we're going to do is we're going to set our pricing tile no card. Now remember, this is the text that's just below the call to action button. What we're going to do is we're going to say text align center. So now you can see our no credit card required is now centered below our CTA. Our color is going to be primary 200, and our height is going to be 1 rem. Now the reason we're doing that is if we get rid of that, you see our CTAs, you see how they're different heights? Now contact support doesn't have this text here below it, but we want the text to take up height regardless. Even if it's an empty string, we want to give it some height. That makes it so that even though the no credit card required text is not below this button, it still is taking up vertical height, or it's taking up height within the DOM. That forces our contact support button to be in alignment with our other two calls to action, which makes it so that the call to actions are now in alignment, right? So if we move our screen, you can see, I don't know why it's not allowing us. There we go. So you can see our call to actions are now in alignment no matter what, right? Which looks a lot better if we're trying to make our design responsive, right? And now we are done with probably the most tricky section, and I think the most satisfying section to build, right? We're incorporating some state, some children components. We're rendering different objects in light and dark mode. We're using template literals to conditionally render classes. We are using dark mode. All around is very neat, right? We set up a select, which is or a toggle, which is a little bit tricky. It's fun to make those. And look at that. We can change from monthly to yearly. We have our CTAs. And overall, I think this is just a very neat section to build. And now you know how to build a pricing section. If you're out there and you want to build yourself a pricing section for a service that you're offering on your site, you know how to do it. And so now we can get ready to move on to our next section, which is the FAQ. All right, so now we're going to be moving into our next section, right? So we just finished off with our pricing section, and we can move into our FAQ section, which is also going to be very fun because we're going to be able to make a nice, smooth accordion animation with just HTML and CSS. So let's get right into it. I just realized that in our design here, we forgot to add a testimonial between our video and pricing section. Now you can notice that we still have the tags here. We just forgot to add the content. So let's add in that content here from our previous testimonial. Again, we're just using the same content for the sake of the tutorial here. So there you go. You can see that we have our testimonial between our video and pricing section. Some of you probably caught that. And again, we're going to have another one below our pricing section and above our FAQ. So again, let's go back over here. You can see our FAQ. Before that, we have our testimonial, and we're going to be putting in the same content here. So we have this testimonial tag with the content. And again, you can see our testimonial below our pricing section. Right? So now our pricing section is nice and sectioned off between our video section and the FAQ section that we're going to be creating right now. So let's jump right into that. We're going to open up our FAQ. So now notice our FAQ. We have an accordion within our FAQ. And the reason why is because our FAQ is consistent of a heading, a subheading, and then our accordion right here, right? It opens up like an accordion, and that's why we refer to it as such. So let's get right to that. We're going to start off by editing our FAQ, and then we'll get into the accordion itself. So let's open up our FAQ. And first things first, we're going to create we're going to breed in our children. Now, the reason we need to do this is because here you can see within our FAQ tag, we do have a child, and it's the accordion itself. And so we're going to pass in our child and destructure that property. And we're going to create our section here. So our section is going to be .faq. Give it the FAQ class. We're going to have our FAQ heading section. This is going to wrap our heading itself as well as our subheading or our description, our FAQ description, which is just below the heading. And so within here, let's start off by creating our heading. That's going to be an H2. We'll give it the H2 class, and we'll call it FAQ heading. And I'm going to copy this in just so I don't make any typos. And that's going to be frequently asked questions. And just below that, we are going to have a P tag, and this is going to be text regular. So that's going to be the text class that we apply to it, the font styles. And it's going to be FAQ, description, not question, description. And here, I'm going to copy this over. It says we've compiled the list of the most frequently asked questions about SmartNotes to help you get the information you need. If you have any other questions, feel free to reach out to our support team. And that's going to be right here. You can see it just below. All right. And that's it. Now what we're going to do is below our heading and our subheading, which is in our FAQ heading section, we're going to render our accordion. Right? And so that's going to be right here below this section. Let's render our children, which again, our children is our accordion as we saw in our app.js file, right? So there's our children, pass it in. Our accordion is being rendered below our heading section. So we can jump into the FAQ CSS sheet, which is going to be brief. We're just setting up our heading section really. So our FAQ, which spans the width of the page, we're going to have a padding of 96 and 0 pixels. So 96 on the top and bottom, 0 on the left and right here. Where's it at? Okay. So now let's open this up here. You can see our FAQ section has 96 pixels on the top and bottom for padding. Let's close this back. Now we're going to do our FAQ heading section. This is going to have a max width of 800 pixels. It's going to have a margin of auto, a margin bottom of 72 pixels. And now the reason we're doing 72 pixels, so we set margin auto so that it's centered here. You can see our FAQ as our frequently asked questions as well as the description are centered now because we put margin auto. We set a max width because you can see that in our finished copy, you can see that the subheading here wraps at a certain point after it wraps down. So we want to have a max width there. We don't want to set a fixed width because we want to open it up to being responsive if that's what we're going for. Our margin is going to be auto, which is going to center the text, as I stated, and then the margin bottom is going to be 72 pixels. That's going to give us the pixels between the accordion itself and the bottom of our FAQ description. Now we're going to set display flex. Our flex direction is going to be column. That's going to put our frequently asked questions above our frequently asked questions description. Justify content will be center. Whoops. And our gap is going to be 10 pixels, 0 pixels, right? So there it is. And a gap of 10 pixels means we're giving 10 pixels between our row, right? So our flex container is column, so it's vertical. And we're giving 10 pixels below FAQ from the subheading here. Frequently asked questions needs to be 10 pixels separate from the subheading itself. Now we have FAQ heading. The color is going to be var primary 100. Our text align is going to be center. That centered our heading. And our FAQ description here. I apologize if you can hear those cars in the background. There's someone driving by with a particularly loud vehicle. Primary 200. So now we can see our subheading. It's almost like a gray color. And again, we're going to have to center this. So text align center. All right. So there's that. I wonder if these properties will inherit. I wonder if I put text align center here. Whoops. There it is. So you can see text align actually inherits from FAQ heading section, and we don't have to set it separately on each of these classes, which is nice. So look at that. We have our heading section set up. It has 72 pixels of margin on the bottom, and that is going to push our accordion off of it. And now we're done with the FAQ section itself, and we can move into the subcomponent, the child component, which is our accordion. So let's open that up here. Our accordion is right, where's it at? Accordion. And you can see we actually have accordion items, right? So our accordion, which is this whole containing element, actually has accordion items, which are each one of these bars paired with a question below it that opens up, right? So it's going to be an accordion and then accordion items with that in that accordion. We're going to start off with the accordion itself here, and we'll work our way through it. And this is how you make a composition of components. There's like a hierarchy of components that you create, and that makes it so that each is modular and contained and encapsulated. It's distinct in what it does and what it solves, and it makes it so that each component, the rule is that each component shouldn't get bigger than the height of your screen in terms of its JSX, right? And that's what we're doing. We're making everything into kind of a block or a container, and that's why we're separating it down to an accordion and then even further down into an accordion item. So now what we're going to do is, first thing we're going to do is we're going to set up state, and we're going to create open question, and then set open question, right? And now again, when we use state, it's going to return the default value that we pass in, as well as the function that we need to update the value. So there you can see I put use state, and we put -1. Remember, the data type has to be the same as whatever you're going to be setting it to. So we can't put a string in here or an object, because we're going to have open question set to a integer value. So in this case, we're putting an integer in there as a default value. Again, we're going to have to import use state from React here. And we're going to return our accordion. So div, and it's going to be an accordion. And within our accordion here, we are going to be setting all of our accordion items, right? So let's import accordion item because that's what we're going to be rendering in a list here. Accordion item from, just // accordion item. And we're going to be choosing accordion item from within there. This is going to resolve to .jsx, remember? And now what we're going to do is we're going to iterate through all of our FAQ items. So let's see, did we set this up in our constants? Let's check. We're going to go into constants here. So it looks like we don't have our FAQ items here. So now let me pull those over here. Again, I'm not going to bore you with setting this up. I recommend that you just grab this from the code in the description. In our case, all of the question answers are the same here, right? So it's the same. It's the same. We're just using dummy text here, but the questions are different. So I'm going to show you. I'm going to drag this over here. Again, you can just just grab this from the text or from the code that's within the repository in the description. And all this is an array. And it's an array of objects. Our FAQ items is an array of objects, and each object has an ID, which we can use for the key value, as well as the number, right? So whatever question is open, remember we have a open question variable, and this is going to allow us to know which question needs to be opened up, right? If they click on it, it opens up. And so we have an ID, which we'll be able to use when we want to open up a certain question, right? We have the question name, or we have the question itself, we have the answer heading, and then the answer, right? Because the question is right here on the bar. And then within the dropdown, when we click on our item, you can see we have an answer heading as well as an answer description. So that's what these three things are. And so, yeah, essentially just a series of objects, and we can export that from constants, FAQ items. Now go into Accordion, and let's import them. So import FAQ items from util/constants. And now let's get to rendering them. So we have FAQ items. We're going to set, we're going to map over them. So let's just go on the next line here. FAQ items dot map. We're going to grab item here. In this case, we don't need to pass through our index, right? Because in this case, we can use the ID that's within each one of these objects instead of having to use the index for our key property. And we're going to return, within parentheses, we're going to return an accordion item. This should have our brackets around it. Not that one. Please. My keyboard's not responding. And with each one of our accordion items, we're going to have our item set to the item object that we're passing through. Remember, it's our array of items that we just looked at in constant. Or it's an object within that array. We're going to have our key, and that's going to be item.id. Remember, we have an ID associated with each question. We're going to have set open question, and that's going to be equal to set open question. And lastly, we're going to have open question, which is equal to open question, right? So these are going to be important. This is going to how we're going to conditionally render a bar as well as its answer, depending on whether it's open or closed. We'll check that. You'll see how that works in a second here. But this is all we're going to have, right? So we have our accordion, which is essentially just the thing that is around. It's essentially just the thing that is around our accordion bars themselves. And then each one of the accordion items is being rendered within that accordion itself. And now we can go to the accordion item, which is obviously going to be where we do the bulk of the work here. So let's go over there. Remember, hold Control, click on this. It's going to take you up here. Click on accordion item. And now we are in accordion item. Actually, did we set our accordion CSS styles? We did not. So we first need to set our CSS styles. And thankfully, it's very simple. So our accordion is going to be display flex. Now remember, the accordion holds a series of accordion items. So we're going to do flex direction column. And the reason that is the way we're going to do it is because you can see our accordion items are one on top of the other. So we're flexing on the column direction or the vertical direction. Our max width is going to be 800 pixels. Our margin is going to be auto, right? And that's going to make sure that it's centered. And max width is 800. That's going to make sure that our bars are the correct width, our accordion bars here. And so now we're good to go. That's all we need to do for our accordion. And we can move into our accordion item. So let's pull up our accordion item and accordion item CSS sheet. And let's get to work. So when we pull up accordion item, this is where all of the magic is going to happen here. So accordion item, first and foremost, remember that within accordion, we're passing through a bunch of data into each of these accordion items, right? And you can trace back what that data is. Let's go over here and we're going to start destructuring them. So first and foremost, we have the item itself, which is an object, if I'm correct. We have set open question. Now this is, again, it's a function that allows us to set the open question. And then we have the open question state variable in particular, open question, right? Now, just below that right here, we're going to set const, and we're going to destructure a couple different variables here. So we're going to have const question, answer heading, answer, and ID. And so essentially our item, remember, this is an object here. So if we assign this to item, what we're doing is we're getting the values associated with each of these properties that are within item. Again, if we go into constants, you can see we have ID, question, answer, heading, answer. If we go into accordion item, we have this item object. We can simply destructure all these properties. Now we have access to the question, the answer, heading, the answer, and the ID, which we're going to be using within our accordion item here. So there's going to be a couple of things that we work on first. First things first, we're going to set open. Now open is going to be a Boolean value, and open is going to equal open question equals ID. So let's think about what's happening here for a second. Our ID is distinct for each question. If we go into constants again, you can see that each one of our questions has an ID, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If the ID that this accordion item has is equal to the open question ID, right? So whatever open question is set to, if it's equivalent to the current ID, then we know that open is going to be true. That means this question should be opened. And we can use that to make sure that our accordion is, this accordion item is opened, right? So every time we open one of these, it's going to run this check essentially. So this is a Boolean value. It's going to be true or false based on whether this question's ID is equivalent to the open question number, right? And we're going to set up a function. It's going to be const handle question click, and it's going to be set to ID, or it's going to take in a value of ID. And what's going to happen is we're going to say open question equals ID. Now what we're saying here is the open question equivalent to the ID that the individual just clicked on? So if they click on the second one, right? If they click on the second one, then the open question is going to be set to this ID. The open question is equivalent to this ID. Now, if we click on it again, we want it to close, right? So assuming that the open question is equal to the current ID, then we want it to close. And so what we'll do is we'll say set open question to -1. That's going to make it so that every one of our questions is not open because there is no ID that is -1. All of our IDs are above 1 or above 0, right? So now we have the effect of being able to open and close this. But what if the ID is different? What if they click on this one? And what if they're on number 1 here and they click on number 3? Or they click on number 2? What do we want to do in that case? Well, we want to set the set open question accordingly. We want to set it to the ID that they clicked on. So if I click on the last one, I'm going to get rid of the open question is going to be different now, right? Because we're going to be setting it to a different value. And it's going to be open. It's going to be equivalent to open for another one, right? This last question here is going to have the open question equal to the ID, right? So we're essentially just using this logic to update which question is open, which has the effect of closing one and opening another, or closing one if you just want to continuously open and close one, if you will. So you'll see how that works in a second here. And now we can get into the logic here. So we have, or the JSX, what we're actually returning here. So let's add our parentheses. And here we're going to have our accordion item. Within that, we're going to render a button, This is going to be our accordion item bar. Now this might not immediately make sense what I'm talking about here when I say accordion item bar, but I'll show you. So the accordion item bar, the accordion item is consistent of a couple things. First and foremost, there's a button. So these long bars that have the question as well as the icon over here on the right, these are actually buttons, right? So each one of these things that has a 1 pixel green outline is actually a button, right? Because they're buttons, they're going to be clicked on. So we refer to them as buttons, right? And you can see our cursor's pointer when we hover over them. So that's what these are. They're essentially contain this bar here, right? This button is a bar. And within this button, we're going to have a couple items. First, we're going to have the question itself. So that's going to be the, it's going to be text medium. That's going to be the text style. And we're going to add accordion item question. And this is going to take on a value of question. Again, this is going to be from our item object. You can see right here, we destructured it. So let's see. You can see now we have essentially our buttons and it just has text inside of it. Now we're going to have an image, and this image is going to be for that arrow icon in the top right that we saw. And we're going to call this accordion item icon. And we're also going to set a general class that's going to be accordion icon. And we're going to be able to apply this to not only the icon that is up here in the top right of our bar, but when we open it, you can see there's also another icon here. And so there's going to be shared styles between these two. And we're going to use the accordion icon general class to apply styles to both of them. And then we'll use accordion icon or accordion item icon to target the one that is specifically within this bar here. So again, this is going to be our arrow, and we can import our arrow. Import arrow from // assets / arrow.svg. It's actually going to be colored arrow, my bad. So colored arrow, right? And then we're also going to have arrow right, right? So this is going to be import arrow right, and I'll explain what this arrow right is. From // assets / colored arrow right.svg. And our arrow right, you can see within our answer itself, there's an arrow icon, but it's faced to the right. So our first one is faced at a 45-degree angle up to the top right, and this one is faced horizontally. It's facing right. And so that's going to be the arrow right icon. So first we have our arrow here. That's going to be in our bar. And we're going to put our alt as arrow. I'm sorry, my keyboard is being really unresponsive. It's wireless, and it's having a really hard time here. But there we go. So now we have our icon. You can see it right there. And that's going to be all we need for our bar here. Right? Our bar is going to have a transparent background and stuff, but you can see that's all we have in it. And now we're going to have our accordion item answer. Now the accordion item answer is going to be what we actually have below this bar. So when we click on it, you can see it opens up. It says white box. It has this text in it. That is going to be this accordion item answer. And now this is going to be conditionally rendered. Obviously, they're not going to be visible until that question is selected. So we're going to have to do some manipulation with our classes here. So first we're going to do accordion item answer. And we're going to use a template literal because we're going to have to do some conditional rendering based on classes. And we're going to set open. So we're going to say open question mark. Remember what this does here. It checks if the current question's ID is equivalent to the open question's ID. If that's true, then we know that this question is going to be open. And so we can give it the visible class because we want it to be visible. Otherwise, if the question is not open, then we will give it an empty string, right? So each time we click on one of these, it's getting a visible class, and that's going to make the accordion item answer visible for us to see here. Now we can jump into the context of our accordion item. Right, you can see there's a heading and a subheading, an icon here. So first and foremost, we're going to have to set a div, and it's going to be the accordion item heading container. And the reason why we're going to have a heading container is you'll notice that we have a heading for our answer here, but there's also an icon to the right here. And so this heading and this icon are actually going to be in a Flex container, right? And then we're going to have the paragraph or the description for the answer down here, right? So these elements need to be adjacent to one another. So that's going to be this container. It's going to wrap our heading here. So first we're going to apply our text medium class, and we're going to make this our accordion item answer heading. And within here, we're just going to render our answer heading. And to the right of this, we're going to have our icon off to the right. And this is going to be an image. It's going to be, I'm actually going to copy it right down from here because it's going to be essentially the same thing. We're going to have to change the classes. Again, this is going to be arrow right because this one faces to the right. And we're going to have it take on the following classes here. So again, we're going to have the accordion icon for our general styles for our accordion icons. You can see that we have that up here, accordion icon. And then we have accordion icon, answer icon, accordion item, answer icon, right? So that's how we can target this one specifically, because obviously it's going to be a little bit different than the one up here. So now we have that set up. We have our heading. We have our, where's it at? We have our heading and our arrow icon, heading and arrow icon that's facing right. You can see the one facing right here. And now below that, we actually have to have the answer itself. So that's going to be right here. We're going to give it the text regular class. And we're going to give it accordion answer description. And within here, we're simply going to render our answer, right? And so now you can't see, it's not much here, but here we have our heading, our icon within this div here. And then below it, we have our description, which is going to be this P. All right, so with that in mind, we actually have all of the markups set up for our accordion item. And now we can get into the styles, which are going to be pretty involved for this, right? It's we're going to be adding these animations. You can kind of see like how the margin grows when we open this up. You can see the answer kind of slides out from under it. You can see the margin between this green bar and the answer kind of grows. And so definitely a couple things we're going to have to do here to get this to work. So we have accordion item. Our margin bottom is going to be 20 pixels. Our accordion item bar. So our accordion item is going to have a margin bottom of 20 pixels. The reason we're going to do that is because as you can see right here, between each of our bars, there's a gap here, right? Below what is SmartNotes, this bar, you can see that there's 20 pixels to the next green bar here. So we added 20 pixels to that. And we can target these elements just so that we can actually see this. Let's make sure that these are old errors. One second. They are. But you can see, where's it at? Each accordion item, you can see there's 20 pixels of margin on the bottom, right there. All right, let's go back. Now the accordion item bar, which again is this green bar with this transparent background, it's going to have a display of flex. The align items, whoops. Is going to be center. That's going to center them vertically, right? Center them vertically within this green bar here. Our justify content is going to be space between. So let's see how this applies. Space between. Now what that's going to do is when this button is the max width here, right here, you can see our question as well as our icon, they're on the edge of this container. This one is the question is all the way to the left, the icon is all the way to the right. That's what space between is going to do for us here. We can't see it within our own our own half-finished project because the button is not full width yet, right? The icon is just sitting right next to the text itself. Our padding is going to be 15 pixels and 30 pixels, 15 on top and bottom, 30 on left and right. So you can see that now the padding is equivalent to what it is here. Our width is going to be 100%. So now we can see space between what it's doing here. Our icon's all the way to the right. The border is going to be 1 pixel solid. Secondary 200. So you can see we have a light green border all around each bar here. Our background color is going to be transparent. Our border radius is going to be 8 pixels. And our cursor is going to be pointer. So now when we hover over them, you can see our cursor turns to a pointer. So now it's already shaping up. You can see our answers are all displaying here below our bars. We don't want that. We're going to get rid of that in a second here. We're only going to display them when we have the class visible applied to them, as we saw right here. So now we have the accordion dash item underscore underscore question. We're going to set the margin to 0 pixels, which is this text here. The question, I can't highlight it. It's within the button. And our color is going to be primary 100. There it is. So now we can see our questions within our bars here. Now let's target the icon. Accordion icon. Again, this is general styles for both our icon that is within the bar and the answer. We're going to have a width of 32 pixels, a height of 32 pixels, a border radius of 8 pixels, a box sizing of border box, and a border of 1 pixel, solid, and it's going to be secondary 200. Right, so now you can see we have a outline for our accordion items. Now, interestingly, it's not showing up for our icon that is within our bar, which is a little bit odd. Let me just make sure that I type the class correctly for both of these. You can see that I accidentally added 3 C's. There it is. So now you can see we have an outline for this icon and this icon because both of these have the accordion icon class here. And now here we're going to start styling our answer, which is going to be where it gets a little bit more involved. So just stay with me here. So it's going to be accordion item underscore answer. Again, this is the container that wraps all the items that are within our answer. Accordion item answer. The max height is going to be set to 0. Now, the reason we're setting the max height to 0 is because by default, we want them to be I guess essentially compressed vertically, right? Once we open it, you can see it kind of expands open, but originally the height is going to be 0, right? And that's how we create that animation there. So we're setting the height to 0 by default for our answers. We're going to set the visibility to hidden. We're going to set our background color, or our background rather. Should be background color. I don't know why that is. It's going to be set to hashtag D5D5D5. Again, so you can see, we won't be able to see them here, but you can see here, this is that background color. The opacity is going to be set to 0. Again, we want it to be 0 height. We want it to be invisible. And we're also going to set the opacity to 0 because we're going to transition the opacity. You can see like right here when we open it, you can see it kind of fades in from no opacity to visible. Our outline is going to be none. the background color, interestingly, so this is going to be var accent. That's why, I don't know why this was set to background color. This is what the background color is going to be. It's going to be var accent. I think we can actually get rid of these properties here, right here, for just for a second so we can see what's going on. There it is. So if we take this out, you can see our border is going to be 1 pixel solid var secondary 200. There you go. So there's a little border around the answers. You can see it right here. It's a little green border. Our border radius is going to be 16 pixels. And our transition is going to be, I'm going to copy this over, these properties, right? So we have max height, which is going to be a 0.4 second animation, visibility, which is going to be a 0.2 second animation, opacity is going to be 0.2 seconds, and then margin is going to be 0.4 seconds, right? So these are all going to be valuable. Now margin, we're going to need margin because you'll notice that the white box actually kind of comes out from the bottom of the bar right here. So look at it. See how it kind of expands out, right? So it's max there, and you'll see it right here. Kind of expands out right there. And then we're going to have max height, which is going to allow the height to grow. Because remember, our max height is set to 0 originally. We want to make it grow. Our visibility, we want to make it visible, right? Because originally it's set to invisible, or hidden, rather. And then the opacity as well, right? We want to make it so that it becomes visible with our opacity as well. So we're essentially using all of these properties to make it visible, grow, the opacity comes out, and it gives it that smooth effect, right? We have to use all these different properties. So now we can go back here and we can continue manipulating these. So accordion item answer dot visible. The max height is going to be 200 pixels. The visibility is going to be visible. The margin top is going to be 20 pixels. And the opacity is going to be 1. So when it's visible, there's going to be a margin top that is 20 pixels. The visibility, obviously, it's going to be visible, and it's going to have a max height of 200. So the 200 is going to be bigger than any of the answers are, right? So we have to set this max height to a value that is going to be bigger than any of the answers that, any of the heights of the answers, right? And the opacity is going to be 1. The margin top, again, that's going to be right here. You can see under our bar, there's 20 pixels between the bar itself and the top of the answer, right? Now, none of these are actually set to visible yet, so we're not going to be able to see these because, right, all of these do not have the visible class. So that's why we can't see that there's actually a margin of 20 pixels above this white box below this bar. But when we set the visible class on our accordion items by making it so that these are open, right, open, then we will see that margin. And that's why we can see it right here, right? So let's hide these. Actually, let's not hide it yet because we'll still be able to track what's going on here. So that's our accordion item visible. Now we're going to do our accordion item heading container. Now again, you got to remember that our icon is next to our accordion header, or heading here, answer heading. It's adjacent to it. Here we're going to set display flex. Now you can see the icon is next to the heading. We're going to set align items start. We're going to set justify content space between, max width to 100% minus 60 pixels. Margin bottom is going to be 15 pixels. So now you can see our heading and our icon are now 15 pixels away from the description itself. Now the max width here is going to be 100% minus 60 pixels. The reason we're setting that is because on the left and right side of our this white box here, our answer, we're going to have 30 pixels, right? So if we look here, you see how there's 30 pixels on the left of our text here and 30 pixels on the right of our icon here. And we're going to be setting the max width essentially 100%, which means the parent width, which is this white box here, 100% minus 60 pixels, right? And then we're going to have to center it. Now, the reason we're doing that is because it helps with the animation. The way that I set up the animation like this and the way it's smooth, we can't just have it so that this white box has padding on the inside and pushes this text element and this icon in from the top and from the left and right. It actually is advantageous in this case to set it like this, so it just has a max width. That's going to make it so our animation looks much smoother. Originally, when I was trying to do it, I was trying to do it with just padding. Obviously, it'd be a little bit easier logically, but it didn't allow for the smooth animation that we're going to be able to put together here. So our margin bottom is 15 pixels. Our margin top is going to be 20 pixels. So now you can see our heading is 20 pixels off the top of this white container. And our margin left here is going to be 20 pixels, or 30 pixels rather. There it is. So we're 30 pixels off the left. We're also 30 pixels off the right because we're 60 pixels less than the size of the parent. And we're going to do something very similar for our description here. So we're going to target text regular. Now, the reason we're going to target text regular is because we want to get more specificity so we can override the default margin on text regular. So we're going to have accordion item answer dash description. Again, we're going to be setting our max width to calculate 100% minus 118 pixels. Now, this one's a little bit different, the reason why we're doing this, and I'll explain why in a second. Our margin bottom is going to be 30 pixels, and our margin left is going to be 30 pixels. Now, it looks like we're not targeting this correctly. Let me just check. Yeah, so for some reason or another, we're not targeting this correctly. This should be reg. And there it is. So you'll see that our text description is actually compressed a little bit. It doesn't span the entire width of this white container. It's actually a couple pixels off the right here, right? If we go to, we don't have our design pulled up right now. One second. We don't have our design pulled up right now, but the you can see right here, the and right here is not below the icon itself. So it doesn't span the entire width of this white container. And that's why we have to set 118 pixels off the parent's width, because it's not as wide as this container that has the icon in the heading. Hopefully that makes sense. We have a margin left of 30 pixels that gets it in alignment with our heading here. And the margin bottom is 30 pixels. That makes it so that we have 30 pixels below the description and the bottom of this white container, right? Now, when these are actually visible on screen, there's going to be a margin below this bar here with the question and the answer itself, right? We can see that here. But that's part of the animation, right? So only when we have answer visible are we going to see that margin between this bar and this white container. And that's why you don't see it right here while we're just displaying them artificially by not applying these properties. All right, and that's going to be it. Now we can get rid of these this comment here. All right, and so now there it is. We can't open them yet. We haven't set up that logic, but we have set up the CSS styles. Now let's check what we need to do here. And what we need to do is we need to set up our click function here. So when the individual clicks on this bar here, right, the bar, we want the question to open. So here's our accordion item bar. Let's set on click. So on click is going to register click events on this element, and we're going to use a anonymous function. So we're just going to use these these function parentheses. We're going to use an arrow function here, and we're going to call handle question click, and we're going to pass an ID. Now remember, each accordion item has an ID, right? Each accordion item, let's go to constants, has an ID, and so when they click on this bar or this bar or this bar or this bar or this bar, we want to pass in the ID that it has into handle question click. And then this is going to set the logic of what question is open. And when we have open question, that is how we conditionally render whether this, remember open, we use open question to get our open variable. And if open is true, then we're going to add the visible class, which is going to have the effect of opening our accordion. And there it is, right? Right now, open question is equal to the current ID of our accordion item. So in this case, it's 1. Open question equals 1, ID equals 1. And that is what allows us to have this effect of opening each accordion item. Again, we also have logic here that if the open question is equal to the current ID, then we simply set the open question to -1, which has the effect of closing every question, right? All right. Awesome. So that looks wonderful. Obviously, you can see that we have a nice feature section. We implemented a clean, smooth animation, which is nice, right? You don't want anything harsh. You don't want it to just snap open or snap close, especially nowadays, web design. You want more tasteful designs. And so, yeah, it looks great. And now we can move on to our next section, which is going to be our call to action section, which is essentially this right here. We have the last attempt at converting the customer. We're telling them, please sign up. So that's why we call it the call to action section. We're not just referring to the button here. We're referring to this entire section, our last hurrah of converting the customer to a sale. And then below that, we have our footer. And so we'll get to that. We'll get to these two sections next, and then we'll be done with our landing page. All right, so now we can move into our call to action section. So you can see below our FAQ, we have a testimonial. Then we have our call to action section, and we can get right into it. So in our app, you can see here we have our testimonial followed by our call to action component here. So first and foremost, you know the deal. We're going to be adding this testimonial information into our testimonial tag down here. Save that, and you're going to see that we have our testimonial below FAQ now, as we want it, and then we have our CTA section here. So within CTA, we're going to hold Control, click on CTA. That's going to take us up here. Click on the path, and now we're in CTA. Also pull up the CSS sheet, and we can get to work now. So let's hop into our CTA, corresponding CTA component here. And we're going to start off with a couple imports. So within our CTA section, you're going to see that we have a graphic here with a bunch of shapes on the right. We also have an arrow icon within our CTA button. So, and we also have a gradient here. You can see on the top left, we have a like a half circle almost. And so we're going to set up all of these. We're going to import all of these as the first thing we do here. So import, we're going to do CTA shapes. And this is going to be the graphic that we saw on the right there. So that's going to be assets/CTA shapes. I apologize if you can hear the plane in the background. It's going overhead right now. All right, and now next we are going to do our arrow. So import arrow from /assets/arrow.svg. And we're going to import and that's going to be our arrow icon here within our CTA here. And lastly, we're going to import the circle gradient that you can see in the top left of our CTA section here, or like a half circle. And that's going to be titled Circle Gradient. All right. And so now that we have our imports done, we can get into actually the component itself here. Again, we're going to add parentheses, best practice, and we're going to start off with a section component or a section tag. And this is going to have the class CTA. Within here, we're going to start off with a CTA content. So it's going to be div CTA-content. And within here, so CTA content is going to hold all this information here. So you can see our CTA is this big box around this section, and the CTA content is going to have the image, the heading here, the subheading, the heading, the subheading, and the CTA right here, right? And we can even, outline it real quick just so we can see that. So right here, CTA content. See? So that is going to be that box on the inside there. So we can return this back here, close our DevTools, back to 1440, and we can move on here. So let's start off by within our CTA content section, we're going to start off by having our CTA content left. So you'll notice here that we have our heading, subheading, and CTA button on the left here. And then we have our graphic image on the right. So we're going to create two columns within our CTA content, one for the left and one for the right content. So let's start off with CTA. It's going to be div.cta-content __ left here. We're going to start off with our heading, right? That's going to be unlock the full potential of SmartNotes. So that's going to be an H3. We're going to give it the H3 class, and we're going to make CTA __ heading here. That's going to be the second class. And again, it's going to be unlock the full potential of SmartNotes. Where is it? Let's see if we can highlight it. There it is. Now, below our H3, we're going to have the description here, which you can see right here. And this is going to have a class of text regular. So that's going to be the styling we use, text regular. And it's going to have CTA __ description. And we'll add that description there. Whoops. All right, there's our description. And lastly, below the description, we have a button here. So that's going to be just below this P tag. And this is going to wrap up the left column here for our CTA section. So this is going to be a button, and it's going to be CTA button. Within our CTA button, you're going to see that we have text, and we also have a icon, the arrow icon. So let's make those. We're going to have a P, just a paragraph tag, and that is going to be CTA button - text. And that's going to be sign up for free. Sign up for free. And then we're going to have an image, and this image is going to have a class of CTA __ button - icon. Again, I enjoy having the class names in the front, and then the source is going to be, for here, our icon is going to be this arrow pointing to the top right. That's going to be arrow, right? We imported that. And our alt is just going to be arrow. All right, so that's our left column, right? We have our heading, our description, and our CTA, our heading, our description, and our CTA here. So now we can move on to our right column, which is just going to be right here. It's going to be div CTA content right. And within here, we're just going to have this graphic image, right? So that's just going to be an image tag. And we're going to name that CTA shapes. Here, we're going to have our graphic image as what is it? We called it CTA shapes. So CTA. And our alt is going to be graphic shapes. All right, so let's see it. So there you can see we have our button, we have our heading, we have our description, we have our button, and we have our graphic image, which constitutes everything that is within our call to action section here. Obviously, we need to style it. And then the last thing that we're going to do, which can be positioned, we can put it anywhere within our section here because it's going to be positioned fixed. So it's going to be pulled out of the document, the normal document flow. And that's going to be CTA circle - gradient. There it is. Our source is going to be circle gradient, and our alt is going to be graphic shapes. And that's just going to be here. Here's our graphic shapes. Or whoops, that's not going to be it. That's our gradient here. So this is just going to be, our alt can be, we'll say, circle gradient. Right? And there it is. So that's going to be position fixed, as I stated, and it's going to be just up here to the top left of our CTA section. So now that's all the markup we have, and all we have to do is go in and style these. This section is not too involved, so it shouldn't take us too long here. So first, let's target our CTA, which is our section itself. We're going to give it a padding of 80 pixels. That's going to be on the top and bottom. So we'll watch that update here. Oops. So there it is. Now we have more space. We'll open this up real quick just so we can see what's going on. Here it is. You can see that we have padding on the top here, 80 pixels. We're going to get rid of the padding on the side. I'm pretty sure it's going to be at 0 pixels, but you can see it on the top there. It looks like we have some errors here. Let's just make sure that there's nothing anomalous going on. All right, so it must have been some old errors. All right, let's shrink this back. All right, and now we're going to set the padding on the left and right to 0 pixels. And we're going to set position to relative. Again, we're going to be using this relative. We're going to position our circle graphic here as absolute so that we can position it relative to the CTA container. All right. So now for our CTA content, remember our CTA content contains two columns. Those are going to be left and right of one another, or adjacent to one another. So let's do margin auto. That's going to push it towards the center here. Let's make sure that we actually spelled this right. CTA content. Just want to make sure. Whoops, accidentally closed our file there. CTA content. We'll see how that shapes up in a second here. We're going to set max width. Oh, I see. Max width is going to be 921 pixels. The reason margin auto wasn't working is because the width was the entire screen. But now you can see margin auto is forcing this container to the center, right? So you can see this kind of box here. And we're going to set display to flex. Now that's going to put them horizontal to one another, right? Because the default flex direction is row, which is what we want. See, so now you can already see the shape as it has taken shape. We have our left column on the left, our right column on the right. Again, that's because display flex is row by default. Justify content is going to be space between. And that's going to be it for our CTA content. Now we can move on to our left column, which is going to be CTA content left. It's going to be max width of 498 pixels. Oops, 498 pixels. All right, that's going to be our left column here. Max width 498. And now we're going to target our H3. Then we're going to target our CTA heading. Again, it's because we want to override the default margin that's on our H3 element. So we use two classes to increase the CSS specificity. So we can override the default margin here. We're going to set our color to var, or my bad. We're going to set our color to hashtag FFF, which is white. So there it is. You can see the heading. We're going to set the margin top to 42 pixels. We're going to set the margin bottom to 16 pixels. And you can see that pushed our description off of our heading here. So we have a margin on the top of our heading and then a margin on the bottom of our heading, which it just pushed our description a little bit off of it, right? Because you can see here our heading is removed from the description, right? And now we can target the description. So again, we're going to have to override some margin properties. So we're going to be using two classes here. Our color is going to be var accent. And there it is. You can see now we can see our description nicely. And the margin bottom is going to be 48 pixels. So that pushes our CTA, the correct distance, off the base of our description. So now we can move on to the CTA description, or the CTA itself, CTA button. And here we're going to have padding of 16 on top and bottom, 40 on left and right. We are going to set display flex so we can have our items adjacent to one another. There it is. Align them center so that they are in alignment. Set the column gap to 16 pixels. That's going to push apart our icon and our sign up for free. Border radius is going to be 8 pixels. 8 pixels. Our border is going to be none, right? The border on the button is going to be none here. Our background is going to be var gradient. Remember, this is a image. A gradient is actually an image, so we set a background, not background color. There it is. Okay. And we're going to set our cursor to pointer. So when we hover over it, you can see we have our pointer cursor. And our transition is going to be for all properties that we want to transition, 0.1 seconds, ease in, out, right? And now it looks like our text style is not applying here, so we're going to have to fix that. Let's see real quick. You can see it's bigger here. So let's see why that is. Our CTA button. Oh, it's because we're targeting the CTA button itself, not the CTA button text, right? All right, so that's just the button itself. Now we can target the text and the icon. First and foremost, let's do our CTA button hover effect, which is just going to be a scale, as we've done before here. There it is. So we have DM sans on our CTA button text, which is still a little bit too small. So we're going to set our margin to 0 pixels. And actually, let's check the design real quick. I want to make sure that we're not accidentally applying styles when we don't need to. Let's just look down here. So it doesn't explicitly state what it is. You can see here it says text regular normal, but for our CTA text, it doesn't actually say what it is. So we're just going to set these styles explicitly. So we have our margin, which is going to be 0 pixels. You can see that made it so that the button was less tall because there was default margin on the top and bottom of that P tag. Our font weight is going to be 700. Our font size is going to be 18 pixels. Our line height is going to be 20 pixels. Let me make sure that that's correct here. Yes, it is 20. And let's set line height 20. I think 20 is equivalent to 20 pixels. Definitely not. 20. I think that means 20 times. Line height is relative to the font, if I'm correct. The font size. So that's CTA button text. And lastly, our color is going to be primary 300. All right, so our CTA button text is set up. Now we have to set up the icon, and we're almost done here with our section, the CTA section, which is very nice and easy, a lot less difficult than the FAQ and the pricing section. So here we're going to have height of 32 pixels. We're going to have a width of 32 pixels. The box sizing is going to be border box, so our padding gets placed in the inside of the box, and the box doesn't just grow. Our border is going to be 1 pixel. Solid var -- primary 300. And border box also helps when, or box sizing border box also helps when we set a border, because the border is not going to take up a pixel and make the CTA button bigger, right? It's going to put that border on the inside, if you will. It's going to factor it into the total height of the button, that is 32 pixels. And lastly, our border radius is going to be 8 pixels. All right, so there it is. You can see our CTA button is consistent with our CTA button in our final product here. Now the last thing we need to do is get this gradient in the correct position. So remember, we're positioning this absolutely relative to the CTA container itself. So CTA circle gradient, position absolute, top negative 250 pixels. And there it is. You can see our circle gradient is now above where it should be. I'd have to scroll so we could kind of see it equally here. So you can see it's where it needs to be, which is just to the left of the text for our CTA section, and it kind of is within the bottom left of the testimonial section as well. So look at that, guys. We now have our CTA section done. And now if you look at our final product and our instance, you could see, look at how much progress we have made. Beautiful hero section, navigation hero, logo section, features, video, pricing, FAQ, and our CTA section. Lastly, we're just going to finish up with the footer. So I will see you guys then. All right, so now we can move into the footer section and the last section of our SmartNotes landing page. So let's jump right into it. Let's go over here and let's open up our footer component, footer.jsx, footer.css, and let's start getting to work. So first things first, we are going to, let's go to our actual application here. Actually, we could sit on this one for a second just to see it, the finished product here, what our footer is going to look like in the meantime until we got a little bit of content on the page here. So we're going to start off by importing, whoops, we don't want any of that. We want import icon from //assets/logo.svg. Now the reason we need the logo is because you can see down here we have SmartNotes and we have our logo to the left of it, right? That's the same logo that we had up here at the top, right? So let's start setting that up here. Or let's import that, and then we're going to import one other item here, and that's going to be our arrow, which we have met with multiple times so far. //assets/arrow, or colored arrow, arrow, colored arrow.svg. And that's going to be right here. You can see within our, we have an input field where we can type our email, and we also have a button here that we can use to submit, and that is a colored arrow. So we have those two imports. Now we can get on with setting up our footer. So first things first, let's create our section as we've done so many times. And actually in retrospect, and now that we're doing this now, the footer actually should be semantically set up as a footer tag. So that's interesting. I use this section, but that is incorrect. It should actually be footer, and we could say footer.footer. That is the semantic way to do it. That should be 1R, footer. The footer HTML tag, right? Because HTML you usually have a header, a main, and then a footer, and that will usually comprise the web page, right? And so here we have our footer. I don't know if we used a main, we just use a series of sections, but we did use a header tag, if I'm correct. If we go up here and we go into our header, let's go header. Yeah, so we did use our header tag. All right, so now we're in footer, and we're going to set up footer container. This is going to hold all the content, everything that we need here. Footer container. Within the footer container, we're going to have footer content left. That's going to be our logo, the name of our website, SmartNotes. It's going to have the input field, obviously the button that goes within the input field. That's going to be this left column here. So it's going to be div.footer content left. And right away, we can just make our other column just so we can see the structure a little better from the start. And this is going to be div.footer __ content right. And as you'd expect, that's going to have these 4 columns here that have our links, right? See, right there. All right, so let's get to work here. Footer content right and footer content left. Let's see if there's anything else. So within our, so yeah, that should be it. We should be good for now. So let's start setting up our footer content left. We're going to have our footer company container. So what this is going to be is you see our icon is adjacent to our SmartNotes, the title of our site. We're going to put that in the container so we can make them make it a flex container and put them adjacent to one another. So let's start off by doing that. That's going to be our footer div.footer company container. And within this, we're going to have first our icon. So image.footer __ logo. Again, let's make it so that our class names are aligned on the left here. This is going to be our logo, which we imported. Whoops. Logo. And our alt is going to be icon. We do not need to put that in brackets because we're not going to get a JavaScript. We'll just set it as icon. Awesome. And then to the next to that, all we're going to have is an H2. And this H2 is going to be footer __ company. And that's going to be SmartNotes. All right, so let's jump over there and make sure that that actually has responded. It does look like we are running into an error here. Let me just check what's happening. Logo is not defined. It's actually icon. So that should be logo. That would make more sense, right? All right, so now if we go down, you can see we have our logo, and it should say SmartNotes below it here. They're not adjacent to one another yet because they are not, this footer company container is not a flex container. So these are not adjacent to one another. All right, so now we can move on to our input container. So again, you can see that we have our input, and our input has a button on top of it. Again, we're going to have to put a container. We're going to make the input as big as that container, and then we're going to set our button's position relative to that parent container so it can actually go on top of the input, which typically would not be possible. So that's going to be right here. We're going to say div footer input container. Our input here is going to be footer input. Again, we're going to set our class first. We're going to set our type to email. Our placeholder is going to be enter email, right? So there's our input. And next to our input, you can see that we have a button. Right, so that's going to be right here, and it's going to be a image. We're going to structure it as a image. It's going to be footer input icon. Let's keep our classes all aligned to the left here. And this is going to be our arrow, right? So let's copy that in. We can set our alt to arrow. And there it is. We have our parent container, we have our input, and we have our icon, our arrow icon. We're going to have to put that arrow icon on top of the input, but in the meantime, obviously we have to do that with CSS so we can move forward for now. And so now that we've done that, the next thing that we're actually going to do is set up our right column. So in our right column of our footer, you can see that we have essentially 4 columns. We have links about product, links about company, links about resources, and legal links, right? So let's set that up. And then obviously we have a bottom bar down here, which we will address at a point coming up. So we're going to say footer div.footer link call. And so you're going to see that we essentially have 4 columns here. We have the product column, company column, resource column, legal column. So it's going to be structured as 4 columns. Let's copy those down. So Shift Alt, hold Shift and Alt, and then press the down arrow once, twice, 3 times. We have 4 columns here. Now what we're going to do is we can go like this, which you can actually do here. Yeah, let's see. I think we're going to be doing this 4 times over. So what we can do is just highlight this right here and then hold down Control and press D, D, D. And now you can move your cursor over. And now we're going to open these up. Now in each of these columns, we're going to have a heading, right? You can see product, company, resource, and legal on the right there. And that's going to be a p tag. And it's going to be text regular. That's going to be the text style we use. And it's going to be footer _ call heading, right? And then what we're going to do is we are going to have 5 links in each of these, right? So let's go right here, hit enter here. And what we're going to do is we're going to press A for anchor tag. We're going to do text small because that's going to be the text style that we use. Press a period, footer link, right? That's going to be the second class here, footer _ link. And I think we should be able to do this. We should be able to press, remember there's 5 links in each of those columns. So we're going to press the star key and then 5 and then hit enter or hit tab. There it is. So now if we hit save, you can see we have for each of our columns, we have a heading and then we have 5 anchor tags. And again, what we can do is we can go here and do hit href and go all the way down. Hopefully you guys are still selecting all of them, but if you didn't, just remember, highlight something that is consistent between all of our anchors and then hit Control D until you've highlighted them all down. And now we're going to set our href to the hash symbol, which again is just going to return them to the same location, essentially the same page that they're at right now. And so from there, we can actually start filling in the content here. So first and foremost, we're going to have product. That's going to be our first column, product. Second, we're going to have company. We have resources. And then we have legal, okay? And within here, we can fill these in. So we have about, we have features. Whoops, there you go. You see the wrapping now. We have pricing. We have integrations. And we have FAQs. For a company, we have our story. You can see that I put out story accidentally. That was a typo, but it's our story. We have team. Careers. Whoops. We have press. We have contact us. Down here for resources, we have blog. We have webinars. I'm sorry if I'm kind of typing through this fast. Obviously, I don't want to bore you guys to death. Typically, I'd skip over this part, but I guess I'll save you guys the trip to having to go get the code again from the repo. We can just do it right here together. So case studios, studies, case studies, templates, help center, for legal, we have terms of service. We have privacy policy. And if you stayed this far in the video, shout out to you guys. This is definitely quite deep into the video here. And I apologize for the keyboard noises too. I try and obviously put the noise suppression, but it can be hard because, you know, the keyboard is relatively close to the mic here. But we have cookie policy. We have acceptable use. And we have refund policy. All right, that was quite the task. But now we have all of our columns. We have our each column, we have our heading in each column, and then we have all of our links. And so you can probably see them here. They need to be, you can see our links are defaulted to, I think, inline. They're inline, right? So you can see that they're adjacent to one another. But we want them to be on top of one another. So we'll be using flex containers as we normally do. But now that we've done that, we can move on to one last section, and that is our footer banner. So you can see this green section down here. That is going to be what we refer to as our footer banner. And that is going to be, let's see, I think that's going to be right. Yeah, it's going to be outside of this div here, right? So it's outside of the footer container, this top footer container that has our left column and our right column. It's going to be completely separate from that. So we're going to go down here, and we're going to set footer __ banner. First things first, we're going to set a p tag, and that is going to be text small. That'll be our text styling. And it's going to be footer copyright. So here we're going to put the @SmartNotes here, @SmartNotes. @SmartNotes, all rights reserved. And then we're going to put an anchor tag, and it's going to be $_. We're going to set our href to this link here. I'm going to paste it in here. This is the link to the designer's profile or the designer's Twitter. So the person who designed this is a free design, but he has a Twitter here. I urge you guys to check it out. This wonderful design came from him, and he's very gracious of him to allow us to use the design for free. So I urge you guys to go check out his profile and support his work. Give him a follow as well. Lastly, we're going to set our target, and what we're going to do is we're going to set this to _blank. Now, the reason we do this is because we don't want this link to open up in our current tab here. We want it so that if they click this link, it's going to take them to another tab. So we should be able to test this here now. Let's see if we can find it here. It's going to be hidden down here. See if we can click on it. All right, we can't click on it just yet, but we will get to the point, or no, because we need to add the text actually. So right here, we're going to put his the designer's on Twitter. Or his handle, and let's see if we can find it now. There it is. So if we click it, you can see it opens up in a new tab. So we don't want to put it such that if we don't put target _blank, then it's going to make it open up in this tab, and that's really not good user experience. Typically, a user would want you to open up a separate tab so they don't have to navigate back to the website. All right, and now below that, we can set, oh, and I just realized this anchor tag will actually exist within our paragraph here, right? It's going to be just on the right side of this text here. So you can see now it's actually in alignment with the rest of this text here, which is consistent with our design right here. And then below this p tag, we're going to have this right side with 4 icons: Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, and YouTube, or X rather, not Twitter. And we're going to have footer external links. This is going to be this right section, as I stated. And we're going to create 4 buttons. So we're going to have button. We're going to give it a class name of footer __ external -link. And then we're going to do a star symbol and 4, right? And then let's hit tab. That's going to create 4 buttons. Now we save. So there's our 4 buttons. And my auto formatting is prettier. If you're wondering how I'm doing that, it's prettier. You can install it in VS Code, and it allows you to essentially have consistent formatting because it has an opinionated way of setting styles. And now we're going to set our unique classes on each of these just so that we can add the right background images within CSS. So we have Facebook, we have LinkedIn, we have, I refer to it as Twitter just because it's a little more descriptive than X. And we're going to do YouTube. All right, so that wraps it up. We now have all the JSX, and we can move into the last set of styling that we need to do for this project. And let's check it out. There's the footer. All right, awesome. So let's start putting this together here. Now we can go back to our actual instance of the application, because now we're going to be making it look pretty. All right, so let's start off by targeting the footer container. Here we're going to set the padding to 80 pixels and 144 pixels on the left and right. So 80 top and bottom, 144 left and right. And you can see we have 80 on top and bottom, and then 144 on the left and right here of our footer container. And that's consistent with the design. If we check here, you can see, whoops, didn't mean to duplicate that. 144 off the left and 80 pixels off the top and bottom. Where's it at? Right there. It's actually 80 pixels and then 88 pixels, but I think that is not reflective of what it actually is. I think it should be 80. I think it's just not lining it up correctly here in Figma. All right, so now we're going to do display flex. Remember, we essentially have a left column and a right column. So now you can see our SmartNotes, our input field, and then all of our links on the right, which is consistent with what we see here, a left column and then a right column. So we display flex. Now they're flexing on the row axis. Justify content is going to be space between. So let's push our columns apart. Right, so now you can see our links are way over here on the right. And we're going to put a column gap of 100 pixels. So that's going to make sure that this column and this column are 100 pixels apart. This column and this column. All right. So now we can do our footer company-container. And we're going to set it to display flex. Again, this holds our logo and the name of our website. And we're going to do align item center. Now you can't really see what happened there, but essentially our logo went from, the name of our site went from below the logo to next to the logo. That's what our flex container did. And align center made it so that they are centered vertically. Now we have footer logo. The width is going to be 38 pixels. The height is going to be 38 pixels. And again, this is our logo right here next to SmartNotes. And the margin right is going to be 8 pixels. And what that's going to do is it's going to make it so that our logo, and what we can actually do, we can set this column gap to 8 pixels. And that will have the effect of splitting them. We don't have to put the margin on the logo itself. So now our flex container has a gap between the logo and the name of our site itself. Now let's target our footer company so we can make the styles correct here. Our footer, the company here, you can see, it doesn't actually have any styles that we can immediately target, so we can't just say it's an H2 or something, so we're going to have to explicitly declare the styles here. It's going to be DM Sans. Our font weight will be 700. Our line height will be 140%. Our font size will be 24 pixels. Our color is going to be primary 100, and our margin is going to be 0 pixels. So there it is. Now you can see, now you can see SmartNotes right there, and it's in the primary 100, so it's almost like a white color next to our icon. Looks great. Now we can move on to our footer input container. Again, this is going to be the container that wraps our input as well as the arrow icon that's going to sit on top of the input. So again, this is going to be position relative. Whoops, I must have missed. Oh yeah, so position relative. So this is going to be position relative, and the icon itself is going to be position absolute. We're going to be positioning it relative to this container that is wrapping the input in the icon. The width is going to be 290 pixels. The height is going to be 48 pixels. The margin top is going to be 35 pixels. And so now you can see that the input container is pushed off our icon here, right? You can see our icon and our name is now 35 pixels away from the input itself, because the input container and the input, I think, are the same size at this point. If not, they will be in a second here. All right. So now that we've done that, we can set our footer input styles. And now it'll start shaping up a little more here. Right now it still looks a little rough. So footer input is going to be width 100%. Let's make it fill that container. Height is going to be 100%, so 100% of the parent's height, right? Make it fill the parent container completely, width and height. The border is going to be 1 pixel. Solid. Secondary 200. The border radius is going to be 8 pixels. The box sizing is going to be border box. So the padding is not going to be, the border and the padding is going to be on the inside, not on the outside. We're not going to make it grow if we add those, if you will. Our outline will be none. And our padding is going to be 0 pixels, 16 pixels. All right. So now we have the footer input placeholder. This is going to be a color of primary 300. So that you can see the placeholder here. Primary 300. The font family, again, we're going to have to set these styles explicitly because you can't add a class to the placeholder itself. You have to target these in CSS here. Font family is DM Sans. And our font size is 14 pixels. So there it is. You can see it's now consistent with our design here. And now that we've targeted the input placeholder, we can move on to the icon. And now it's really going to start shaping up. So footer input icon. And the scale is going to be 1.01 here. So when we hover over it, it's going to have a little bit of a scale. All right. And I just realized that the footer input icon, we just put the hover effect, but we actually have to declare the footer input icon class styles first. I apologize if you can hear my AC or the cars in the background. There's a plane going overhead, there's a car zipping by, and my AC is on. So there's a lot of noise going on. So I really do apologize. I'm sorry about all the craziness that's going on. I just got to up my noise suppression, I think, or change where I live. That'd probably be a better solution to the problem. So footer input icon. I'm sorry, my keyboard is really unresponsive. I think it's because I'm recording and stuff like that. I think it's causing a little bit of latency. Height is 32 pixels. Our border is going to be 1 pixel, solid, and it's going to be var secondary 200. So there you can see our icon has a nice border on it. The position is going to be absolute, which is going to allow us to position it absolutely relative to the parent container. We're going to set the top 8 pixels off the top. We're going to set the right to 16 pixels off the right. The cursor is going to be pointer. And our transition is going to be all 0.1 second. Ease in, out. Ease in, out. Right? So now if we hover over it, you can see it scales up nicely. And it looks like we're missing our border radius. So that's the one thing we need to add here is border radius. Whoops, border radius. And that's going to be 8 pixels. All right, so there it is. Now you can see our icons on there. It hovers when we, it scales a little bit when we hover over it. And so now we can move forward here. We're going to set our footer. Footer content right, which is going to be display flex. The column gap is going to be 80 pixels. And then we're going to set our footer link column, and we're going to set the width to max content, right? And we're going to want to set, let me see real quick. We need to make sure that this is flexing along the column axis. Let me just check real quick that we got all these styles that we want. So we have footer input icon, hover, footer content right, which is going to be display flex. The column gap is going to be 80 pixels. That's correct. Our footer link column is going to be width of max content. That is what we want as well. We'll keep adding styles, and I think that we'll see it shaping up here in a second. All right, so now we're going to set our footer content. So we have footer link column, and then we're going to set the, so we have to override the margin again. So we're going to do text regular. And then we're going to do footer underscore column heading. Our margin bottom is going to be 4 pixels. So that's going to add a little bit of a margin below our heading and the links within each column. So you can see product, and then you can see there's a little bit of space between the 5 links that are below it, right? So that's going to add that margin bottom right there. Now our footer underscore link is going to be display block. Now what this is going to do, you can see instead of being inline, now all of our footer links are block. And so now they're adjacent, or my bad, they're on top of one another instead of adjacent to one another. Because by default, the display is, I believe, inline here, right? And we want it to be block. Block level elements will take up the entire width of the container, which forces other elements to be below them. We're going to set our text decoration to none. We're going to set the color to accent. And so now you can see our links are shaping up nicely. Now we can do our footer underscore col heading. And our color is going to be var accent. There it is. So now you can see it's really shaping up here. We now have our columns in place. Our background color is going to be var secondary 200. And you can see how that is, whoops, you can see it down here. This is our nice green banner. And I'm now noticing that our icon for some reason has been shifted out of place. It's no longer where we want it. I wonder why that is. It's because there's a D up here. Actually, I just noticed. There we go. So our footer banner has that green color, and we're going to be setting some other styles on it here. So we have padding of 18 pixels on the top here. We have padding of 160 pixels on the right. 18 pixels is going to be top, and then we have 18 pixels, and then 144 pixels. All right, so the 160 pixels is on the right, 18 pixels, so top, right, bottom, left, right? So that's what the padding is there. Now we can move forward with our display property, and it's going to be flex. So with flex here, you can see that we now have our text here, and then we also have this, the footers, remember these 4 icons, they're going to be on the right side. So we made it flex so that this is in line with this horizontally, right? Our default flex direction. And now we can justify the content, space between. And there it is. Now you can see our 2 columns here have essentially jumped apart from one another, or the 2 elements that are within our flex container have jumped apart from one another. And now we have primary 300 for our text color here, for our footer banner. And now our footer copyright is going to be display flex. And we're going to align our items center. All right. And for some reason, it looks like we don't have the correct height. I think that we're going to be able to solve that by our external links are going to be what makes the height correct for this banner down here. That's why it's important for us to have display flex and align items center. The reason that's going to be important is because the container that holds this p tag is going to be bigger, or the container that has these links is going to be taller than the container that has this p tag. And so this p tag, we're going to want this text to be in the middle of it, but it's going to be essentially its height is going to be stretched because these are going to be bigger than it. So that's why we have to align them center, which aligns them center on the vertical axis. All right, so now we can move to underline. And remember, our underline class is targeting the underline for the link towards the designer's page here. Our cursor is going to be pointer, so now when you hover over the link here, you can see its pointer. Our text decoration is underline, right, because we want to make sure that it's underlined there. If we comment this out, you can see that it's not underlined. That's interesting. Oh, it's because I think if we did text decoration none here, 1 second. Interesting. I wonder why that. Oh, it's because that's not even our finished copy. Or that was our finished copy. But you can see here, so our text underline allows us to have, we don't need text underline because by default it has the underline, right? That's what I'm pretty sure it's an anchor tag. Let me check. Yes, it is an anchor tag, so it has default underline on it, the text decoration. So we don't need to set it to underline. We can set cursor pointer. We set display inline block. And the reason we want to do that is because we want it to be inline, because we want it to be next to this other text here, but we also want it to be able to take on things like margin values, which you can't just do with an inline element. You have to make it inline block. So it behaves like an inline element, but also behaves like a block. And we're going to set margin left of 5 pixels, right? So now it's a little bit pushed off the rest of the text here. All right, now we're going to move on to our external link section, which are over here. These 4 links are Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, and YouTube. So we have footer __ external links. We're going to set display flex. And we're going to set column gap to 10 pixels. So there it is. You can see our 4 links. They're nice and separated now. It's already kind of taking on the dimension of how it's going to look here. So we're displaying flex along the horizontal axis, column gap of 10 pixels. Now we're going to target the footer external links individually. Footer external link. The width is going to be 40 pixels. The height is going to be 40 pixels. So there it is, you can see. The border radius is going to be 50%, which has the effect of making it a circle. The padding is going to be 0 pixels. The border is going to be none. The background color is going to be secondary 300. Cursor will be set to pointer. So you can see our pointer cursor on those. And our transition is going to be all 0.1 seconds, ease in, out, right? And for our footer external links, let's just create a hover state so we can copy this down. We'll get rid of all this stuff in here, and we'll put the scale, as we've done, scale to 1.02. Now we did 1.01 for the other elements, but I want this one to be a little bit more pronounced. It's kind of hard to see it. You can even make it bigger if you want. Actually, we need to set the hover state first here. So you can see they grow slightly. It's nice and it's subtle because that's kind of how you want it to be. But you could put it up to 1.08 or something and check that out and see how it grows. You can see now they grow a little bit more. I'd say that's okay. And then we're going to set the Facebook link first. We're going to target the Facebook class, and we're going to set the background to center, no repeat. So we want our image to be center. We want it to not repeat, and we want its URL to be // assets / footer / Facebook. And so there it is. You can see our Facebook logo right there. And we can copy this down 4 times. Next, we're going to have LinkedIn. Twitter, YouTube. And we can reflect those over here. So we'll do LinkedIn, Twitter, and YouTube. So there it is. You can see all 4 of our icons right here in the bottom right. You can see all of our icons here in our footer section. We can type in our input field. And again, we have our link to our designer's page. So that wraps up the footer section. All right. And so with the finishing of the footer, we are officially done with the project. We can look at it in all its glory. We have our header section with our navigation and hero, our logo section with our nice fade out animation, some testimonials, our feature section, our video section, our pricing section that uses React states and some fun functionality there, our FAQ section with an accordion with a nice smooth animation, our CTA section, as well as our footer section. And so overall, this was a blast of a project to make for me, and I hope you guys enjoyed today's tutorial. Stay tuned for future tutorials. I'm going to be making things about React full stack applications, implementing designs in React, responsive designs, 2D games in Pygame, maybe other small JavaScript projects like creating note-taking apps, or even games in JavaScript as well. We can use the HTML canvas. But yeah, stay tuned for future videos. Make sure to subscribe. And I will see you guys in the next video.